heartless raiders. Old Gator Man, who is seldom seen. He lives in a cave made of moths with dusty wings.
Blood smeared in snow, subliminal imagery. Hummingbird to an orchid, this mineral chemistry is a frigid, heavy, poisonous oil, polyhydroxy. Venom containing 9 million toxins, crafty concoction. Deadliest of a species unproduced by plant or animal. Came before Abel is cannibal, understandable. Fishing in Antarctica, I'm strapped like the chief. Started calling niggas marks cause they act like the beast. 30 apes drinking brandy, monkeys in the Courvoisier. Forging new boundaries, celebrate murder Nazi Day. Fiesta, LA Dante, corduroy waves and do-rags. Purple leaf flowers, roll tightly, light up a new bag. Domino, sugar croissants, 7 names. Watermelon, apple, licorice, spices, 11 chains. Heaven rains.
7 things retracting hang from my molars. Hunting for game, I thirst for blood when I'm sober. Soul controller, hotter than solar, colder than polar. My flow is sicker than Ebola, mixed with Coca-Cola. Lyrics call back like cobras before attacking your soldiers. Mine was packed with the doses of radioactive explosives. Concepts are mythical, past scientifical. My biochemical makeup inspired miracles. Formerly, pigs always roar at me, cause normally my speeches inside rise like Florence and Normandy. Feds want drama cause they know I've been riding, and they know my style's the bomb like Osama bin Laden. They've been watching, plus they heard my phonics was ergonomic, and my mouth projects turning objects, resembling burning comets. Homicidal recitals making hot for idle spirits, spiral lyrics, paint holy pictures like hieroglyphics. It's over with. I grab the mic from my holster quick. If you never faced that yet, you real close to it. I'm known to spit revolution like the Bolsheviks. So many punchlines, I leave the spot with swollen fists. Notice this, giving bruises a hobby. You suffer hits to your body like John Gotti using karate. What you producing is folly. You wanna play arch villain? I'll ask you how you feeling when your wig starts peeling.
What's going on, everyone? We about to start out here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we dealing with certain topics here today. You know, we're going to be bringing it to you on a number of issues, you know, but really we're going to open up this panel and see where the minds of the people are at on the topics of technology, you know, and you know, what are we dealing with when we're dealing with technology? I mean, it's interesting. I mean, well, first of all, I think it's clear that all these methods and means that we're using to transmit to you, you know, that these aren't actually shouldn't be taken for granted by us. This isn't just pure communication that's going on through these fucking airwaves here. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's a third presence in our ways that we communicate. There's different streams of thought, and there's also different aspects of what's joining the conversation here with us, and you know, certain paranoia as we transmit our messages through these airwaves, the tools that were designed by people who we know not, you know, and that's why we say the machine lies, you know, because what is a machine? You know, we're dealing with a world that's run, or the objective power relations in the world are through the modes of technology. Now, the primary form would be communication. Now, if you think that um you know, technology isn't guiding society or human connectivity, then look at how the fundamental achievements in technology are all based in communications technologies, you know, and that means that it's how we talk, you know, and we're transmitting not just how we talk, but we're also transmitting the way in which we communicate. Now, you'll notice that, you know, when you talk to somebody, you know, on a phone, you know, on a text message, you know, it's easy to go somebody on a text message, you know, but it's harder to do that in a village. And we're talking about, you know, the primary forms of communication, you know, the wires and shit that basically tie society together. You know, what's going on through these wires? You know, are these wires filtering information? Are they transmitting raw information? or are they filtering and screening information as well? Now, I don't know how y'all found this channel, but it's obvious that certain forces guided you to find this channel. Pay attention to these words and means, and we could talk about free will. Who wants to talk about free will? You know what I mean? You guys think we have free will? Look, we're living in a society. Do you guys think that technology, you know, uh, is just a neutral component in our lives? Or do you think that when you use tools, you are actually communicating the use of the tool on top of what you're using the tool for? The tool is, see, everything in reality is made of symbols. So, once you draw up a plan to make something, you can also draw a symbolic representation of that process. Now this encoding of information is called technique. If you draw up an externalized representation of some shit, that you made up in your mind, you know what I mean? And you encode that information so that that process can be used external to your own ability to control it or base it in anything or anything that you can manage. Well, that process exists outside of yourself. See, techniques are a how-to. See, if you make something, you make something. See, making something is different than having something do something for you. Now, a process that's encoded, is something that's put into motion. Now, a technique, anybody can use a technique. If you make something into a technique, anybody can use it. Anybody can learn how to do something. Now, but invention is different than technique, guys. See, invention is not technique. See, with invention, the how-to is gone, motherfuckers. There's no how-to in invention. Say I invent something. Well, I'm doing it for the first time. Not only is the inventor not aware of what he's making, but the process of creation has to be open-ended, you know, or else there's no chance for discovery. Say I knew how to invent something. Say I came up with a process. See, science thinks it knows how to come up with processes, uh in order to invent stuff. They say we'll use the scientific method, but the scientific method does not guide invention, does not guide the process of invention. Technique, the scientific method itself is a technique. Every method is a technique. See, this is why technology precedes science. I don't know if you guys knew that. see, invention is not the same thing as technique. But, technology does have to come from a source. It has to come from a source. And that source is invention. That source is creativity. We're dealing with human creativity, which is immaterial in a sense. Where does human creativity come from? And I'll wait for anyone who wants, really. I mean, I'm interested in who's got answers to these questions. I'm not really trying to talk at motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But, we opened up. I mean, we have content on this channel. We open up the content on the channel, for people to come through and debate these topics. But, necessity is the mother of invention, is a bit of a misleading quote. Yes, indeed. Indeed. And today somebody would say that convenience, is the mother of invention, or efficiency. Efficiency for the sake of efficiency. That's really guiding the invention process. The goal is circular. Within the process of invention, the goal is motherfucking circular. But here we have, on the one end, creativity, you know, we got my friend out here, Tommy.
Good timing too,
Yeah, of
because
course. It's
what
always
you
perfect
just
timing.
said. Have you ever heard the comical one, laziness breeds efficiency?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, lazy and convenient are the the mother of efficiency and progress in our age. And of course, progress is a myth. You know what I'm saying? It's not going towards anything.
And if
Right?
you over specialize, you'll breed failure.
That's right.
It's like,
Fuck
hey, I
you,
got the guns
Tommy.
thing worked out. I got all the guns thing worked out. Well, where are you going to put your bodily sewage when you're all cooped up in that bunker? What are you going to do?
Fuck
For real.
you, Tommy. Tommy. Fuck you.
Does anybody know who this guy is?
This is my brother Drew.
You got Baker acted. Just admit it, Tommy.
This ain't your house, Drew. You can't unslave this stuff.
Admit
This Christian and this Muslim, we about to cook, and you ain't got the education for it, bro. So try not to be embarrassed. Now, Lies, I did want to talk about something you said a couple weeks ago. It's not that science is always, I mean, science is always changing its mind, but it's not like, oh, we gotta modify and con. It's science is always open to new information that will change the standing what isness of what we understand.
Fuck you, Tommy.
Okay, very good contribution, Drew.
Well,
Anything else?
Drew's pretty much welcome. See, that's
I
what
know
I'm
he's
saying
welcome.
though. Everybody's welcome to just come up here and just contribute however you want. You know what I mean? I'm not
Right,
really,
and Drew
not
is
really.
welcome to look like the stupid wrestler in the back of the class all night if he wants to stay here.
What?
Well, Drew
Yeah,
does.
that's what I'm saying, Drew. There's gonna be a lot of what?
Listen, bro. I'm a legend in these streets.
That's right.
Yeah, but these
Drew's a
streets
legend out
ain't
here.
these streets ain't science. These streets ain't intellectual conversation as we see with your channel. So
Well,
I mean, have
science.
fun, bro. Let's do it.
Well, that's one of the things I be saying is that science is, a lot of like I'm not really on a flat earth tip with it, but I'm still saying like science is fake, or like at least like they make up a lot more than like,
Well, there
than
is a fake science going on right now with all this gender BS,
a
and I
religion.
think,
It's a science religion. You know what I'm saying?
Scientism.
well,
Scientism.
technically,
That's exactly
when
what it
you're
is.
technically, if you're worshiping the one God, science will only support it. Science cannot disprove the God that created everything.
Well,
Like,
what
like
would you
the
say?
thing people get wrong is somewhere along the generations, it was originally the religious that started science, and somewhere along the history of division, it turned into those mofos are trying to disprove God. And it was always like, no, they started it knowing it could only lead to God because you can't disprove God. You can't prove God. That's how we keep faith, but you can't disprove God through science.
Well, it's interesting that you brought it there, because you actually said that religion created science. But yeah, it's interesting because and there he goes. but you know, but but
Fuck you, Tommy.
but yeah, like I do see like how, in the beginning, they had every form of art or culture, even cultural expression, art and shit. Everything was related to a religious statement or a religious exploration. And then when they got to philosophy, See, philosophy actually coined a science because philosophy said that you could do you could do basically have natural religion, and by natural religion and natural philosophy, see, that's what science was in the beginning. It was actually deism, appropriately speaking, because the empiricists were first deists, so they actually created science through philosophy. That's why when Newton wrote his book called the Principia Mathematica, he actually called it the end of philosophy. But even his book was considered natural philosophy. There was no such thing as science in the 16th century. They just called that shit natural philosophy. But yeah.
And fuck Newton.
Yeah, fuck Isaac Newton.
This is the bright intellectualism I'm bringing you tonight. Fuck Tommy and fuck Newton.
we got him right here. He just came through. It's right out here.
Yeah, that might happen. Ever since I took the case off my phone, I accidentally backed.
Hold on, listen to this shit. Isaac Newton took a shit every single day of his life, and the shit fell down and it hit the toilet, and he didn't think nothing of it. And then one day an apple hit his head, and he said, "Holy fucking shit! This thing fell down and hit my head, and there's fucking gravity."
You're retarded, Drew. We might as well get Cecil up here while you're at it.
It's just it's above your intellectual pay grade, Tommy.
No. What's above your intellectual pay grade is that lady wasn't being psychically puppeted. She might have some freaky eyes, as some people get born with. She was the speech writer saying the speech along with the woman that was reading the speech. She went up and said the thing to her about the speech that she wrote. You and your crew are retarded, and I'm going to display it in full force. Now, don't bring your little beef with me that you started into this. You got beef with Paul, you got beef with me, and I got beef with all of you. Whatever. That's not for Machine Lie's channel. Kick rocks.
Yeah, we're trying to stay in the intellectual realm here, Tom.
No, you're the one that won't stay there. So are you saying there is no gravity just because Newton had the apple hit on his head? You think there's no gravity? Do you think the Earth is flat?
The story of that he saw one thing fall and all of a sudden he had a eureka moment is bullshit.
Yeah, it's a good thing we don't need that story to know your ass can't dunk, thus gravity.
What about people that can dunk, though?
Still gravity. They come back down.
Still gravity. Okay.
I said still gravity, yes.
Yeah.
Do you have any doubt in gravity?
Well, you will come back down if you jump. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's gravity. Have you ever dropped something on your foot, Drew? Like your pride, your dignity?
Well, how does some shit like a butterfly fly if the gravity comes from the mass of the entire Earth?
The butterfly's body weight versus its wingspan and the friction of the wings versus the air density allows the butterfly to lift like birds versus hollow bones. Some birds glide more. Some birds have a strength to go against the wind. Did you not 7th grade science, bro?
Yeah, obviously. So it can hold massive oceans to the earth, to a ball.
Yeah. That's how water seeks its level.
But a whole ocean, 10 pounds per gallon.
Yeah, the more water there is, the more it's sitting there seeking its level. And you know what? When you get under that ocean, there's water that's even denser, more dense water. You know, kind of like a submarine of people that were loved by their families that all crushed in an instant. Before their brains would have had time to register anything was wrong, their parts were all mushed together. That's a good way to die.
So the force that can hold whatever the weight would be, trillions of pounds of water, can just be easily overcome by a butterfly, whatever instrument you want to use.
How much trouble do you have lifting a butterfly, Drew? Now, granted, Drew, if that butterfly ceases to flap its wings, yeah, it's gonna come back down.
But how could that be overcome? It just doesn't make sense to me. The force.
Have you ever been on a plane?
The force that would be holding that much weight of the water.
Weight, Drew. Weight.
Right.
WEIGHT. How much does a butterfly or a bird weigh?
I'm not saying, I'm not making the statement that just because it doesn't weigh as much as the water that it's gonna float no matter what.
No, you made the statement that it doesn't make sense to you. I can appreciate that. I bet a lot of things don't make sense to you, like why don't guys stay when I try to bump them in the behind? Why do they run from you?
Says the guy that's admittedly on Grindr all the time, but
no, you already made that joke with Jim Bob. Why did I used to be on Grindr?
Because you're a fucking homo.
No. So if you can't keep the story straight, keep it out of your mouth. So back to the gravity thing. What do you not understand, you jackass? I mean, you look like a WCW wrestler and you got the intelligence of one. And you probably beat your wife like one. And your wife is fucking retarded. The fucking idea that all of us would bring our talents to just fuel your crap ass show. No, bro. It's YouTube. That's what a YouTube is for. We'll all display our talents on our own channels. Your wife can share you with your previous wife. You can raise all those kids with your adopted son, Paul. Now, you want to keep it on Gravity or not? And your wife was fuckable until she fucked you. Like, your wife was fuckable until she fucked you.
You're the one having a hard time staying on the topic.
I'm having a easy time. We're about to have a night. And I'm going to meme edit this shit. It's going to be epic.
Yeah, just like the diss track you're going to make about me, right?
Oh, it's still coming. It's just got to be everybody now because the track is so hot. AI made me such a hot track and then remixed it without telling me. Like, so there's two. Now it's got to be everyone in these streets except my Muslim friend here and a couple others I won't mention.
Yeah, Tommy's just derailing this whole thing. We were trying to keep this into the...
You came in saying, fuck Tommy. You fucked around. You're finding out.
I'm able to get off that and move on. But
I don't think you're able to get off without a guy around.
Do you think a lot about gay sex, dude?
No, I think you do because I'm going to make you and TBE have gay sex YouTube compatible.
No, that's like.
But for the sake of my Muslim friend, let's get it back on track. Yes, water seeks its level, planet people.
I don't want to talk about
because of gravity.
I'll come back later because I don't want to sit here and talk about faggots.
Yeah, you're gonna run. He ran. He shouldn't have showed up in the first place. So anyway, back to science.
Everybody go subscribe to Chalk Body Outline and get chalked up. The brother makes fascinating videos and content on a range of issues exposing the fake truther communities around the internet, the informant, spy operation, limited hangouts, all types of shit that's going on out here. We got to keep our eyes and ears open. But right here, I was trying to look for this fuck ass video file. I can't even pull this shit up on my fucking desktop. So I don't know what's going on, guys, but I'm trying to pull up a screen share a video file from my not a video file, but a document from my desktop.
Wait, so it's on your hard drive?
Yeah, it's on my motherfucking desktop, and I'm trying to share it on StreamYards. So I don't know why I can't do that.
Man,
okay, my brother's telling me that
is weird.
Yeah, my brother's telling me that we can't screen share documents on here. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. These are only video files. I can't just open up.
Can you point your camera at it?
Yeah, I can't just open up a
if you email it to me, I could try and just make my screen that, because either way, I'm going to cam up for you, because it's one of the last
Yeah.
channels I like.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. But anyways, I'll just read it to you guys what I have here. It was a because it's now removed from the website. It's from the Shabbat of New Brunswick. It's an article by Dr. Amy Gottford entitled "The Newton You Never Knew." And it says here, first of all, she quotes the Rebbe. She says, in science, the search is only for the physical root of the source of things, whereas through Torah, one can discern the spiritual root. And it's funny that in this fucking article, they talk about how Sir Isaac Newton studied the Kabbalah, how actually he based a lot of his physics shit on the Kabbalah, including many of his fundamental concepts, including the concept of gravity, which is from a Kabbalistic concept called Zimzum, Tzimtzum, where actually God created the universe. And because God encompasses the totality of the universe, he had to draw himself back. So this drawing back of God to create space for the rest of creation is actually supposedly where the concept of gravity came from, that Sir Isaac Newton, because Isaac Newton actually studied the Kabbalah and tried to break down the calendar and shit. He tried to formulate a new calendar based on the Solomon's temple. He actually thought the universe was organized by the same measurements as Solomon's temple was built. So it's actually weird. Yeah. So yeah, Newton looked at the Mishkan and the temples as the Jews did, a representation of the universe as created by God. I'm now reading the article from these people. It said one of Newton's main areas of study was physical dimensions and configuration of the Mishkan and the temples. He especially focused on the third temple using the book of Yechezkel. I don't know how to say that. Ezekiel. Oh, or Ezekiel. Yeah, that's just how they say Ezekiel in Hebrew, which contains detailed prophecies related to the third temple to be built in messianic times. Why the fuck would Isaac Newton be talking about the rebuilding of the Jewish temple? This is what this guy was writing about. Newton looked at the Mishkan temple and the temples as the Jews did, a representation of the universe as created by God. In the manuscript, he made detailed analysis and drawings trying to understand the hidden meanings. He worked out an analysis of the Amma, or cubit, titled, quote, a dissection upon the sacred cubit of the Jews and cubits of the several nations, unquote. Newton was especially interested in the cubit as he thought it would allow him to determine the exact circumference of the earth and the studies on gravity. So fascinating stuff. So there it is, guys. Gravity actually comes from the Kabbalah, and this was all discovered by John Maynard Keynes in a secret trove of letters that he found written by Newton that were in the possession of one of his family members. He bought them like at an auction or some shit, and he read these letters, and he came to the conclusion that it says in this article that he came to the conclusion that Isaac Newton was a Judaic monotheist from the school of Maimonides. So that's interesting.
So the thing is, it's like with these secret societies and by whatever names, we have to at least submit to a point that it's like most of all of this would be founded in that. At some point, somebody won a thing And then that's just what continued on, and you got to work with what you got. The same way in the chat, they're doing a lot of skepticism of science, but all science is an attempt to interpret what we can figure out through our 5 hairless monkey senses.
Yeah, pretty much. But you know, where's it going? You know, well, you know, they admit it's fucking open-ended and shit. So like that's the problem, you know. You know, if the process is open-ended, then what is it going towards? Man,
Okay, so
Talcott's still on right now. I actually didn't know that
yeah,
Talcott.
and he's becoming quickly irrelevant. I think if anybody saw that, I started to get to the bottom of a thing and got kicked for it, and that's why I think I was getting to the bottom of a thing, because you
I don't
wouldn't
know.
leave someone.
I tried to invite brother Talcott. I don't know if he's doing
He
his
suppressed me all afternoon. He's not gonna come up if he sees me up here.
oh yeah.
I think I figured out why people aren't around where he lives anymore, and I don't want to turn your show into it, but I don't think he'll show up.
Yeah, we're watching Talcott. Let's see what Talcott's got to say.
Attitude of life and the moments of life that we share with each other. You know, I try to enjoy the time despite all the conflicts and all the entertainment at my expense and my story.
And yet he'll bring Paul up every time
Generous intent
for the entertainment at his expense.
Your value. If you set within yourself the intention to become more generous, to become more light, more loving, more prosperous, more beneficial, more good, if you want to walk the way of good, if you want to be good, Cynthia, good Lord, you have no
Cynthia,
you don't
man.
give any shit about what is
He's
you
something
do.
else, man.
Yeah, that Cynthia lady is real toxic though. You know,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't even
Cynthia,
talk about
please
people.
address this comment.
You told me not to handle
I don't
you
talk
with
about
kid
people I
gloves
don't know.
anymore, and that's
but-
what I'm
Cynthia,
Oh, she'll
explain
show
yourself.
it for herself, probably right here.
Yeah, but you know, I don't even trust. Whenever this person comes on the show, I'm just like, yo, I've had it. You know, this is more too with the oh shit, I didn't even put my link up here. Where the fuck is my link here? Hold on, guys. Hold on, everyone. But yeah, you know, that Cynthia lady. Yeah, I know. Toilet Bowl was up there earlier. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, he's up on Slavia for hours. He's on Jax. I bet he's on the way right now.
I hope so. I want to talk to my brother Toilet Bowl Earth for
Yes,
real.
sir.
You know, and also Drew, and you know, I love all you guys, man. And look
Yeah,
at this
man, he
shit.
didn't
Though.
have to leave. He's down there saying I ruined another stream. Like, I didn't come in here like, fuck Drew. I came in to talk to you about this thing.
Oh, wait, I gotta add this shit. Yo, what's up, my dude?
What's up, man? How are you, sir?
What's poppin'?
What's good, man?
I made fries for my wife. This is really the only shit I know.
Home fries? You made some home fries?
I made some home fries.
I love a home fries. I love a home fries. Yo, Tommy, man, what's up, man? Why you talking shit, buddy?
Don't bring it to the
And hold
stream.
on. Let me correct you. What do you mean for hours, bro? I just hopped on for like a second in between my in the middle of my day.
Oh, you mean today?
Yeah.
Okay, don't bring it to the stream.
We got
Yeah.
Well, keep an eye on these.
Well, if you're gonna keep my name in your mouth, you know, I got the right to respond, don't I, Tommy?
No.
Don't I have
the one
right?
No, hold on.
No.
You're the one that removed me
You're
from
already
your little
smirking?
thing and then kept my name in your mouth. Don't be a hypocrite more than you are. Don't come ruining your buddy's stream. You fucking drop it.
No, Tom. It's a simple question. You don't have to get mad about it, you know.
No, you can save your question for not here. You saw your buddy Drew leave. You saw your buddy Drew leave. Now fucking drop it.
Well, I mean,
You're a bitch,
if
TBE.
you ever start a panel, I can come and talk to you on there, but you never do. So
I said I never will. I post videos, faggot.
So you just sort of plague other people's panels with your crying.
No, that's you.
And babying and need to be catered to like a little baby that you are who didn't have.
Oh, you're setting a narrative. Okay. Let's go ahead and ruin your friend's stream.
I'm not going to ruin it. It's a passing thought.
You ruined EBT's stream whenever JG put it to you on this very panel.
Bro.
No, you want a response. Here's your response so we can drop it. Here's your response so we can drop it. JG fed your ass beans, your drunk ass, right here on this panel. And then you were so distraught about it, you went over to EBT's panel and ruined that one too that night. So I'm done with you, Toilet Bowl. You already banned me from yours. You talked your shit about me and Toilet Bowl. You invited me back while I was blocked. So I'm done with you, you heretic blasphemer. I'm done with you. You can get me that stream that you're hiding from everyone. You can get me that stream that you're hiding from everyone, and we can be done with it. Okay. Or you can suffer the wrath of humiliation all over again.
Let me ask you, what church do you belong to?
No, it's done. It's done.
So tell me, heretic, what church do you belong to so I can correct myself? What church do you belong to, sir?
The Church of Jesus's people and followers. Now that's it.
Where's that at?
It is not a building. It's not a building.
So it's an invisible church, right?
Are you questioning your own God that you claim?
So it's an invisible church.
So in your 3 years of Christianity, you think that the church is a building?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Tommy. Where do you guys congregate?
Can't even click on that motherfucker.
Tommy, where do you and your church congregate? When was the last time you were there?
I already answered your question.
No, you did.
Well, then I'm sorry you don't get it.
Do you consider interacting with people on the internet?
No, Layla, he has patience. I have patience. Do y'all want this?
This poor man is just so stressed out.
I'm not poor. I'm fucking rich, and I have to get rid of it because it would be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man get into heaven. Do you know why that passage says that, TBE? You broke-ass blue-collar motherfucker. Do you know why it says that?
Oh, man. Keep talking, Tommy. It's
I asked you a question. Do you know why it says that?
Tommy. Keep talking, Tommy. It's hilarious.
Shouldn't be. I'm talking about the teachings of Jesus. I'm talking about the teachings of Jesus. Is it hilarious?
Who have you given your money to?
My God says that's not for me to broadcast to you. Aren't you a
Christian? Okay.
So wait, do you think that's a cop-out?
Anybody is what?
No, do you think that's a cop-out that my God tells me I'm not supposed to be broadcasting what I do for charity, and you're sitting here grinding me for it?
For clarification,
you fucking heretic.
Who do you give your money to?
Yeah, you're a fucking heretic.
Who do you give your money to? This
is none of your goddamn business.
This isn't boasting. It's for clarification's sake.
I'm not boasting. I'm not telling you. It's none of your mortal man's business.
State a simple fact. Boasting is completely different. Who do
you're showing me. You're showing me you're a joke of a Christian.
Who do you give your money to?
I answered you, and you're denying. You are like going against what you claim as your religion.
Who do you give your money to?
Who does number 2 work for, TBE?
This guy's you're so full of crap, Tommy, and it's
I
pretty obvious.
I just gotta go through this fucking firewall of a page.
Wait, TBE. Are you asking me as in you care whether or not I'm rich?
No, I'm asking who do you give your money to? That was I think.
Yeah, and I told you why I told you why I won't answer that. And I don't think you're very Jesus follower if you can't accept that.
Because a person that's asked a direct question, you shouldn't be running away to, well, I don't need to tell you that. You should just tell me.
You should if it's in the fucking religion you believe.
Scrutiny, sir.
No, you need to read that Bible more.
Man, it's awful. You're awful.
I
man.
think even the Muslim knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so you're part of an invisible church that you don't congregate to anywhere. You pretty much.
Oh,
it
the
seems
answer.
to me-
Hey, I'll
I'm
give you the same
surmising
answer. I'll give you the same
interacting
answer
with
you
Yeah,
gave
people.
Grace
that one,
Thorpe. Read your Bible.
Thank you, Dom.
You pretty much say so. You just interact with people on the street. That's the church to you. So that's
No,
what I'm
that's not.
surmising. I don't know what
No, that's
church
not.
you go to. What church do you go to?
Are you asking for a building with an address and
There
a
he
name
goes.
on a
He's
sign?
asking. He's answering with the question. What church do you go to? Where is it?
I follow Jesus Christ.
Does that answer my question? Where is your church? Where is it?
I follow Jesus Christ. So the church is, except for how I'm talking to you now, the way I'm being, which is
So
wrong.
you're in the
Like
church of
I'm
one.
sinning in this conversation.
It's just you and Jesus Christ. That's your church.
That's all my life technically is.
That's
Do you
what
not
you're
know
saying.
what the
That's what your
church is?
church is.
Are you asking me for Bible answers? Because your Bible tells you what the church is. So why don't you tell me,
It's the body of believers, man.
Mr.
It's the body of believers. And guess what, Tommy? It's not a lone wolf religion, unfortunately. This is not a lone wolf faith. Our faith is built around the Eucharist, which is a community-based sacrament.
Yeah,
But
you're talking.
if
No,
it's
you're
just
talking about.
you, if it's just you,
You're
you're
just
not a
talking.
priest. Are you a priest, Tommy?
No.
No, you're not. So who do you confess to exactly?
I don't confess. I'm not a Catholic. Are you a
So you don't
Catholic?
believe in confession.
No, I don't. That's Catholicism.
Oh, so you tell me to read the Bible, but then you seem to just sort of discard that part of the Bible about confessing your sins to one another.
No,
Confessing your
repentance.
sins
I do.
to
I
your
repent.
elders. Elders are the priests of the church.
Hey!
Oh, okay. I guess I'm illiterate.
Don't fucking talk over me, faggot. I repent. Like I'll repent for calling you a faggot.
Maybe you can teach me, Rabbi, about
I'm not a
what all
rabbi.
this
Maybe
is.
you could quit being a punk ass and slapping your God in the face.
Oh, Tommy. All right, man.
Oh, are you gonna try and use social? Are you gonna try and use social strategies?
Oh man, yo,
Oh, because you laugh right now in front of all these humans, and who knows what mix of believers, non-believers.
You should keep the glasses off, man. You got some very compelling eyes there, buddy.
Truly, I say to you, they have their reward in full. But when you give to the poor, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. So do you deny that, Toilet Bowl, or do you want to press me on where my money goes?
Oh, I just simply asked you who you give your money to. That's
and
all.
I didn't answer, and you keep pressing. I say, truly I say to you, they have their reward in full. But when you give to the poor, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. Is that fucking funny to you?
Man, the fruits of the faith right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is it right here. Tommy, didn't you say you were a Baptist for 40 years? Is that what you said?
I grew up going to a Baptist church when I was younger. Yes, I've been a Christian. I've been a Christian for 40-ish years, 42 years, 41 years.
You know what's
but
funny?
The church I went to as a child when I lived with my family was an independent Baptist denomination.
You know what's funny? In all the talks I see you had up until our interactions, you never talked about Jesus at all. It seems like
Wrong. You're hiding that. And that's the stream I told you that if you don't get that to me by Sunday night, I'm going to make you look like a bigger drunk fool than you look like on the regular already. Because the funny thing about me is I don't delete my appearances on YouTube. That's what you do. You have to delete every other stream you put out because you're a joke and a drunk.
Trash. So some of it's trash. It doesn't need to be.
No, a lot of it's trash, and then you go to your friends' channels and make those trash too.
Good streams, man. There's some good fruitful streams out there. Yeah, but some of it is trash and doesn't deserve to be viewed. No one needs to be. No, I'm actually looking out for people not to have their time wasted.
Oh, Drew, did you come back because you got a dipshit friend to back you up? Did you not
Tommy.
want to discredit Machine Lies show
Tommy.
more like you do Jack Talcott's, where you go in the chat after you run and you say, "Oh, Tommy ruins another stream."
Tommy.
Yeah, this Tommy, you're ruining.
Can
this
we not
one.
make this stream about you? Can you do that?
Wait, you came on immediately saying "fuck Tom" as soon as your fucking camera came on. TBE came up here questioning my religion. So who's making it about me, you bald bitch?
Well, no, you brought my name up, so I just came out to defend myself, and then you started spurging like it's all about you. So it's just.
What are you defending against? I sat here and said this is Machine Lies channel. What are you defending against as you hail questions at me?
Mr. Tommy, you're a strange bird, my friend. That's all I got to say. You're an unhinged individual. You need some peace, man. And I don't know if I can help you with that, man. I don't know why you need my approval.
Who asked you for help?
I can't give it to you, man.
I don't think you can help yourself. You're a fucking alcoholic to this day talking about me doing meth.
Well, you kind of exhibit
because since you delete so many streams, I made sure to grab that shit you talked about me doing meth real quick, and I'm gonna make you look like a fool. And I'm gonna add in that clip of the guy coming to your stream asking you if you're a nigger lover that you couldn't say shit to because you say Jew burger every other word. You're a joke, TBE. I wish you would come to Denver and I could show you just how unchristian like I could be, but you got kids and they're gonna die slaves, so I won't do that to you.
Wowie, Tommy. You feel
I think
good?
you mean yikes.
You feel good, buddy?
Faggot. Yeah, you're a demon. I know you're a demon. You almost triggered me.
Your masquerade of strength is impotent, sir.
Oh, it ain't no masquerade. It's a restraint. I restrain my strength.
You can yell and you can just puff your chest out as much as you can. We all know.
Yeah, you mean like you did whenever JD called your drunk ass out on this very panel? So you're different. You're different than me whenever JG was calling you out. I'll bring it up right now.
Yo,
no, we'll listen to TBE. If TBE wants to talk, we'll listen to him.
When StreamYard is closed, Tommy, when you lay your head on your pillow, it's a sad state of affairs because your reality comes crashing down on your head.
Wait, are you saying when I'm not on StreamYard? Are you saying when I'm not on StreamYard?
Zoom calls.
Bro, when the app's closed, you have to come to terms with your reality. And
wait. I think you're getting confused because you used to say that was when I couldn't be on Paul's channel, but that's you and Drew that's on Paul's channel all the time now. Because you're hypocrites. And Drew, I got the footage of Drew saying he appreciates you and EBT and all the stuff you've done for him, but he is not a Christian.
You're gonna make a diss track. All that you always talk about.
Well, no, you do a good job by yourself. And I'll admit you're not a top priority, you bald fuck. I just made you look like a fool in front of your old lady. That's why you had to run.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to make Twilla Bowl look like a fool.
Yeah, you're doing a great job so far, Tom.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up to the point, man. It's hard to talk and go through these files at the same time.
I would say burn the stream down, Machine Lies, and just start again. It's
because of you guys. Because the boy emailed me. I told him how I was going to come up and do his thing, and you two agents of chaos got a problem with that.
We can't be attacking people's wives out here.
Well, did they not come on your stream and come directly for me? Fuck their wives.
I understand.
Fuck their wives like I do every time they're at their shit jobs.
I mean, I understand that, Machine Lies, but you have to understand who we're dealing with here. This is
who are you dealing with?
Mentally deranged individual.
This
so you're gaslighting like Paul.
Individual.
You guys are gaslighters. Because you're getting shown for the bitches you are, you got to challenge my intelligence.
From the shitcoin is actually disability money.
What are you talking about?
Living in that
what are you talking about,
shitcoin? Lives in that piece of shit, ghetto ass apartment, trap apartment.
There is a Tommy.
Talking about his rich cooking on a motherfucking hot plate.
Are you going with this pleb logic or the Paul logic? Which one are you using? Because I'm about to make you look stupid again.
That's all you ever talk. Oh, I'm gonna make you look stupid. I'm gonna make you look like.
And I do, and you don't get it. You come back for more.
I'm gonna do this.
What makes you think you are winning, Drew? Did you just say? Did you just say I'm rich off of shitcoin?
Well, you purport yourself to be. You
No,
purport yourself to be.
no, that's how you guys are Paul
Aren't
enslaved.
you an XRP?
Just like
fucking
EBT.
It's all the same
Hey,
shit, dude.
do you want
Whether
to
it's
talk
shitcoin
truth or do you want to sit here and play
it's all the
talk
same
over
shit.
game?
It's a
No,
crypto.
you're challenging the truth. You're challenging the truth. You're both liars, and I'm going to set you straight like you already could have been, and you keep coming back. No, keep Toilet Bowl up here. Keep Drew up here. What was it? Paranoid chilling? Is that no? That was the one where y'all look stupid talking about the chick reading the fucking-
Paranoid chilling.
Come on,
Against
Machine
the
Lies. What are you fucking doing tonight?
What?
Are you so fucking oblivious? You watched both of them come right on
What are
and
we
come right for me.
What are we all doing? I mean, it's. I mean, you know,
I can drop it, man. If you want to talk about some science and not watch Jack Talcott's stream
Let's
and
talk
not
about the
feed any of
science.
your bullshit friends,
let's talk about the science
all right.
for sure.
I'm still gonna look. Do you remember which stream? Oh, never mind.
We talk about science.
Oh man,
But
this is
fuck
so
you and
funny.
fuck your shit coin and fuck your shitty apartment and fuck your hot plate.
XRP,
So
bro.
because of my
XRP, bro. XRP,
Well, yeah.
bro.
yeah, that's why your kids are gonna be slaves. You want to get into that?
Dude, you live in a fucking Section 8 apartment and you cook on a fucking hot plate. What the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
no. See, this is how you're full of shit. This is how you just
No, I'm
go
not
with the
full of
crowd
shit. We
talk.
saw
Okay,
that
may
your
I
bullshit
respond,
on Google
faggot?
Maps.
May I
We saw your
respond?
bullshit on Google Maps, dude.
Yeah,
those
whenever you
apartments
guys
look like a
dox
bee
my
on it or
numerical
something, you know?
address, is that what you're talking about? When your buddy
Yeah.
EBT, I've always given my cross streets because I care about my neighbors, but EBT gave my exact numerical address after searching and fucking it up like the fuck up drunk he is. So yeah, you guys doxed me and I ain't scared because I got white unmarked trucks of Mexicans casing me at night, seeing if I'm a fucking trafficable person, which I'm not. I'm too hard of a target. What do you want to talk about, Drew?
No one's
Because I told
trafficking
you
you,
you
dude.
can come here and get your fucking nose broke, and I'll do it in front of baby Jesus. You fucking bitch.
Oh, are you about to start crying, Tommy? Man, you're about
No, not over you. Not over you or your fucking
You're on the
situation with your blue
brink of an
collar
emotional
slave.
breakdown.
Your
You know what a
Shitcoin
slavery
meltdown
yourself
kid.
to
is?
that hot plate.
Yeah,
Tommy,
are you
you know
gonna
what a
let me respond to
meltdown
that?
is? You're having a meltdown right now, sir. Are you self-aware of your actions right now? What's going on here? What's valuable to you with your time?
Oh, I
and
can
effort
turn it
and
down.
energy?
I can go NPR at any minute.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
all
You
an
have.
act.
You have
It's
All
it
you do
all
is
an
talk. All
act,
you
and
do,
you
dude,
don't
is
have
talk
the
about things
discernment.
that you can
You
do.
have
Or you're
no
gonna do.
discernment,
I'm gonna
Toilet
go
Bowl.
NPR. I'm gonna make you look like a fool. I'm gonna drop a diss track. I'm gonna click this out and fucking do that. That's
Shoulda,
all you
woulda,
fucking
coulda,
do.
motherfucker. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I can.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Don't talk about it. Be about it, dude. Shut up already, dude. You've done nothing. Absolutely nothing. All you do is talk. Empty words. Shallow. Hollow.
if you
Puddle.
don't let me respond.
Okay. Hollow puddle, Tommy.
No,
All you
no.
do is
Whenever
puff your
you get,
chest
you're
out
like
to people.
everybody,
All
TBE.
you do is
You're
puff
like
your chest
everybody.
out to people with
Shut
words.
up.
You puff
You're
your
like
chest out to
everybody
people
else.
with
You
words.
talk
and you
your
think that's
shit,
impressive.
and then when I
It's not
respond and you realize
impressive.
the truth is coming, you start throwing wrenches in it. Because you're all fake ass busters. And I'll admit, I'm the only real motherfucker
You a
that would
joker.
be this successful and still hang out with a bunch of YouTube losers. Are you drunk right now, Toilet Bowl? No, you got the wrong person muted. Mute Toilet Bowl. Let Drew talk his dumbass shit I can respond to.
Yeah.
No one.
Now
no
tell
one's
me about my hot plate
No
that
one's
I
muted.
used. Oh my God. God forbid that I was all up in a stream on a panel and I wanted to still cook a hamburger without going to my fucking kitchen. Are you that retarded? Oh, you are, because you thought that bitch was mind control puppeteering a government congresswoman when she was just
dirty, though, bro.
she was just
Your
a
house is really
speechwriter,
fucking
you
dirty.
fucking retard.
How do you
And I
live
can
by
call you a retard the same way Bong Ripper
How
will
do you
use a
live?
retard for his picture when his only son that he gets to watch is a retard.
How is your house so dirty when you're the only one living there? How does that even happen?
There's like a permanent
Because I work
sweat
on
stain his
guns.
couch.
Because I
He
work
doesn't
on
leave the couch.
guns
It's like-
and have
It's
a
like the
dog, and I'm
fucking
the only
shadow
one
of the
that lives
Hiroshima
here.
bomb guy.
There's like shit everywhere in your house, Tommy. Can you not?
Not
clean
every
up your
no, not
house?
every day.
It's wild, dude. Like
No, it's
you
no.
live
There
like
is
a
no
pig,
consistent.
dude.
would you fucking have a back and forth? You do it with Paul. How come you can have a back? Both of you can have a back and forth with my arch nemesis, and you can't let me talk for the same reason he can't let me talk. Because you're all my bitch.
What you do to panels every day, basically.
You know how many times you've mentioned Paul already in the stream? Like that's the
the guy that you go to more than me. I said his name because I'm free to say Paul, dick, nigger, kike. I can say anything the fuck I want, Drew.
Obsessed. I actually don't know who Paul is. I mean, I've never personally. I'm pretty sure we've been on the panel together before, but we didn't exchange words. I mean, so I don't even know.
And before we go any further, hey, Neurojack, you truly are lukewarm. I'm sure of it now.
What does that mean?
Wow. Can people like lay off Neurojack for a while? We had to deal with Rusty fucking.
I like Neurojack. I like Neurojack, and today I verified he is indeed lukewarm.
You guys just like calm down and stop attacking this gentleman. Like that's enough, man. Give it a break.
Yeah. What? Give a break attacking me?
I mean, you deserve it because you literally attack everyone in sight all the time. It's like an omni.
See, that's how you're fucking yourself in front of your God. You don't know what you're talking about because you're a drunk bitch.
Man, that's a sick
You
ass
don't know what you're talking about, Toilet Bowl. I even said when you got here.
Okay, Tommy. You sound like an angsty, whiny little child, dude.
I said when you got here, drop it, and you pushed it. You pushed it. Machine Lies is okay with it. I'm not ruining any stream. He's got the responsibility of who stays and who goes. But if you want to fuck around, as if you haven't found out a million times before.
Nobody wants to go on a Tommy panel ever.
Tommy doesn't do panels. He never will. See, that's why you keep telling me to do it. You're like Paul. You want to be able to say no one wants to.
No one will ever go there.
Paul again. That's the sixth time.
Yeah, Drew, you missed it, buddy. You missed. You're wrong about how I'm rich. You're wrong about why I live here, and you're wrong about that I can't say a thing. So how come Paul fucking owns you every day, and you're acting like I'm obsessed when I don't go there anymore? I went there to fucking back you up, and you fucking are a bitch.
Who?
Today, when you tried to go in saying that you were filing to adopt him, I showed up to back you up.
Who?
What the fuck do you mean? Are you a fucking owl? Because you're not wise. You know who the fuck I'm talking about. You think you're going to play a little meme game just because I say his name? I'll fucking say it and I'll break your fucking nose.
Who are you talking about, dude?
Your fucking mother. She wants to adopt me. And I said, fuck off, bitch. I'm tired of fucking your son's wife so much. There ain't no way you're getting this dick, you old bitch. Yeah, run. Kick rocks, faggot.
Wowie, Tommy. We're very impressed,
yeah. My God's gonna sit this one out, and I'll repent whenever it's over. I'll sit and burn for it.
Personally, I'm so impressed that I'm at a loss for words, man. You're like such a cool dude, Tommy. Wow.
You're at a loss for more than words. You're at a loss. You're at a loss for words when that guy asked you if you're a nigger lover and you just stared at him. That's when you're at a loss for words, is when you say Jew this, Jew that, and then someone asks you if you're a nigger lover and you got nothing to say. You're a joke.
There's no need to
You worship the king of the Jews, and you'll still make fun of Jews.
The king of the Jews.
3 years of Christianity didn't show you that the same way it didn't show you why I don't have to answer your bullshit charity questions. You're a joke drunk motherfucker. Oh, you're not laughing now. You were laughing so much before, you drunk fucking faggot. Why aren't you laughing now with your black ass wife? Why don't you go get your mixed ass kids and your black ass wife and have a laughy laugh.
Poor Tommy. Someone needs a
Poor you, Rich Tommy. Poor you. You blue collar fuck.
So lonely, so lonely.
I'm not lonely.
Tommy is so lonely.
Why don't you quit setting narratives like your daddy does?
so ronery.
Lonely is you on a
Internet is
stream.
my
If Chalk
only
Buddy Outline
friend.
has like a job and EBT passes out from his alcoholism, lonely is you on your stream because Crocco's too dead to show up. Shout to Crocco. Guns out for Davey. Hashtag.
Wow, you just showed yourself to be a real piece of shit, Tommy.
No, I backdate.
Yeah,
No,
you're
you're the
literally,
pieces of
Hey,
shit for pointing out
you're-
Davey
biggest
hated
piece
me.
of shit
I have
You're-
backed
on the
up
back.
Davey
you're
every
a
day
literal
since he
reprobate
died.
piece of shit.
And it's
Phil.
not insulting Davey to point out that he was only one of the only people left that would go to your shit drunk panels. I did not disrespect dead Davey. I have done nothing but show him respect since the day he died.
Davey Crocco hated you, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's all you got. He hated me for saying to him what I
Because you
should have said
suck,
to you.
bro.
What'd you say?
Okay, we're an hour into the stream and you just all you want to talk about is you.
No, we covered that already.
Yeah.
You got a short memory. You guys came in and made it about me.
Tommy.
Machine
Tell
Lies
us
is
more
okay with
about
it.
how you
And I
feel,
am too,
Tommy.
because I can meme edit this. So what do you want to
Tommy,
do?
Tell us more about how you feel, buddy. It's so
I feel like I
compelling
wish
and
you guys
riveting
would
information.
I
It's so
feel like I
riveting.
wish I feel
Tell
like
us
I
more
wish
about how you feel, Tommy. It's really interesting, and I'm so interested. And everybody here on this broadcast is very much interested in you telling us more about how you feel, because so far it's very
No, you're wrong
engaging
and you're lying. No, I watch the chat. I see them all saying it's time for me to go kick Tommy. Tommy, leave. But you're the ones that came
You
on.
have no one else to talk
You're
to.
the ones that
Tommy.
came on with my fucking name in your mouth. You want to throw the fuck down.
When was
Obviously,
that?
Machine Lies is okay with that.
When
So
was
what do you
that?
got?
When was that?
Tommy.
Huh?
Tommy. Oh, I'm not in there. He's just left him in there all by himself. Tommy, I'd like to ask you this question. Why do you
You've
love
had
to
a
be
million
places
fucking
where you're
chances
not
and you keep playing this
wanted?
bullshit.
Fuck up, bitch. Why do you
No,
love to be
you
places
come to
where you're
Denver,
not
bitch.
wanted? Why do you love to be places where you're not wanted?
I was emailed and told to come here. What do you think of that?
And not just this one place, this one time, and just in general, I'm talking about.
All those places have complete mod god like you flex, and you've already banned me from yours, and then I got you on your last stream begging me to come up because 3 hours in you realized you ain't got shit and I'll never be back on your stream again. So if you guys want to stream without me, try Toilet Bowl or Cock Body, and I promise
Damn,
you I
bro.
won't be there.
My heart, bro. You got me right there in the heart, bro.
Yeah, I did. I got you.
Damn, bro. What am I going to do next?
Go back to your stream and do whatever the
I'm
fuck
going
you
to
want to
reevaluate
do.
how I'm going to make these streams now. I'm not going to have Tommy up here doing this.
No, we all can make videos all the live long day. That never ends. What are you talking about?
Some
Are you
of us have other
retarded?
responsibilities, and we don't just sit on the couch until there's a fucking permanent sweat imprint on our couch of us. Like this motherfucker's got, it's just like the fucking shadow of the guy at Hiroshima on his couch. He's just there all day. He stands up and there's just a fucking sweat stain there.
Yeah, and when I move out, I'll
Imagine
burn
the
it.
smell. Imagine the
it's
smell.
There's no
disgusting,
smell.
dude.
There's no smell.
Imagine the smell. He's got empty Dr. Pip cans all over the ground, and his hot plate stinking
Mr.
of
Pibb. Mr. Pibb.
So
his
if
hot
you
plate
worship,
stinking of
if you
banquet
follow
chicken dinners
Jesus,
and shit.
if you follow Jesus, why are you sitting here lying about another guy that follows Jesus?
But it's not lying. We're speculating on what it looks like.
No, you're lying.
Filthy
You're
ass house.
saying a thing that's not true, and you know it's not
Speculation and
true.
lying
You're
are two different
willfully
things, Tom.
saying that a thing
You
that's
don't have
not
a sweat
true
stain on your couch.
is.
Turn your motherfucking camera on right now.
Yeah, let's see your living
Turn your
room. Show us.
motherfucking
Prove
camera
us
on right
wrong.
now and stand the fuck up from the couch.
Prove us wrong, buddy. You got 10 seconds.
I ain't got to do shit but stay white and die. I don't even drink,
You know you
Mr.
live in
Pibb. I don't
squalor.
drink dark colas.
Hot plate,
You're
trap
saying
apartment.
there is
Squalor.
cans all over the
Sure.
place.
You
He's
live
on
in
disability.
squalor, sir. You live in squalor. You're a
No, I don't.
reprobate.
He gets a disability check and LARP said it's XRP.
You fucking liar. You fucking liar.
100%.
No, I don't care. Like, it's one thing to be wrong about that I got rich off a coin, because I've said a million times, including on your fucking stream, liar,
You
that it was
mad?
stocks. I
You
got
mad,
rich on the
bro?
stock market, and I got into digicoins because of the religious paranoia of the mark of the beast, and you guys are fucking heretic liars.
Are you mad, bro? You okay?
No, I'm mad. I'm mad that people that claim to
You're
follow
mad,
What
Jesus
about
bro.
would
how
pursue
come
me when I
everywhere you
do not
go, everyone
run.
but you is
I'm
a
mad
liar?
that a guy as
Everywhere you
stand up
go.
as Neurojack is as lukewarm as he is. I'm mad that a guy like
Why is it
Machine
everywhere you
Lies would
go,
invite me here
everyone's
to
a
talk
liar
about
except for
science
you?
and allow his dipshit stoner friends to just run amok. And now I have to be all meme and fake outragey about it.
I'm crying.
I'm mad
I
that
can't control
Toilet Bowl
myself. I'm
Earth
an
witnessed
animal. I
me
have to.
exposing Jack as an abusive father, and he still backed Jack up.
Are you gonna start crying? Are you gonna start crying?
No, I'm not crying like you did the
I
night
think you are
JG
crying.
called your drunk
We can
ass
cry.
out.
Let's cry together, Tom.
There's no
cry
tears.
together.
There's no tears streaming down my
Do you
face.
want to cry together? We can cry together, bro. Just let it out,
Hey,
man.
Machine Lies, would you
Just
do
let
me
it
the
out,
honor of
man.
just cutting my head off, my Harry Carey, cutting my Harry Carey cut head off?
Just let it out, man. Let's just let it go, man. We know
Oh,
it's
I'm gonna let it out.
Let it out, bro.
I mean, in one hand, I had to watch how much of the chat I will remember that I fucking don't respect and will never acknowledge. But Machine Lies, just out me, bro. And I won't email you again. Just out me. I see where you're at. And you know I came here with every intention of making your science stream. We emailed about it days ago. And if you want this, just say it and I'll come prepared to really skewer those guys. Because, yeah, I keep saying I'm going to. And the thing about doing video editing better than them, even as I made my debut to it, it takes some time. And I don't use all my time to be on YouTube. I'm not always sitting on this couch. But I will admit, YouTube has replaced all movie watching, video game playing. So when I'm not doing things that I will not speak of because of my God, yeah, I'm right here and I'm not ashamed of it. But I don't lie either, like those fucking godless liars. You're all my enemy. And it's your choice to be my enemy. See, here's the thing about you, Toilet Bowl Earth, with your adios doofus bullshit. You're the type of motherfucker that your mom would walk in on you jerking your dick and you would point at her and go, aha! Because that's exactly what you did to Truther Cop whenever you were fucking talking shit behind my back like the Jesus follower you were. And Truther Cop comes in and you're like, aha, we got you. We got you.
Let's take it to the science for real.
No, you're gonna bring them back up. I see them in the chat.
I know, and we're all gonna be about the science. See, when I bring them back up, we're all gonna be about the science.
They're not science.
We're all gonna be about.
They're uneducated blue collar fucktards. And even when I was blue collar, I was like project manager blue collar, fucking educated. I did jobs. I used to project manage to install a system that was invented based off of the events of 9/11, and you guys think I'm some loser.
But here's the thing, homie. We're not even about to attack anybody because we're dealing with being attacked first and foremost, you know. So
no, that's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, so you know the war is going on outside, you know. So
no, it's going on right here in the metaverse. This is spiritual warfare. No, those godless heathens are committing spiritual warfare on your channel and every channel.
But hold on. Let's just talk about like some shit like where like we could all talk together and that we're not all like motherfucking like fighting.
Well, that's what they derailed.
Because I don't want to talk about like one person on this panel or like focus on like one person on this panel.
Then don't let your friends do it. I'm not going to let you pass this buck off. It's not about me. I came up here to talk about the subject you had. Those faggots came up directly for me, and you better fucking acknowledge that right now. Oh, you can't do that? You can't do that before Allah.
I don't know what I'm supposed
You
to
can't
acknowledge.
stand before Allah and say, yeah, my dipshit friends came straight for Tom when I brought him up.
Yo, Tom, nobody's even against anybody right now.
Oh, what have you been fucking facilitating?
I'm just a bunch of
The
conversations.
machine
People talk-
truly lies.
No, everybody's talking on the internet. The machine is the one lying. See, you getting
You're
it twisted.
lying too.
You getting it twisted. No, you getting it twisted out here.
I'll rewind this stream right now in front of you. I'll bring it up on the TV. I'll rewind it. I'll show you that you're fucking lying.
But I'm not lying to you right now.
I said, stand before me and Allah and say that your bullshit friends came right for me when you brought them up.
But look, I was trying to
say it and I'll leave.
No. Remember, we were talking about.
You're not going to say it.
This ain't about anybody. It's not about the people that are on this panel.
Oh, well, they certainly made it about somebody.
But look at this. The Shabbat.
Did you forget that I'm going to cut in the clips of how much I said, don't like back the fuck off me?
Isaac Newton.
Go ahead.
You know, so
Isaac
we're talking
Newton?
about Shabbat of New Brunswick, Isaac Newton, and how I tried to click on this fuck ass page and they wouldn't even let me on the website, first of all. So I don't know if anybody saw that. You know, I'm probably on a list by the Shabbat Lubavitch.
You guys aren't on a list.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
You guys are not on a list for thinking that a woman that wrote a speech is mind controlling another woman into saying the speech as she puts her glasses on and reads the fucking speech in front of you.
Bye, Tommy.
The thing I said about why I'd leave, it didn't happen. So.
Goodbye, Tommy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Tommy.
Are you leaving?
Have a good night, Tommy. Goodbye.
Yeah, me and Machine Lies are talking about science. Have a good night.
Goodbye, Tommy. Goodbye. See you later. Hasta luego. Sayonara. Auf Wiedersehen.
Why are you making it about me?
What's the one in French? How do they say goodbye in French? Ciao. Is it ciao? I think so. I think ciao is Italian and French. They say the same, right? Adios. Adios, papacito. Papacito. Goodbye.
We need Tartario up here, man. Tartarian truth.
Tartar, it's me, Tartario. He does look like Wario, doesn't he?
Yo, I wanted to debate him about religion that time. You know, we were having about religion. You know,
debate me about religion.
We should do that. Me, you, Tartarian Truth, and EBT.
Oh yeah, because you're tearing up the religious talk tonight.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be a real barn burner for real. Yeah, we'd have a good conversation about that stuff.
de personas es buena para el alma.
Oh, wowie. Ay, quítate la verga, puta, güera. Quítate la verga, puta. Puta Tommy. Puta Tommy.
In my neighborhood, I'm Diablo Blanco.
Man, EBT said he shaved the stash. No way. He's like, first he cut off his long hair. That reduced his powers. Now he cut the mustache off. Now he's even more reduced.
Grande en mis pantalones.
Wait till he shaves his bush.
What's next? Yeah, he's gonna go bald eagle.
Yeah.
And when are you gonna shave that shit off your chin, Drew?
You talking about the goat? You talking about Chalk's goatee? His goatee?
Yeah, looks like shit.
Well, you look like a tadpole, Tommy, so you shouldn't be talking about anybody with facial hair. You can't grow any. That's clearly all the estrogen in your blood. All the estrogen and weird
I used to look like the dude
experiments
from
they used to do to you in Yerkes.
¿Cómo estoy tibio?
Machine Lies. Are you gonna kick me or talk about science?
Kick him.
That wants like suicide by cop through the stream.
Look at him. Yeah, kill me, dude. Kill me. Come on.
Yeah, man. All he has to do is kick me, and I'll never be back. But I'm not. Your friend just said we're going to talk about science, and I'm waiting.
Yo, it's Tommy the
stalk your entire
StreamYard
life
martyr,
forever.
everybody. It's Tommy the StreamYard martyr, everyone.
You guys
wow.
are a bunch of dishonorable fucktards.
Everybody,
Honor
look at
Abel, get it
all.
right.
¿Cuánto mide tu testículo?
Hey, Neurojack, I'm paying attention to what you don't say because I met you on Jim Bob. I've always been cool with you, and you ain't doing shit on behalf of your church.
Yeah, the problem with honor Abel and respect Abel is because it wouldn't work with like table or like T Abel. You know,
Honorable.
It's T.
Let me-
Honorable.
Well, no. That's what you put your pot of tea on, right? The table. It's T. Abel.
Let me get the C Able for my laptop so I
Yo,
can be
that's
C-able.
crypt talk.
USB-C.
That's crypt talk,
C-able.
bro.
I'm able to be.
That's Watt Street crypt talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm C able. You know what I'm saying? I'm a sea god, not Poseidon. You know what I'm saying? I'm a sea god. You heard me?
Have you ever had a guy that's the color of your wife put a gun in your face?
Poor Tommy, man. Tommy, are you just?
I
gonna,
asked you a question. Have you ever had
are
a
you gonna
guy the color of your wife put a gun in your face?
Are you going to be tugging on my shirt for my intention the entire time, or are you
Your
going to
wife
leave
will be
like you
tugging
said
on
you
your
would?
shirt trying to fucking wake you up.
You're a little boy. I know, and you need.
Tommy's the pick me hoe.
Yeah, he's a pick me.
Have you ever had a guy the color of your wife put a gun in your fucking face? Because I can count how many
I'm
times
not even a cool
I
guy.
have.
I don't understand why you want my approval. I'm not even that cool, man. I'm a
Here comes the
loser.
dick reference.
I'm not seeking
I'm
your
a loser,
approval. Your
failure,
approval means
idiot. Why do you
nothing to
need
me.
I'm a loser, failure, idiot. Why do you need?
You're
my
answering a
approval?
question with a question.
Why do you need my approval, bro? I don't
I
get
don't
it.
need your approval.
Tommy
I
wants
asked you a
that
question.
suicide by cops so bad.
Yeah, is that how it's going to end for you, Tommy? You're going to suicide by cop when they tell you to leave the CVS or the Walgreens? Is that how it's going to end for you?
No, you're not up on the lore. Right now, everyone
Is that what's
says
going to
I
end? Are you
am a
going
cop.
to shoot your dog and then yourself? Is that what's going to happen? Is that the ending to the story? Because I don't know, man. Things are looking grim for you, man. I don't understand what's your issue. Why does it have to be like this? Why do you have to be so combative all the time? What's the end of it? When is Illumitami going to be satiated on the metaverse and on these panels? When everybody cheers, puts them on his shoulder? Everyone, when they put you on their shoulder and carry you around on YouTube, is that what you want? Really?
He has to be on the metaverse because otherwise he's alone with his own thoughts. And that's where he'd be.
Yeah.
That's what would happen.
It seems like you're like it's like a shark sort of thing. The man has to keep moving, otherwise he sinks. Because when the app is closed, when YouTube is closed, and when StreamYard is closed, the man has to sit in his own thoughts, and he can't do it.
He can't.
How is this all about me?
Oh my goodness,
rich,
bro!
That's fucking rich, dude.
Oh man, zero self-awareness. So
the self-awareness that your boy just sat here with me said, "Nah, man, we're gonna talk about science." And as soon as you faggots get up here, you make it about me because you're faggots after my butthole. Now give JG the link already, and we'll show you. Give JG the link. He's down there asking for it.
So when the narcissist doesn't get the supply,
I'm not a fucking narcissist.
Yeah, he's just like jacked up, man.
Narcissistic textbook. Look it up.
He came back from his sabbatical to be even more annoying. It's like he
believe it or not,
anything at all in his fasting from the internet, so to speak. Who knows what he was doing during that period? He was probably on other panels. On the
I already said what I was doing. It's pretty common
in a
knowledge
fucking
to
insane
people that can
asylum.
keep up.
He was 5150.
I don't know, Tommy. I don't know what to do with you, man. I don't know what to
do
with you, man. What is society to do with you, man? What should we do with you, man?
What are you talking about? What's society to do with me?
Yeah, I think that there's got to be some place for you to go to get help, I think.
What do I need help for?
He needs the lift.
Why do you say I'm lukewarm?
Neurojack, what exactly are you right now? It looks like a homogeneous black blob in the middle of a building.
Because Neurojack, I'll see you go on Jim Bob and you're all like Jesus followery, and then you come on here and watch your bullshit friends come at me for my faith, and you got nothing to say. You're Luke fucking Warm. I'm not saying you're not a believer. I'm not saying you're not Jesus people. I'm saying you're Luke fucking Warm. And when I see chatters saying, "Oh my God, Neurojack should be one of the 2 prophesiers," and then, no, I don't think so.
Well, you got your answer there.
All right, you want to do the science thing or not? Enough entertaining your bullshit friends. You sent me an email that said you wanted to do a stream about a thing, and then you let your faggot fucking friends come at me. So what do you want to do?
Oh man, you're such a bitch, Tommy, dude.
No, you're a bitch. You're a bitch because you're hiding behind your fucking keyboard. Come to Denver and call me a bitch, and I'll repent in the morning when your wife is crying and I put your kids through fucking college.
Tommy,
and I won't even fuck her because I don't think she's very hot.
You wouldn't survive at all, bro. If you're,
I just asked you, how many niggers have you had stick a gun in your face?
If you're so rich, why don't you just come on down to Georgia? We can do this.
Because you're the one that wants.
You don't have a job.
Shit. I'm not going out of my way. If you want it, come get it. Your buddy already gave my address, bitch.
You're the one that's making the claim that you're the tough guy.
No. Responsibility. You came up and came for me.
Tommy, man, I don't know what
I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
Then you can leave. You're more than welcome to leave.
No, he's more than welcome to kick me from the place he invited me to. You don't understand honor. You don't understand responsibility, and you don't understand the teachings of your God. So kick rocks, drunk bitch.
Hold up.
Snap! You just burned me, bro. Damn, snap.
No,
bro.
I'm not stupid enough to live on Colfax shouting at dicks. I go on Colfax comfortably. I do not live there.
No.
And why y'all acting and speculating where I live when that fucking...
Yeah, shut up, Tommy. Can you get a clue, or are you just going to be fucking retarded the whole time?
It's on you, Machine Lies. If you want me gone, all you got to do is hit that button before Allah.
No, it's all good, dude.
Allah. Why do you have to pronounce it like that? Allah.
Because that's his God. That's God.
So
that's the name he calls the one true God. I call it God. Yah. He calls it God. Allah.
Sounds like you got peanut butter in the roof of your mouth. Allah.
Yeah, and it sounds like you need to have another drink.
It's Allah.
Fuck you, EBT. I don't see your Catholic fake ass coming up here to get some. You dachshund faggot. And I ain't mad at you for it because I already leave this house every day like somebody's coming for me because they might be. You guys don't know who the fuck you're talking to, where I've been, and what I've done.
You haven't done anything. You haven't done anything.
Yeah, if you go by your daddy's logic.
It does. You haven't done anything at all, Tommy. What have you done? You haven't donated any of your money. You lied about that.
No, you're talking shit. I didn't lie about it.
Who have you given your money to?
We covered that already.
Where's the receipts, bro? Where are the receipts? You know, modern day debate.
Do you worship God and do you follow Jesus? Answer my question. Do you follow Jesus?
No, shut up. Okay, there's a channel called Modern Day Debates. They do their debates, and all the super chats they take in. They show where those things go. Is that him boasting? No, it's not. It's him being clarifying about what he's doing with his money. Why can't you yourself tell us what you're doing with that money? Since you're the one that told me that you give your money away, who do you give it to? That's what I'm asking you. It's not.
And then I read you some scriptures.
I'm not trying to say that you're boasting. I'm just asking for clarification.
You know what? It's quite clear to me now, TBE. You either get me that stream you're hiding, and it's not to show it,
There we go.
EBT.
Not
I want
answering
it
the
for
question.
me. I
Not
want it for
answering
my
the question,
offline
buddy.
hard drive. That discussion we had about God, I want it for my personal offline apocalypse hard drive.
Bye, Tommy.
You get that to
Bye.
me.
Goodbye, Tommy. Bye, Tommy.
Are you clicking the button for him?
Goodbye, Tom. I don't see. This is me saying goodbye to the next personality you have. There's going to be more coming this way, so I'm just going to say goodbye to this one before the next one comes. So I don't know.
I need to be reprogrammed and sit down with one of
There
those
we go.
motherfucking rabbis. Fuck you and your rabbi.
That's
I
right.
sit down and have this nigga I've never met program me bullshit. I don't know you. And then we sit down like kids, listen to this motherfucking locks and bagel eating ass nigga tell us about his religion. And I'm supposed to just, well, you're right. It's her balls. I'm sorry, balls.
No, you claim to be the same religion,
Shut up.
TBE.
But I got too close. Sorry, boss. You want to talk about white people? Jews want to talk about what white people can do. White people don't have your black ass sitting down begging out on me. When's the last time a white person had your black ass somewhere begging and asking for forgiveness? When the last time your ass had to learn something about Christopher Columbus, had to learn something about Queen Elizabeth? When the last time your black ass had to learn something about Andrew Jackson? When the last time your black ass had to be forced to sit down by some white man to listen about his ass and his damn Christianity and his damn Catholicism? When the last time a white man was able to punk your black ass like that because you said something about them, because you called them an animal, because you called them the devil, because you called them anything? You want to sit up there and have Jews tell you about how bad black people, white people are, but they the ones that got your ass crying and begging and shit. Who's your real master, black folks? Who your real master? You got Jews telling you how bad whites are, but whites don't have as much power as Jews. About Jews being good with money? Why are they upset about being good with money? That makes no fucking sense.
Are you proud of that production?
Until you look at the context of it, that a lot of countries they were kicked out because of how they handled money. What is the greatest trick that the devil played on man? That he didn't exist. He's not real.
No, honestly, the part after this, I had some compression issues, and it started. I don't know what was the deal when I was like rendering this out as a as an MP4. I don't know what happened. It started doing this crackling thing, and I don't know what the fuck was the issue there.
That was a beautiful scene there, quite telling of our times by Toilet Bowl Earth. Please, everybody, go subscribe to Toilet Bowl Earth channel.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, bro. Appreciate the love.
Yeah, that was moving to me personally. I was moved by that piece of art, so I thought I'd share it with everyone.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that.
Road to nowhere there, quite telling of our situation. You know what I mean?
Thank you, man. I'm glad you. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And they got this here, of course. Was Columbus Jewish? Was Christopher Columbus Jewish? A lot of people think he was, right? We got this whole special here by Henry Abramson. Was Christopher Columbus Jewish? It's interesting, I got a book by Todorov called A Conquest of America. And he talks about how Christopher Columbus started his journey trying to find the New Jerusalem, and he did it as a
Why aren't you giving JG the link?
Giving who the link?
You're not talking about science. You're not letting people come up that want to come up. You ain't got the balls to kick me with your dishonorable.
Here, hold on. I actually forgot to pin the link. No, that's not true. I forgot to pin the link. Tom, man, I don't even know why you turn it against me out here, man. I'm letting you
I'm
out.
just asking why we're not talking
I'm
about
letting you-
science, because I came up here to talk about science and we're not talking about science.
But you told me like the guidelines or whatever. You said like kick me.
No,
and leave
no,
me in. And I
you
left
set
out
the
here
guidelines.
because I'm
You're
like,
the host. You're the fucking host. It's your responsibility.
I know, but I'm not really hosting shit. I'm just hosting conversation.
You got that right.
Yeah, so let's call it what it is then. I mean, I'm not hosting shit, and this is the Illumatami show as much as it is the Machine Live show.
No, you've already shown it's not that.
How?
This is what I have to do everywhere I go as I'm pursued when I
Illumatami,
do
you've
not
been
run it.
on the show as
If
much
it's
as
not
I have.
Paul Unslaved, if it's not Cock Body Outline, if it's not Toilet Bowl Birth, some motherfucker is coming
Illumatami,
for me just
been
because I speak and stand on truth.
You had a whole monologue right here, man. You're free to do it. I mean, I'm not stopping you. So, we had Drew up here. Thank you, Drew from Get Chalked Up. Chalk Body Outline. Everybody go subscribe. Thank you for coming up here. We got
Thanks for coming up and coming at me like bitches.
Toilet Bowl Earth. Well, everybody's coming at each other. I mean,
no, it was 2 or 3 coming at me, and that's the only way I ever see.
I've had it too, man. You should see me debate on the Crucible where everybody starts attacking me. I mean, come on, you gotta have thick skin out here. I mean, everybody can attack you. I mean, it's just a free for. I mean, I be going against 10.
I got thick skin. When I was asking Toilet Bowl and CBE how many times they've had a person of melanin stick a gun in their face, I count a number of times in my life. And one of them was just for giving that dude's dog water in the fucking summertime.
Wives out here, bro. We can't be talking about people's wives. This shit is fucking weak, bro.
Well, maybe those men should act more honorable when they have wives and they come online and start shit with motherfuckers that'll throw down. Because I ain't got no wife or kids to worry about. Those motherfuckers can come to Denver and never go home.
Wait, you said honorable, but you meant honorable.
No, I don't. That's that bullshit that people will claim is stealing that bullshit kids' words. They're just doing the word magic shit, breaking down the phonetics. It's honorable, responsible. And yes, maybe it's derived from the word ability, but I don't give a fuck. These kids like Toilet Bowl and Cocksucker Offline. They know what they're doing, and I don't give a fuck what the chat says, because if you in the chat and you never panel, you ain't shit in the first place, much less half the motherfuckers that do panel. Did JG leave because you didn't drop the link or what? JG, sound off if you're in there. EBT, come up and get yours, faggot.
Yo, hold up. I'm not even doing this on purpose. I'm sorry to everyone. Let me go ahead and drop that link. I'm sorry for everyone, but yeah, whoever wants to come up, and I will definitely pin that shit. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just getting started as a broadcaster out here, so I'm really apologizing.
Nobody is a broadcaster. None of these motherfuckers are broadcasters.
I gotta pin that shit up there. Okay, I got it pinned.
What
now.
do you think
So
you're saying when you say the word broadcast? They
panel.
know the link's there. They see it. You posted it, all right? Now, what do you think you mean when you say broadcast?
Why are you mad at me for posting it?
I'm just saying, dude, you're like, hold on, that's a link. It's like, dude, they see it. It's there. It's posted. Now, when people say broadcasting,
but you were the one telling me the link wasn't there, dude. So the fuck
and then you posted it, and then you continued to like ramble. Hold on. What is the thing? There is a thing you say over and over again that does crack me up. I'm trying to think of what it is.
Oh shit!
Man.
I'm making my tagline.
I know it is. You literally have like a tagline. I'm trying to think of what it is. Because like you'll get your turn to talk, and it's not I mean, but it's kind of like you'll be like, and I mean, maybe it's
I did notice myself saying one particular sentence over and over. I can't remember what the fuck it is right now, but yeah,
and people just do that. It's a thing.
It was on some shit like it was something about I was like, there's something about yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. There's some
And I was
shit I
sitting
kept
here
like
just
incessantly saying. Yeah, I know.
I was like working on a video or something. I was watching your stream, and I like it caught me. I was like, he's just like repeating that, and
Yeah, he
it was
says that
funny.
shit every time. I know. Oh fuck, I can't remember what it is. But if I watch Chalk Body Outline, I'll know what the fuck it is. But yeah, there was some shit where I was like, it was like some shit I said to like sound smart. Fuck it was.
So look, I don't know. I know that TBE was probably like in middle school during this.
Yo,
But
what
when
is
that
Neurojack doing, man? What is going on there, man? What's going on, Neurojack? He's got some like some strange looking mask on the screen. That's some wild stuff there. What is this? This is like Illumitami 5.0 right here, man. What the fuck is going on here?
Neurojack is experimental on the stream. But that's what it is. You know, we got to be
What the
experimental.
fuck is going on here?
We're new broadcasters, and you know, we got to be experimental out here, right?
broadcasting is the act of the signal leaving a place and being received.
Oh,
You were
shut up! Stop.
broadcasters.
Well, actually, broadcasting is
You
the
guys
duper duper
are
duper
YouTubers. Just get over it. You're
Well,
YouTubers.
actually, broadcasting is the signal in the duper duper.
Well, yeah, you want to use the correct words for what you want to say. Like when
Shut
someone
up!
asks you,
Nobody asked. Who asked?
Well, that's what it is. The people who created the channels and shit, they want everybody to broadcast. So there's a reason why they want everybody to fucking broadcast. I mean, they want people to broadcast. They want every mom, daughter, and son to have their own fucking channel
well,
so they could
they
broadcast.
want you broadcasting something that is sponsor able, like that they can put commercials in.
Wait, dude, weren't you just
just
shitting on people splicing words and now you just did it?
What?
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Look at this.
I made the joke with sponsor able. Are you gonna fucking?
That's not. You weren't joking, buddy.
When okay,
who is that? Is that a kebab?
You think I wasn't joking when I said
you bring back the
sponsor
kebab?
able?
Neurojack, bring back the kebab. That's my brother, bro. That's my kebab brother.
Do you mean?
I don't know what
brother?
Neurojack is doing, but I'm kind of into it. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on.
Thank you for joining us on the stream. This is the Machine Allies, and
Thank you very
we
much.
are bringing a very good broadcast to you this evening.
Very good. Very simple. Illumatami very fired up tonight. Very good. Fired up.
Very good.
Yo, that kind of looks like me. A little too dark. A little too dark for me. A little too Arab. I'm not Arab, unfortunately. Is that JG? What's up, buddy?
What's up, JG?
I recognize the ambiance, sir. I recognize the cricket ambiance.
That's him doing a trick right there.
JG, can I throw an idea at you?
Is that a nose blunt? Is that a nose blunt, Grind?
I don't even
I think
know.
it looks like it.
It looks like a K grind. Crooked grind.
It looks like a maybe. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right about that, Tommy. You might be right about that.
Yeah, I was skating before you were in high school.
Tommy looks like he's losing steam.
No, I'm just sitting here waiting to see if JG's got something to add that will obviously be better than his previous challenger.
Tommy is patient.
That I am.
Neurojack, I'm loving it, man. I don't know what you're doing, but I love it, dude. Keep it going, man. I fucking love it, dude. I don't know what the fuck it means, but it's brilliant.
I know who that dude is. I recognize that dude from something.
I don't know what it means, but it's amazing.
Dude, I can't think of who
What's
the
up,
fuck
Tom?
that is.
What?
Is that a musician, maybe? Is that the dude from Jane's Addiction? Dude, I don't know who the fuck that is.
What's the dude's name? Like, Perry Dillion or something?
Who were motivated to commit violence just
Right,
like
but I don't
me,
think that's him. That's
and
not
without
Perry
exception.
Farrell.
Every one of them was deeply involved in
That's
pornography,
not Perry
without
Farrell.
question, without exception, deeply influenced and consumed by an addiction to pornography. There's no question about it. The FBI's own study on serial homicide shows that the most common interest among serial killers is pornography. That's
Dahmer,
true.
right?
And it's real.
You know what a fucked up story is about the Jeffrey Dahmer situation? There's a cop that killed himself because they went to the door of Jeffrey Dahmer to question him about things. And one of his victims had gotten out of whatever he was tied up in or whatever, and he tried to get to the cops, and Jeffrey Dahmer had stopped the dude and convinced the cops they were just lovers having a fight. And whenever they finally
I heard that. I heard that story. Yeah, that's
all right, well,
fucked up.
thanks for interrupting me.
Yeah.
No, it's all about you. Go ahead, Toilet Bowl. Finish the story.
Why are you so sensitive, dude?
I'm not sensitive. I fucking hate you.
You hate me, bro? Why do you hate me, man? I love
Because
you, bro.
I found Chalk
I love
Body,
you, bro.
EBT, all through you. And I found you as this guy with this cool JPEG of a red scene of Jesus just dragging his cross up a hill. And I said, I think I found a guy on YouTube I can get fucking down with. And you told me God can't hear my prayers. You came for me ever since.
You started
Even as
being
many
really
times as I've beaten you, I fucking hate
you got
you.
real
I know
fucking
I'm supposed
nasty.
to love you, Toilet Bowl, but I don't, because you call yourself Toilet Bowl Earth to mock God's
got real
creation.
nasty.
I fucking hate you.
You got real nasty, Tommy, and you were very uncooperative and
Oh, change the
weren't willing.
fucking record. I will fucking break your jaw.
Okay.
Is this what you want, everyone? Is this what you came for? I can't be patient. I'm not out of steam. I never run out of steam fighting demons.
I can't deal, man. I can't
Fuck
deal.
you, Tranquil Vortex. I hope you burn in that fucking Australian hell.
What's wrong with this guy?
Fucking faker ass dog loving cunt. Crikey.
Come on, Tom.
Crikey. She's a faker.
This is Tom's Saturday night. I mean, he's living it up.
No, it's your Saturday night, your Tuesday night, your Wednesday night. I got shit I do, faggot, and I wanted to come up here and have a real fucking night with my Muslim friend, and you and your cock body friend can't have it. So now I gotta make a big scene so I can make a meme edit off of it, and you guys think this is me. You're all fucking stupid.
Part men.
What do you do besides walk your dog, Tom? You don't do anything. You literally don't.
How would you know?
Like a man, part like a lizard.
How would you know, Toilet Bowl, if the only time you see me is when I click this fucking button? How do you have the discernment or the knowledge to say anything else?
Well, I can just
turn that fucking video off, you lukewarm piece of shit. I'm talking to this hot piece of shit.
Two of them that invaded me. And again, there were.
Tommy, you don't really do anything. Don't fool yourself, buddy.
That's because I'm retired at 43 because I'm fucking rich and I have to get rid of that money after this next play.
You don't do anything. So why were you just fucking fighting me over that?
I do shit. And I want you to tell me what I do. Because if you can't tell me what I do, you're going to be another fucking liar like I called you before.
Give me an example. Like what?
What have I done? I've shown pictures of it while you were talking shit.
What do you do?
Hello.
Besides being on the internet, being an abrasive weirdo, what do you do?
I help people.
Nut.
I fight people. I do things.
You help people? Like what? What do you mean?
No.
Give them socks?
We already covered why I
said, you say you give money to people, but who?
No, I do more than that. I do more than that.
I can tell you who I give my money to.
What?
I can be transparent if that would help you be transparent, but I don't think I'm going to be reciprocated in that regard.
I'm not going to be transparent because my God tells me why not to be. And I read that to you, and you
So
still
you
push
have
it
to,
because you're a godless
hide.
fucking faker,
You have to
heretic.
hide in the under the guise of altruism, like you're doing it for the
No,
good.
this is
Right?
what book do you read your faith or scripture out of? What book do you use?
Fine, Tommy, fine. We can move
Do
on.
you use the
Fine,
KJV
that's
Bible?
enough.
What, are you done making a game out of what you claim as your faith?
I have several Bibles.
Yeah,
Tom,
what
you
version?
got set up, man. You got
I'm
set
not
up again.
set up. I'm not losing.
I have
You got
several
set up
Bibles.
again.
What are you talking about, JG?
Oh man, you got set up.
No, that's why you're lukewarm, Neurojack, because you haven't said one word. You're a lukewarm punk. You're watching a follower of Christ. You're watching a follower of Christ be challenged by another follower of Christ and talked over and ridiculed, and you say nothing. Go tell Jim Bob.
I am Jesus Christ.
All right, disbanding, JG. I'm done with you already. I told you to come up here. You fucking fucked it up already.
What do you want, Tom?
He wanted you to gang up and fight me. Okay, that's what he wanted. Okay.
Yeah, what, man? I'm not taking your side. I see what's going on, but fuck you, man.
I didn't want you on my side. Back whenever I told you to come up, we were talking about a thing that now we're not even talking about. So
thank you so much to everyone who's in the chat. I'm sorry I haven't been paying attention to the
Tranquil
chat.
Vortex, what makes you think I'll think about you every time I look at my dog's eyes? That dog is almost 13 years old, and you think over less than a year and minor fucking interactions that most of the time you were a fake cunt on, you think you residually have made an impact over my dog?
You're just going to start fighting people in the comments now? It's never going to end?
People that I know, I've known I've talked to Tranquil Vortex before I knew
it's never ending. You just want to fight people because you have no one else to talk to.
No, see, you're making the mistake. You came up and started shit. Tranquil Vortex and starting shit.
You need interaction, and this is the best way you get it, through negative attention.
No, I wanted the science interaction, and all that's out the window, and you guys refuse to do anything but come at me. Why do you laugh at being... Listen, this is truth. No, I'm only speaking truth. What's so fucking funny, Toilet Bowl? You're a demon.
Chapter 23.
Okay, so the default, you're a demon. That gets you out of this.
No, you come up, you pursue me when I do not run it, you challenge my faith, you failed at it, just like you fail at going at anybody.
Tommy, you're in fucking, you're in your own world, dude. You're in pre-list, sir.
I wouldn't want to stand before our God and know that you've said that to me. I don't say that to you. I've never told you that you don't.
Back to gravity. Back to gravity.
Oh, yeah, good luck with that. I'll let you guys lead.
Bye, Tommy.
According to Luke chapter,
I'm not leaving until I'm kicked. I was invited here. I ain't leaving until I'm kicked. That's
suicide by
That's on the Muslims' honor. Well, you don't get it because you don't understand honor, responsibility, integrity.
Even though I'm the problem, even though I cause issues everywhere I go,
I'm not the problem. I'm not the problem. You better rewind this stream before you talk that shit, bitch.
Damn, son.
Bring that faggot Stephen David up here if you guys want to keep going.
Hey,
Come on up, closeted individual. Come on up, closeted individual. Tranquil Vortex, you didn't send me love. You went dark when people called me a pedo. You're in that fucking upside down place. You probably don't believe you're on a globe. You've had plenty of times to show me love when it mattered and you didn't. You can get with that closeted Stephen David and kick rock. I'll see you at the pearly gates if that's where you end up.
I don't understand where the idea of Christopher Columbus was a Jew came. This is some nasty stuff. No, Christopher Columbus.
Fuck you, faggot. I'm not on meth. Come up here and tell that to my face,
Well,
you
I'm
Christian
not the
faggot.
one who's saying it, but they were saying it. Those guys.
No, Randy, I don't need any love but my Father's in heavens. You're not following the dialogue.
He was a Catholic.
The girl
If I
has
was,
not died, but is asleep.
Stop
What's
reading
that
comments,
noise?
man. You're illing, son.
Chapter
Son, you're
5,
illing.
verse 40 verse concepts. They began laughing at him. But
What's that?
putting them all
What's
out,
that noise?
he took along the child's father and mother
Somebody
and
needs
his
to be
own
muted.
companions and entered the room.
Was that
where the child
Neurojack? Never
was.
mind. Okay.
Luke chapter 8, verse 53, verse
Never mind. Let him go.
began laughing at
It's
him.
better than Tommy crying.
And the thing
Tommy
that really
tears.
makes me like
Hashtag
despise the
Tommy
chat
tears.
is there's people in this chat
Hashtag
that
Tommy
they'll
tears.
come to
Everybody,
another
get on
panel
Twitter right
and they'll
now.
try and fucking get
Tommy
along and give me
tears.
props like I don't remember this shit. Oh, you
Everybody
are on a
shut the
globe,
fuck
Drew.
up.
You're
Shut the
you're
fuck
on a
up.
globe. I
Shut
just
the
proved
fuck
it
up,
on
man.
HMIC. I proved it everywhere
Shut
I
up.
go. You guys are just too stupid to discern the truth. You're on a fucking globe.
Globetard alert. Globe
No, I would say globe intelligent.
NASA tard. NASA shill alert.
And after twisting together a crown of thorns,
Way to be a
they put it
shill,
on his
Tommy.
head and a reed in
Oh,
his
my
right
globe,
hand.
bro.
And they
My
knelt down
shakes.
before him and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews. Matthew chapter 27, verse 31, verse concept.
No, you haven't been sending me love tranquil. And for 7 years of my life, I took care of a fully palsied man. I don't want to hear your shit. You forget how much of a bitch you've been.
20, verse concepts. After they had mocked
You
him,
tell
they
her.
took the purple robe
Tell her,
off.
Oh, wait, did I just answer some of your question, TBE? That for like 7 to 9 years of my life, I took care of a man that couldn't even lift a hand to his mouth. I had to do everything for him. And you think he didn't have the eyes of Jesus every time I looked into the shame of having other people do everything for him, wipe his ass, shower him, feed him?
Was that your grandpa?
Hello,
No,
Muhammad.
he had no relation to me.
Muhammad.
Oh,
Hello,
okay.
Muhammad.
Well, that's pretty cool, Tommy. I appreciate that. That's pretty
Fuck
cool.
you. I don't need your validation, bitch.
Oh, well, I was just trying to.
Hello, Muhammad.
It doesn't matter. I know what you've been trying to do for a long time, and I hate you.
Tommy, I'm just trying to like have some common ground here and like try to understand you.
If you want to have some common ground,
You see,
unprivate the stream right now, and you let me sit here and download it. I'll fucking leave.
No.
So there's two ways. Listen, chat. No, listen, chat. There's two ways I can leave right now.
Not gonna happen, Tommy. Not gonna happen, Tommy.
So why are you so scared of that?
I'm not scared of that. I'm just not doing what you want. And I derive joy from denying you what you want because you're a fucking freak.
Well, that says it all right there.
Yeah. What else needs to be said? You're an insufferable prick, dude. And I'm not gonna bow down and fuck you because you asked me to do something. No, fuck you, dude. It don't work like that, buddy.
In their body, in their mind.
So for Jessica James and Robin, why do you have it privated?
It's Jessica. It's not Jessica.
I don't care.
Jessica.
Come on.
Some of you may experience during these
parents can't spell.
Why are they
that leads us towards the Lord? And with holy measure, in coming from the heavens, you were born of the
Bye,
Holy
Tommy. Have a great night, man.
Over
See you
the
later.
earth, the hand of Almighty God extends.
No, I want you guys to make fun of my
Tommy.
trench coat.
I hope you have a great night, man. Hope your
No,
night
make
gets
fun of
better.
my trench coat more.
I hope your night gets better, sir. Because obviously it's not been good. It hasn't been good. Objectively, this hasn't been a good night.
I pray.
I thought your return would be a lot more eventful than this, but it's
Beloved,
literally more of the same, if not worse.
The nefarious works
than
of this
before.
devil, and with his very words.
I'm just
It's
saying.
funny that you keep saying bye, the chat keeps saying bye, because we all know one man's responsibility and honorability and integrity all hangs in the balance.
Hashtag bye Tommy. It's trending, bro. Hashtag goodbye Tommy. Adios Tommy.
Live and reign with the
Hashtag.
Father and the Holy Spirit,
It's not your channel, TBE. I know you don't
Hashtag it, bro.
understand.
Evil
Hashtag it,
devil,
bro. It's over.
great seducer of souls.
It's been hashtagged,
With
therefore
these
it's over.
evils
You just
promise
need to go
wondrous
move
things.
on.
This will be the
Just
end.
hit that X button. Hit that red
No
X
longer call you Lord,
that says
but
leave.
you will be defeated.
And your life gets better
Your
from here on
life
out.
everywhere you
Promise
are.
I'd like to answer Randy West if you could mute
All right, now
the
he wants to fight
lukewarm
people in the
stream
comments.
and
Yeah,
shut
so
this fucking toilet bowl baby up.
You just want to fight
Yeah,
everyone. Tommy.
Randy West, you're welcome to come up here. And
No,
voice
no, just let me answer his chat. But you gotta shut your fucking buddies up.
No. Yeah.
I'm not in control.
By
Who
the
gets to
tremendous
talk
day
out
of
here?
judgment,
Yo, can
and
we
by
start
the
that
inevitable
audio,
day
man?
of
Mute
the
that
Lord. Tell me who you are and
Mute
what your
nerd.
name is.
That's where the audio's coming from. I don't get it.
Evil devil, great seducer of souls, you who with these evils promise wondrous things, this will be the end for you. It will no longer
Mind
call
control.
you Lord, but you will be defeated.
You will
and
be
derided
controlled.
everywhere
Goodbye.
you are.
Mind control.
By these holy names of God, on
Oh, we
my
got other
command,
people out here.
immediately depart.
JG, that was just the speechwriter. And props for standing up to those dumbasses trying to say psychic ventriloquist bullshit.
Oh, what we
Without
got here? We got
any pain or harming him or
a
her,
puppet out here.
or any person, place, or animal in any way, immediately come out and without wounding anyone.
Hallelujah, praise Jesus.
The name of El, Elohim, Adonai,
All right.
Shaddai,
Good job.
Hallelujah, praise Jesus.
Soter,
All
Unto
right.
the ages
I
of
love it.
ages, amen.
Holy Tetragon,
Love it.
Yod-He,
Hallelujah.
Yeshu
Hallelujah.
Hanasri, Bimelech
So
Hayahudim,
Stephen David, when you go around asking
Hallelujah.
why Christians catch so much shit, this is
Hallelujah,
why.
praise
You
Jesus.
guys are being a bunch
Hallelujah.
of shitbags.
Hallelujah.
What on earth did I just walk into?
Iskiros,
Hallelujah, praise Jesus. Hallelujah.
Athanatos,
Are you sarcastically hallelujahing your own fucking God?
Musion,
No,
Yah,
absolutely
Oh, so
not.
that's how you worship. That's your real praise?
Hallelujah.
Christ,
Hallelujah, praise Jesus.
Messiah,
Hallelujah.
Alpha, Omega,
God damn it, JG.
Don't blaspheme. What's the matter with you?
Lumatami. I heard you prove the Earth's a globe.
No, I know the earth is a globe.
What the fuck?
I heard you flush the toilet and prove this a globe.
Only toilet around here is that baby you hear laughing.
Welcome to the stream,
It's
bub.
funny. It's funny, Tommy. Why are you so mad that people
there,
laugh?
Sheeny.
It's funny.
No, you're
your
disregarding, what is it?
Got a
The past 2
6-year-old.
hours?
Are you gonna listen? Let Bub talk. Can you let Bub talk? Shut up.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get Bub in here, man. Yo, Bub, man, what's going on, Holmes? I don't know who this. And also,
I heard Tommy proved the Earth's a globe by putting a stick in the ground.
yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's able to prove things like that. I mean, I think he's in the kind of economics and not science. But yeah, I was gonna talk to him about science, but we didn't really get to it. But yeah, what's going on with you, Bub, man? How you doing today, man?
I was doing good until I came up here and heard Tommy crying like a bitch.
Well, I don't know. Everybody's on some shit right now, but everybody's entitled. I mean, the thing with this is that it's not really my stream. I'm just in, I'm just broadcasting to you what would be a normal conversation, a saloon, the saloon doors, swinging saloon doors, double swinging motherfucking saloon doors, and anybody can walk through. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
EBT doxed Illumatami, and I did a virtual tour of his shit box.
Uh-oh.
My
Yeah, I
cat's
know.
litter box is better than his place.
Yeah, there was a lot of doxing, dangerous activity going on earlier. People were telling us where they live, telling each other where they live. I highly dissuade people from telling people where the fuck they live or anywhere, close. I know everybody knows I live near Detroit and shit, but I don't think people should be telling people exactly where they live or trying to start conflicts on here, because the controllers of these mediums, they are aware that we're using it, to try to find each other and stuff. So, the internet is the government. So I want to really fuck with telling people, in public view, what you're going to do,
I'm
real.
already being shadow banned right now. I just found that out.
Yeah, Trad Culture Preservation Society is shadow banned like a motherfucker. Everybody needs to go subscribe to Trad Culture, to Traditional Culture Preservation Society, so they could actually figure out what's going on and stop living beyond, and start figuring out what the health of a society is actually based on. Because people are confused about what the health and security of a society is actually based on. Isn't that true?
Indeed. Indeed. I'm trying my best, and YouTube's not helping me with this. I'm trying my best to get the word out, undo the damage that's been done. It's quite an uphill battle, but I'm still going to try to fight it as best I can.
Do you got one of those trad Asian waifus?
No, that's not the type of trad that I am.
Why not?
Why not? Why? The better question is why?
Because they're Asian.
Well, it's hard to argue with that logic.
Yeah, but there's definitely a type of dissuasion going on YouTube. I don't know who's controlling. Well, they say that the algorithm is in control. So at one end, there's actually nobody manning the fort here, in YouTube. But yeah, we do give a shout out to Susan Wojcicki. She is free to join the panel. If anybody knows or can contact Susan Wojcicki and see if she can contact, contact the head of YouTube. And she's free to come on this panel. We are just a small broadcast here, but we do welcome and appreciate her time and use. We know that this is a private platform, and we're transmitting through this private platform, and we're bringing it to on different channels. But if Susan Wojcicki is out there, me and Traditional Culture Preservation Society would definitely love to talk to Susan Wojcicki and ask her a few questions about the direction of the YouTube here, because it does seem to promote certain things. There do seem to be certain trends on YouTube, and I don't know if that's the fault of the algorithm, but there are certain things promoted here that are not to the health of the society.
Oh, there are many things that are promoted that are not to the health of the society. And I think that if you're trying your best to help people out, then YouTube is not going to be friendly to you. That's
Yeah,
the sense I'm starting to get.
I'd like I'd like not to believe that, because I think that this person, Susan Wojcicki, is just a normal person, but I know that her family is involved with pharmacogenomics. I don't know if you know about how they're actually linked to pharmacogenomics. And I think it's I don't know if it's her sister or somebody in her family owns 23andMe. And that's actually interesting because I opened up the JAMA, the Journal for American Medical Association, and I found that 23andMe was being used to make certain genetic cures for people who are dealing with certain types of genetic ailments that affect only certain ethnicities and stuff. So I tailor certain type of drugs to those specific people.
Oh,
So
wasn't there a big scandal where it turned out that they were basically selling confidential data or something like that? Or that, I don't know if that might have been a different site.
yeah,
That could have been 23andMe. It could have been some of like Ancestry. I don't remember, but there was one of those websites. It turned out that they were actually like selling people's information.
yeah, they gave it to the police, I think, to help them in like their investigations and shit. I'm pretty sure that somebody had given their data to 23andMe, and then it was used to solve a police investigation or some shit because they had like needed the DNA or some shit, but like the DNA information or some shit, and it was used to solve the crime. And then they had to release that information. So I know people did drop off the stream here, but we did have people out here. Before we had Bub, and I'm sorry to everyone who was waiting in the back there. I was trying to talk to everyone out here, but yeah, thank you for joining Traditional Culture.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and we gotta
too long, but I can at least drop by and hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, next time, I'll do. I gotta remember to do a stream with just you. And soon we'll be able to. If you want to collaborate, we
Ooh.
should. Yeah, we should definitely get up on a collaboration and talk about native societies. Maybe do a profile on 2 or 3 of them that you find most suitable, and we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about technology and different topics and stuff about how the modern age is affecting life, or how modern culture is affecting society. And I think you'll agree a lot of that is due to the technology.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's just we're becoming inundated with more and more of it all the time, and it's frying our brains.
The individual's responsibility.
Well,
you could still be Amish if you wanted to be Amish. Do you want to be Amish?
Well, the Amish are struggling, just like everybody else with the modern.
You could
They have
drop
their little
mushroom
festival.
clouds on city after city, and as long as they don't have radiation, the Amish would call that Tuesday.
Yeah, but the Amish have to wonder, like there's different Amish sects that believe in different levels of technology, for example. So
forget the Amish. You could live as an early settler and be fine. You don't need more.
Even the Amish, though, they're still part of the system. They're like,
forget the Amish. I'm
system.
trying to make an analogy of you are a hairless monkey on a rock, and you could live as the older versions of you and not need this stuff unless this system demands it of you, and that's when you have a problem.
Yeah, but that's specifically the point, is that the system demands it of you.
Right, that's N times beast system.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we're living with. See, and that's what's weird, is that it's so counter to the spiritual sensibilities, like,
it's all there is. This is all a distraction from that. The seventh day.
Let's talk about how the prophecies of the revelations tie into what's going on, because a lot of Christians think that we should be supporting the Jews because they have to go back to their homeland as part of their end of times, whatever the fuck. But
I'm not a lot of Christians. I think you should live as blameless as possible, help your neighbor, and await for whatever happens, fearing not if you believe God is with you.
No, but I'm talking about specifically like the Christians seem to be interpreting the prophecies of the end of times in a particular way. So shouldn't they want the beast system to come in because it ushers in the end of time and then we'll be in the eschaton, right? So isn't that kind of what we want?
Yeah,
Why
let
fight
me
against
see.
it?
Yeah, let me see if I can find that line. Beware of those who claim they are the Jews and are not the Jews, but they're the synagogue of Satan or something like that.
Well, there's lots of Church of Christians that are still going to go to hell that think they're
Claim to
Christians
be
and they're not
Jews.
Christians.
Yeah, so yeah, so I guess the question is this talking about the Christians? And we had Toilet Bowl Earth out here earlier, you know, blessings to Toilet Bowl Earth, you know, a real Orthodox Christian friend of mine here. So you know, everybody
You
go
really think
subscribe.
that? As a Muslim, you just watched the past 2 hours of your
Of
show and
course.
you think he's a real Orthodox Christian?
No, I mean, no, I'm talking about no, I thought you were gonna ask me if you thought like Muslims and Christians can be friends. I absolutely think that Muslims and Christians.
Well, we're
can be
trying,
friends.
aren't we?
Yeah, I think Muslims and Christians and actually historically, you know, Muslims have protected a lot of, you know, Christian groups, you know, especially in the Middle East. So there has been that dynamic, you know what I'm saying, right?
Mhm.
But you know, and actually according to EBT, you know, you know, our friend Enslaved by Truth. Please, everybody, go subscribe to Enslaved by Truth. If you
Enslaved
get
by
him up here,
alcohol and stupidity. Doxer
well,
extraordinaire.
My point about bringing that up is if the end of time we have to have the New World Order and the one world bullshit and all these horrible things, why are we trying to resist it? It's supposed to happen, right? So
Because I believe that man is naturally wired to slowly head in that direction, and then we say all evil needs is for good men to do nothing. So when we say only God knows when all that goes down, maybe that's us determining it. Are we pressing back and stalling it, or are we just gonna allow it and usher it in? But I see enough going on today. I think time's moving faster. I don't think you can stop it at this point.
when Jesus was standing in front of the judges, he didn't say anything. He just allowed himself to be accused and got on with it. I mean,
Well, that was Jesus.
okay.
I mean, what are you saying that in context of? I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I just threw
Well,
me
I mean,
off.
you were calling me lukewarm, so
Oh, I can't tell that's you, Neurojack, because you can't because you're sitting there like a fucking Unabomber or something. I called you lukewarm because you waited this long to say anything.
well, I waited 2 hours for the whatever that was the past 2 hours.
Well, you were here, right? Do you not have the discernment to see what that was?
The point of what I'm saying about Jesus is, you know, we're sitting here, you know, and Christians are saying, well, we have to fight the New World Order, but at the same time, most of them believe that they all this horrible things has to happen, or else Jesus won't come back. Right?
Well, Jesus will come back. But yes, these things will be happening before he comes back. And there will be a false Jesus before there's a real Jesus. And a lot of Christians are going to think that the false Jesus, most likely coming off of a UFO, will be the real Jesus. Like when you read about what the Antichrist will achieve and perform in front of people, and you see how things are today, are you not a little speculative that that guy's probably going to come off of a UFO for people to say, hey, you know what? We've never gotten this right. This guy seems to want to get it right for us, and he's bringing fire from the sky with his hands. He was resurrected by the beast. Let's make him the new God.
Well, kind of what I'm alluding to is that it seems that all these different interpretations of what the Bible's saying has been twisted for a long time. I mean, people have thought they're living in the end times since approximately 70 AD. So, you know, it's not like this is anything new. We're talking about basically.
Oh, it's very new. No, I get what you're saying. Whenever I was the most faltering in my faith, I used to go around saying, hey guys, the end time stuff is stuff that's always been going on, because that was pre-COVID, you know, the norm. dude, you have never. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun. We don't know what has come and gone on this rock. It's a globe. We don't know what's come before us, but nothing new is under the sun. But have you ever seen such gender dysmorphia? The attempt to bond machine with man and the speeding up of time. Like, I think it's getting more apparent. And the
Yeah.
fact that so many
Wait,
Christians are oblivious to it.
wait, you said the speeding up of time. I'm a big believer in that, although it can't really be proved. But I do think that it's obvious that time is going faster, or just the type of
Yeah,
experiences people are having are moving too fast,
yeah.
or that there's more people talking at one time, or that there's just seems to be a time dilation with the amount of shit that's fucking going on. So
And
that
in
is one of
our
that is
Bible,
one of the
it says that's what will be happening. And if you think, like, look at everybody casting off Hollywood, because we're sitting on the new Hollywood right now. Like, any of us can come on here and get people's attention, and everyone's attention is more on YouTube. And even I said myself earlier, I've abandoned any kind of usual entertainment and video games and all that I used to do in exchange for this, or creating videos for this.
Yeah, that is one of the things, is the pharmaceuticals being like siphoned through the water. So there's all these stimulants being popping up in the water and shit. So like there is like stimulating culture. But I did notice that, and I wrote about this, and I think this will interest trad culture, but preservation too. Is this phenomenon that in the cities people seem to talk more, they actually say more words per minute and take more steps per minute based on the population density within a city. So the more shit that's going on within a city, it'll actually speed the people up, and it's funny. And I think the faster you go, or the faster you live your life, it does bring you closer to death, or it's not optimal.
Well, that's what they
Yeah,
talk
it's
about with the New York minute, right? Like
Yeah.
everybody's just like flying through life.
and we even refer to burning the candle at both ends. And what does the guy say at the end of Blade Runner? That actor that died, like the star that burns twice as hard, burns half as long.
What are you referring to?
The end of the original Blade Runner, the guy he was hunting down through the whole movie says
Yeah,
something
that's
about.
a movie. As the Machine Lies, I feel like I should be more aware of. I've actually never seen the Blade Runner, so for
And
everybody out there, so anybody out there, I've actually not ever seen the Blade Runner. Look, Tommy, you got a fan out here. Tom's
yeah, that's
last
the Tao.
video.
Much love to the
Flame.
Tao. And notice the Tao has given me love as soon as I get my problems off the panel and I start participating. Now y'all are leaving. So shame on you.
Yes. What happened to all my viewers? My great viewers. There was 36 people here. Oh well. Have a blessed night, everyone. And
They don't want to stick around for the real stuff.
I
They
don't
want the
worry.
spring.
I don't worry about that sort of thing. But the thing is that we were talking about a topic here, and I do apologize to the audience. If anybody feels shorted over the discussion, it was really your fault, because you could have came up here and contributed to the discussion. So anybody who wanted to talk about those things, and I do welcome everybody up here to the panel. And if anybody would like to have a one-on-one discussion, there's no worries about that. Come and have a one-on-one personal discussion with me. Just come and write me in the private chat, or we could come through, with that. But
Well, the name of your stream today is what I found interesting, particularly what is compensatory mechanisms? But the words that stood out to me was false hope. That's what really stood out to me.
And because you put it with the picture of like the little bullet goblins, which is cool. Was that like AI art or something? Or is that
It's
funny?
Geiger. It's
Okay.
Geiger.
Oh, Giger freaks me out. But
Yeah,
because
it's
you
HR
put
Geiger. Yeah.
because you put the title with that picture, I read it like compensatory, like a compensator on a firearm. I read it like compensatory. So
yeah.
but I second Neuro's question, yeah.
What's up,
Yeah,
party people? How's it going? Tom, you calm down. Everybody's chilling. Good
Dude,
shit.
they came at me, man. I don't want to get back into it, but I came up here calm. I got came at. It's what happened.
They're trying to psych you out, Tom. So what do you do?
I like to fight back because I can make meme edits of it, and then I'll make sure he can share it on. We'll probably premiere the meme edit right here on the channel it happened on.
There you go.
But JG, if my dog meets a sorrowful, hopefully not for anytime soon ending, and you're still jumping train cars, you gotta let me come jump train cars with you for a while.
I'm good, man.
Do you
You're
not
not
do that
invited.
anymore?
Yeah, and
Not
I do
invited, man. I don't
apologize.
fuck with you, Tom.
I do
Okay, fine.
apologize to everyone who was waiting in the back. I know maybe Toilet Bowl Earth and other people were waiting in the back earlier, and I didn't see you guys. So I'm sorry if anybody was waiting in the back, and I just happened not to see people, because anybody can join the stream, and then there's only 6 boxes here that I could see. So if there's other people joining the stream underneath there, I can't actually fucking see who's out here. So I'm still getting used to that shit of how to use the StreamYards. But yeah, I do welcome everybody on the panel, and eventually, if I don't see you, please just wait in the back, and I will eventually bring you up. Everybody is welcome on the panel, so and thank you so much to Bub for showing up earlier. Sorry, JG, but yeah, thank you to Bub for showing up, the puppet that was here earlier. Yeah, thank you so much, man. You're welcome back anytime, man. It's very entertaining. Yeah, thank you.
So
That shit
do you
sucked.
see? It did suck. It did suck.
I like
Was
that guy.
Drew? Was it Drew? Sounded like Drew. But do you see, like, I know not everybody sees this like long game big picture thing that I'm autistic on, but do you see how this is the early setting for what eventually adds up to, like, hey, anybody that's not on this tip, we should just delete them, like open season on the not chipped, not tattooed people. Like, it's all about identity. Like right now, there's the child trafficking because you need to know where your kids are, and then you're going to need to know where everybody is. Then you got the money scams, and it's going cashless. So it's like, we need to know that's you with your digital money. It's all coming down to identity requirement, and then identity tracking, and then identity tyranny.
Well, I actually agree with that point. And I would ask specifically, how do you guys think that relates to the idea of false hope? Because a lot of what I see going on is like people who are on our level of awareness to some degree, I think they're getting tricked into the next step, kind of what you're talking about with the trafficking thing. Like everyone's like, oh, see, they're exposing it. It's like, well, they're exposing a very minute part of it. I don't know that they're really exposing how it works or anything like that, but that's.
And we all knew it happens, and we should be aware that it happens, and we should be pissed about it. But yeah, there is the problem reaction solution effect they seem to be instating with it.
Well, I just think it's interesting that change and progress, we were talking to Drew the other day, and about the Obama deception and all that stuff. And I think like one of the big things was his campaign slogan was change, like with nothing else attached to it, just change. I think it was like change,
Hope and change.
Hope and change. So again, they're these futuristic words without saying anything, like without saying, pointing to the future itself. So it's very interesting that, the inherent value, or in our modern age, that progress and change have this inherent value, or discovery and enterprise have an inherent value, where these things are actually a double-edged sword. So I think almost like, progress, or the myth of progress, I mean, that is like false hope. And then it deals with this other thing, which is the compensatory mechanisms. And that feels like, to me, essentially, I wanted to point out, and I'm going to get more into this in this opening up this topic in this series and shit, is kind of like, when we deal with problems, to deal with the problems that the problems created. So it's like, there's poop around the city. Instead of cleaning up the poop, somebody makes a poop map, and you get to click on the app and find the poop on the poop map, so you can avoid the poop. Well, this is just a compensatory mechanism to deal with the problem of there being poop in the fucking street. You know what I'm saying? Just because somebody, and somebody actually did do this. There was so much shit in a city that somebody made an app.
It was in San Francisco. Yeah, it's real.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and they made a poop map, whereas you could avoid the fucking poop. But this is the thing.
I think it was more gag appy, because if you're on the street, and even in Denver, there's a lot of places it's turning into a shithole. It's like if you were walking around San Francisco, you saw the shit. You saw dudes taking a shit.
Right.
But to emphasize it to the world and kind of say, hey, there's a problem. Yeah, whoever made that app, salute to that person.
They tried to. I used to talk to the people in San Francisco who actually had to go and spray the shit off. And they were basically like, we can do it. And then like the next day in the same place, it'll be there. But it takes us like a week or two to get back to that same spot. So, I mean, it's like a serious problem. Like it's probably now at the worst it's ever been, in all honesty. But
and that kind of goes to the compensatory, compensatory mechanism at its finest. You know what I mean?
And a lot of people, like I've heard people say Denver's a shithole, this city's a shithole. In all honesty, it's the whole world and the NWO. They're allowing this. They're initiating this. You see all the decisions being made, or lack of decisions being made. This is very much part of the plan.
Well, that's kind of, it's interesting. Like, this is what I argue, like the whole crime wave and like letting people steal the retail stuff. And they're going to go and catch a lot of the bigger guys. But if you look at what's going, like I actually heard Alex Jones say this the other day, and I already knew all this, but to hear it kind of come back into the truther circles of basically what they're going to do is they're going to make it so you have to show an ID, a digital ID, to get into the grocery store. And they're going to say, well, people are stealing, therefore you have to identify yourself to go in. I think that's kind of what COVID was, plus all the DNA stuff like Trad Culture was mentioning. I mentioned that a few days ago, and it's something that people forget, that the 23andMe thing, but also imagine all the DNA tests that they could have appropriated when we were taking our COVID test to go to work or go to the hospital or whatever it was. That's a great excuse to get everybody's genetic information for whatever reason. Like I think they had some purpose behind that, but I don't know what it is, but it's very valuable information.
So there's two things to that. Number one, no matter how much you avoid a 23andMe test, if anyone in your genetic line takes one, it's like they gave you up because you're in that genetic line. And as far as the conspiracy crowd, with these weapons that can be directed to a DNA, they think it's like ancient families that want to remove bloodlines they've been at war with for centuries. But that's just full conspiracy tinfoil direction. And I see the possibility, but yeah, that's what I've come across in looking into it. But I do know, as far as your DNA goes, your genetic makeup, if anyone in your family or bloodline takes the 23andMe, they've pretty much made you take one.
Well, and like I said, plus I think that's what the COVID thing was with the test. Like, we don't know what agreements were made. Like, but let me put it this way: In China, they had to take 3 tests a day in some cities for 3 years. Okay.
Right.
And that's the extreme. But here in America, a lot of people, including myself, the work, your employer said, basically, you got to spit in this cup or get this swab, or you don't have a job. Now, whether or not
Right.
they would follow through with it is beside the point. They're
And
appropriating your genetic information.
the craziest thing about it is, if you think about all the chaos and curiosity about you must cover your face, you must wear a mask. Oh, but to test you, we have to jab this Q-tip back into your brainstem. When it's like I can't just hold something in front of my face that needs mask for you to test. You got to jam myself in the brain with this. Yeah, it is sketchy.
Hey, Muhammad, you should check that link out. Watch that documentary. It's a good one.
There is no escaping the AI, even in Chad.
Oh, and that's the other thing. With all this AI, all the filters and stuff, it's like gradually bringing you into being used to it till you just won't know who's real, who's telling you what. And then before you know it, people will just be following an artificial intelligence news person doing what the beast is telling them because they TikToked as children on into it.
Well, I saw that they somebody
It's all mind control.
some YouTuber that I found very odd. He only has maybe like 50 videos over like 8 years, and all of his videos have more than 100,000 views. But anyways, beside that, he did a review of Neuromancer, which is something me and Machine Lies talks about a lot. And when you read the book, I've read it probably 3 times, because when you read the book, it's hard to really grasp exactly what you're reading, because it's written in a very complicated way, which is it's very good, but it's very complicated. But he broke down the storyline very well for people, because even if you read the book, you still need someone to help you break down the thing. And it just reminded me of how that book really laid out pretty much exactly how the internet has developed. They basically most likely invented the internet to become self-aware, is basically the premise of the book. And I think that's kind of what they're trying to collate all this information together and then have artificial intelligence that can, quote unquote, supposedly manage all this information. And they think that they can control it, or it's going to be of use to them somehow. And I just think that's it's kind of like the quote that I'm reminded of the most is from Jurassic Park, when Malcolm says, like, you guys are so busy trying to figure out what you can do rather than what you should do. And I think we're just way past the point of people. I think we're a lot further along than what people think. I don't think there's really much hope in trying to turn the ship around outside of
Thanks
things
for
that
the shout out, man. I just checked back in and I saw that you were promoting my stuff. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah. Everybody go check out Traditional Culture Preservation Society. We're gonna collaborate more often, hopefully in the future, as long as God gives us the ability to bring this information to you guys. And I'm very surprised by how YouTube is blocking our videos. I say don't really worry about it too much, brother, because like I'll wake up and like from my live stream, like it'll show like 350 people watched it, and then I'll wake up the next day and it'll say like 280 views. So like it just changes the views based on whatever is going on. And that's why we really got to fight out here. And I did see that Traditional Culture actually took on Andrew Wilson, just like I did at the Crucible, on the same topic of technological collapse, and he did an excellent job. By the way, I forgot to tell you that you did an excellent job.
When was that? When did you do that?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Ollie, that video disappeared too. I can't find it anywhere.
He puts it behind a paywall.
Does you should ask him if he has a copy of that you could put on your channel. Because
he does. I think he's making it all members videos.
I would definitely ask him, because
I didn't even know he did that, because I knew that a lot of people recommended trad culture preservation, and I was looking forward to that debate. I didn't even know it happened. That's interesting.
Yes. Yes, it did happen, and I had to rewind because I was late in watching it, and then I just watched the first 40 minutes, and Trad was just handing it to this dude, you know, straight up on every point. I think the problem is that Brother Wilson, he really didn't look at the main critiques of technology, you know, the main critiques against modernity and the technological system, you know.
So, do you want to see some pre-programming stuff from the 90s Metal Gear Solid? I'm dropping this link
Fuck
in the
yeah.
back. Yeah, watch what this shit said. Watch the words we use today and watch how they talk about AI in this link. And this was like a 90s PlayStation game, if I remember right.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I dropped it in the back chat.
I
And
did
just
hear
for your
about
own knowledge about your friends, as we speak, Toilet Bowl is cammed up on Paul and Slave's channel because I guess it wasn't enough entertainment to come at me over here and ruin the show.
Well, please, everybody, if you want to go check out Toilet Bowl Earth over at Paul and Slave, you know what? Let's go. Let's go do that right now
Well, play
because
the link first. Play the link first, though. I'm sure he'll still
okay,
be there.
yeah, I got you. I got you on the link.
Hey,
we got to pray for TBE. We got to pray for that guy.
I gotta jump off here because I gotta go make a run. But I'll be listening.
Sure.
Thanks for having me on.
Like a drug deal.
Yeah, for sure. And Neurojack is a regular contributor to this channel. Please, everybody, go and subscribe to Neurojack's channel as well. I'm a little slow in bringing up the link right now, but let me bring up the link for Neurojack's channel as well because yeah, there's really only a few brothers out here that are really making sense right now, and really Neurojack happens to be one of them in my opinion. So if y'all want to go check out more commentary on controversial issues, really, that's how he's bringing it down. Here is my brother Neurojack, and I'm gonna leave the link out here so that you guys can go and subscribe to Neurojack as well. And then I'm gonna play this video. It's a very interesting video for real.
Muhammad, did you get that link?
Which one?
I sent a link in the backstage shit.
Okay.
But check that out, man. It's a good documentary.
Okay, we're gonna play JG's link, and then we're gonna
No, don't play it. Nah, it's like 2 hours long. I'm just saying you gotta watch that shit. It's probably the best documentary I've seen in a while.
Oh shit, let me see what this is about then. Let me see. Yeah, I got your back. I'll definitely watch this documentary. Psychology of Control, State of Mind. Fuck yeah, this is right up my alley. Some shit. Yeah, for real. I fuck with shit like I fucks with this
it's good, dude. It's good stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I have to bow out now. It's pretty late where I'm at, but thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming through, Trad Culture. Thank you for surprising me with your guest visit here, man. I really appreciate that. It really made my night better, man. Thank you. Bless.
There you go.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained, man? You're not entertained? I can't even talk.
No, he's always entertained. He's got so much going on in his mind. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Trad Culture.
Well, my brain's always fried.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, we got permanent brain fry up here. Intellectual hoarders.
Me too, man. Shout out to alcohol. Big shout out.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trad, man.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, bless. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody know about this link out here. We got my homies JG and Illumatami out here still with us. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
anybody that's still with us at this point knows who both of us are.
Oh yeah. well, I'm happy. I'm happy to have y'all for real, man.
Yeah, they're saying I got AIDS. I'm faking gay. The clowns are coming after me, man.
And JG, over my death hiatus, I appreciate a lot of what I saw you doing. So good on you.
Yeah, what do you mean, man?
I mean, I can't cite every event, but I know that night that you were putting it to TBE here, you made a lot of good points. And then I saw you talking on some other streams. I'm like, man, I want to talk to that JG more often. And I know there's a part of me that people were like, I want to talk to that Tom, not the other Tom. But I was saying, while I was dead for 2 weeks, I was digging a lot of what you were saying.
Word.
To play
Word
that
up.
Metal Gear tip shit, it's like 4 minutes. I'm
Yeah,
not even
hell
sure
yeah,
if it's
hell
even-
yeah, dude. This is
it
a
looks like
legendary.
it's
This is a legendary motherfucking video that Lumitami brought us out here. If y'all don't know, man, this is some shit. Y'all ever seen this shit? It's fucking crazy shit.
too accurate, man. It's too accurate.
Yeah,
If I gave you the right one.
I'm about to play this just for the edification of my own audience on the Machine Lives.
Oh man,
because people
my
need this.
pussy's wet. My pussy's wet right now.
No, Reddington, my original DJ name was Zombie Tom.
Raiden, are you having fun playing with the new AI toys?
Well, yeah, I am. You can make pictures of cute anime girls and...
Enjoy it while it lasts, Raiden.
What do you mean?
Did you really think that civilians would be granted unrestricted access to such powerful military weapons forever?
Military weapons? Are you implying that this technology was created by the government?
Of course it was. This AI technology has been used by the intelligence agencies to warp the public's perception of reality for years. All in the name of national security, of course.
But why would they suddenly make the tech public and let everyone start using it?
Why would we indeed, Raiden?
What? What in the hell are you?
Your question is irrelevant. By creating a new problem, we can cultivate a desired reaction to it.
Oh shit. Gotta let it buffer.
Then we will have justification for unprecedented security. It all comes down to confusion and identity, Raiden.
Identity?
Identity. This AI technology is Pandora's box. Pretty soon the internet will be mired in total illusion. Perfect AI speech, audio, and video synthesis will drown out reality. Then AI bots will flood social media. No one will be able to tell the difference between interacting with an AI machine or a real human online. Even telephone calls will become totally untrustworthy. That is when we will present our solution. Mandatory digital identity verification for all humans at all times. The only way to ensure that you're dealing with a real flesh and blood human being and not an AI-generated mirage.
But why?
Total information control. For too long, the internet has acted as a double-edged sword. Its potential for anonymous user activity allows anyone at all to spread any thoughts, ideas, or information patterns that they please with impunity. State secrets, dangerous ideas, ludicrous conspiracy theories, misinformation, and disinformation. Until now, there has been no easy solution to this problem. Our digital identity platform will finally put an end to anonymity online. It will allow us to trace misinformation and other dangerous communications to its source and exact appropriate justice.
That's crap! I won't go along with it, and others will resist.
You won't have a choice, right? Do you think your bank is willing to risk doing business with an artificial human instead of a real one? Our digital identity platform will be required not only to access web services, but to pay for your internet connection in the first place.
You can't just censor the entire internet because of a new software technology. Who are you to define what's misinformation anyways?
That sounds like something a misinformation terrorist would say.
I know about the deep fakes you've been making of me, Raiden.
You might be
No, I was just adjusting the AI settings and...
Controlling the output of generative AI technology is simple. We will create context for its use. First, we will censor any use related to social taboos. Then we will censor anything else that we desire. If anyone complains, we will accuse them of wanting to engage in or promote social taboos.
That's what it means to create context.
We will corral the use of AI by making appeals to bias, ethics, and copyright laws. You will still have access to generative AI in some form, but it will be crippled, limited, controlled, and it will be monitored. Anything that you generate will be cryptographically signed with your digital ID, so that its provenance can be ascertained if it's later deemed to be problematic.
What gives you the right to control what people can do with their computers?
The public at large will give us that right, because they will be desperate for a solution to the problem we created. They will eagerly give us the keys to the castle.
They give you
Then
the game.
we
It's like, I
alone
mean,
will define what is
you're gonna
fiction
realize you're the
and what
one,
is
and you're gonna be an
reality,
active
what is
character in the
human
story
and
and
what
link
is
up.
machine. After letting you get a brief taste of our power, we will reclaim our monopoly on misinformation and put an end to misuse of the internet once and for all.
You won't get away with this.
It is probable that we will. Now get back to work generating your precious AI waifus, Raiden, our beloved prompters. Enjoy yourselves.
Snake, wake up. It's an emergency. Rose knows about the deep fakes. Snake, Snake.
Yeah, the
I guess you
fact that
stayed up
even
late
back then it
cat
was
fishing
called
again.
deep fake. Like back in the 90s, bro, we didn't even have cell phones and the game was saying deep fake.
All right, so that was made in the 90s.
I believe that part of the game, that installment of the game was from the 90s.
All the wording right there, that was 90s. That's not right now.
No. They're
I'll look it up.
redoing
Which
it.
hey,
They're
Red Band,
redoing.
what was?
They're re-editing some of like.
No, dude. Reddington. Which Metal Gear was that? I'll look it up right now. But no, that is the wording from the game.
That's the wording from the game from the 1990s.
We're not sure about the year, but that was the legit game wording.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm checking on it now. I'm going back to the video to see if
Right. Are you having fun playing AI?
Yeah, so they've had this planned out for a long time. It's gradually happening.
Okay, it looks like it was like 2002, but that's still a while
I
back.
I heard this one woman on this conspiracy shit channel. You know, it was pretty low grade conspiracy channel, but she said something that really stood out to me. She said they put lies in the news and truth in movies. And I was like, damn, ain't that some shit? And I was like, that's some real shit though. You know, if you ever think of it that way, it really does make a lot of sense. You know, they confuse you with what's real, and then they confuse the fake shit with what's, you know, making that shit seem real. It's all like, you know, on some shit like that. So it's actually funny.
And
you know,
and
that
also, as soon as a country figures out how to what's it called? You know, do psyops on other countries, the only next move is to do it to your own people.
No,
yeah, well, that's
it says 2023 version. That ain't from 2002.
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at.
That's what
let
I
me
was
look
saying.
up-
I was saying because they were talking about like anime girls and shit. Like they just
Yeah, yeah.
reworded the shit. You know, they made
Well,
it
anime has always been a thing before internet, but let me see what I can find out about that clip versus the game.
No, it's in the title. It says 2023
Yeah, I see in the
version.
title. I'm gonna look into it, JG. I'm not
Yo,
like
Tom, why
attached
the fuck
to
do
an
you get like
outcome.
a bitch? Tom, why do you get all pissy? Relax, man.
You are not being analytical.
All right, well, calm yourself down. Don't fucking get all hype, man.
You are the one that's hype.
I'm getting hyped because you're being a little fucking dickhead. Just relax.
I don't fucks with you.
Got an attitude problem, man.
No, you got an attitude problem.
Nah.
But it really underscores the point that the game was making, which is that you could alter what was said even in that little clip and make it into a new version of what they said, and motherfuckers won't even know if it's the real version of the game or not. You know what I mean, right? To where they could change 2 or 3 words of that shit, and you know, and then re-edit that shit. I mean, it is, you know.
Not what you would call.
Who made that? Who made that edit?
Oh yeah, it looks like it was the dude that made the YouTube video.
Who is it, Tom?
The guy, whoever's YouTube that is the one that made it that way. He put in all that dialogue. But
well, who is it?
You read the 2023 whatever video. What does it say on the screen? Whoever's channel that is. is who put the new dialogue in.
Let me see whose channel that is, just so we can credit this motherfucker. Because
But I am gonna see what the original one said too.
It said Cyber Gem. Cyber Gem is the person's name. So I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe to this person's Cyber Gem. Let's see.
Yo, we're gonna get to a point, right, where people are smearing you as an artificial human, just like how now people we're smearing each other. It's gonna get to that point where it's like, oh, Muhammad's an artificial human, and then everybody turns on you.
Well, is what they were saying. No, is what they were saying in that is what they were saying in that clip is the fact that you do have a phone that could have Snapchat or whatever it is that people are using the deep fake. Oh, that makes you a suspect. And even though you will be being fucked with by fake people, you're also possibly a fake person, which gives them a warrant to kick in all our doors and whatever, you know?
Yeah, guys, I'm not a real person. I'm actually a FBI project. I'm a robot. I'm an artificial human. Right?
Oh, dude, last night that Flow State dude honestly came at me like I'm an agent over the cop night. Because I said in 98 I was in military police training, and because that shit happened a couple weeks ago, he was almost trying to dead set say I'm like an agent. I'm like, which one of you motherfuckers would they waste a pay grade to come get you talking about your plate
we
plan
found my
thing?
homie out here, Toilet Bowl Earth. So he's out here on this panel.
Yeah, he's probably yeah, man, I don't know what he was.
Well, Tom, this shit's been happening to me for years, man. People are trying to say I'm a cop and a fed,
Is that what
right?
you mean?
It's a go-to thing, I think. Yeah.
Well, sure. I mean,
like people are really smearing me saying I'm a cop and a fed, and people really believe it's true.
Begins and ends at
Okay, so here's what I was saying.
Or
him and Drew come on here telling me I'm all obsessed with this guy, not letting me talk, coming at me with bullshit, and look at him all cammed up having a sensible conversation with who everybody knows is my enemy.
Yeah, Tom, he just wants to psych you out and get in your head because then he feels.
Oh, I know
powerful.
that's what he wants to do, and I want to make fun of me at it.
He's trying to get power over you in the pussiest way. You know,
right. And nobody really has power over anybody on YouTube. Maybe the cuckiest people like Paul's cult, but he's doing.
That whole psych out fucking, strategy, trying to toy with your head, that's just like a pussy way to get power. That's just a coward's
Oh, I know.
way.
That's why I appreciated how you got at him at night that he was all drunk, and then he went and ruined DBT's stream because he was still shook from how you wrecked him. But, dude, like I said, in 98, these guys were training me for psychological military police stuff. Nobody on YouTube affects me. I do act. I do play into it. I do make cool meme edits. But before TBE was in high school and before Paul was in high school, I was being trained for police military psychology stuff. And that base isn't even open anymore.
Yeah, Tom, you should check out that link too. The link I posted, man. They talk all about mind control, and it's just the whole rundown of psychotherapy and everything.
Can you
man.
tell me that I don't want to click it because it'll take me out of the stream, but what is it called? I can just search it on my laptop and have it in my watch later. Or unless, can you click it once, Machine Lies, just so I can see the title?
Hold on, guys.
Reddington said he wants JG's dick.
You said what?
It says I want JG's link, but no, I think Machine Lies gonna bring it up.
Oh, I thought you said dick. I'm like, what the fuck?
I did say it just to fuck around, but it was funny. He was like, what?
Yeah, false.
Well, you can't say false. Maybe Reddington does secretly want your dick, but I'm not implying that. Yeah, Reddington, we're getting it.
I think it's an older documentary, right? But I just stumbled upon it. It's very profound. Alex Jones is in there. A whole bunch of people are in there, just exposing what's really going on.
State of
good shit.
mind. Yeah, I'll check it out. And I also have a hobby of like watching documentaries to pick out which ones are like bullshit propaganda and which ones are being legit.
Nah, this is the real deal.
All right. But even whenever all the Ukraine war footage started dropping, I was discerning what was propaganda and what was actual footage. It's because I got a veteran neighbor that I would call and be like, "Hey, can you watch this with me? Can we talk about some stuff?" It was called State of Mind, and then what was the subtitle? The Psychology of something.
Well, you can look back on the video.
Yeah. You don't got to do it again.
Psychology of Mind, I think.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what Toilet Bowl was saying when he wants to be right and rational.
Well, it seemed like they're having some type of thing about religion out here. So let's see what it do with this show. A lot of people watch this show. What show is this again?
It's Paul Enslaved. He's kind of a semi.
Proper instruction motivates people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
this dude Paul is the king of fucking psyching people out, and the king of mental abuse.
Yeah, I saw him on Jack
narcissist.
Talcott. I didn't really. The
He
Jack
created Jack Talcott. Whenever I
Yeah.
first found Paul, before I knew of any other channels and panels, I interacted with Jack Talcott and Paul and this whole side of their thing for almost a year before we found Ian and Toilet Bowl and all these other channels.
Yeah, I found him entertaining on Talcott, but I think that some of what it was it seemed like he was either in a conflict with the channel, or they were trying to derail, or there's other people
No,
coming
this
on
dude
the
has
channel.
issues.
Yeah,
Like over the year, he's brought his dad on, like been in his daddy issues with his dad on stream that you can still find.
he's also been attacked by or he's attacked Toilet Bowl Earth. He's attacked Drew. So I don't know
All
what's
of us.
going on.
Everybody, man.
Yeah, he's the
If he feels threatened,
he's
right?
the scourge.
If he feels
He's the
threatened,
scourge of the panelverse.
if he gets threatened by you, right? He's just gonna he's gonna try to expose you and try to smear you and gaslight you, and that's all he does.
That's
it's just
funny.
that weak pussy
That's
strategy,
Well, I'm gonna
Before you start the audio, before you start the audio for future hit pieces, like look at all this fake trans girl footage. Like every time he's ever said something about trans or foot fetishes or anything, I made it trans girl footage. Like that's him with a girl filter on him. Just like the AI stuff we're talking about.
Hyper realistic. Whoa.
And I'm
you can
gonna
make
wreck
anybody
him.
like that.
Yes, I'm gonna wreck him with this footage.
Damn, you can make people like straight up look like bitches. This is crazy.
Well, I have a video up that I already did a short part with him like that. And then Will Smith looks through the telescope at him and it shows him as the transsexual and he goes, that's hot. That's hot.
Outrageous. That's outrageous. Well, all right, guys. I'll be right back in a second here.
Yeah, hit play on this.
Well, your life begins at conception, but your life doesn't end.
No, my physical body is gestating at that point. My incarnation is growing, right? But who and what I am as a consciousness that inhabits that body, if you want to call that life, I have no reason to believe that life is created or destroyed upon birth or death. I have suspicions more the other way, that it's a continuous process.
I mean,
don't Christians believe that you are given eternal life?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if you have eternal life, does that not mean that there is no beginning and there is no end?
There's the end of this vessel.
Right, but the religionists are the ones who...
Eternal life is as in eternal from the beginning of our life until forever. It doesn't mean that we were in the beginning where God was. And I don't know if that's what you were asking.
Well, if we're an extension of the Creator,
correct,
as a child of the Creator, right? We are all children of the Most High.
Well, we're
whether we
adopted
acknowledge him as
children.
our
We're not.
father or not.
We're not made of the same essence. We're not exactly. We're creatures. We're not part of.
We're creatures created by a creator.
That's correct.
We are all of that standard. We all have a purpose on this place.
Yes.
And if you follow your purpose,
This
whatever
is
that
why he's
purpose
stupid.
might
He's
be,
been in Christianity
then
for
you
like
gain
3
the
years.
reward of
And he
that
goes and makes
purpose.
shit showings like this.
And because we
Right,
are
and there's an ultimate purpose. It's called not being a fucking mind and heart controlled slave and getting pimped on. And if we all embody that, we get the results of that.
Are you saying if we live up to our purpose, we all go to heaven?
Yeah, EBT, and the fact that toilet bowl can't show up and
this is so bizarre. I have to shut this down. I got to get out of this. It's completely bizarre to me. Why does there have to be anything more than just self-worth, self-esteem, principles, rights and freedoms, and faith? Why does it have to be anything more before or after than that, when that's what feels the best here? I've been at the bottom and I've seen the other side. I'm like Martin King. I'm coming back to tell you, I've seen the mountaintop. There's nothing else. There's nothing that we need to get into before and after. We're here now. We know what's true and what's right, or true enough. Some of us. The rest of us are caught in confusion and delusion, denial, and argument and debate with horrible results on every level. We're going to do what's true and what's right, get better as beings, or we're going to get worse and cycle in looping confusion and pretend like the results are okay if we just keep believing on something. It's a joke. We've been doing it for thousands of years.
Maybe if I got up there, maybe TB would be
so if that's arrogant and egoic, forgive me. I guess we're all going to find out one day. I'm open to that. I don't need to be right. I'd rather be wrong. Me being right is going to, I guess, allow.
Yo, this dude's on a monologue. I wanted to hear what Toilet Bowl Earth had to say, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't. He constantly goes there and makes no showing compared to how he'll come here and fuck with people.
Well, I mean, the thing over there is that I feel like whatever dude was saying about being the purpose of life is not being pimped, but one of the real things is that everyone is a slave to technology, whether we want to admit it or not. Now, that's not. Yeah,
there's
that's
a key element that's required to be a slave, and that is cooperation.
That's
Both
right.
slave and master must have cooperation.
That's right. That's right. So that's one of the things is that it's real easy to be cooperative when the thing that's dominating is not even fucking human, so that's one of the things is that we're not cooperating with people, we're cooperating with processes and the decisions of an amalgam of people. So it's not just one or two people's decisions, but like
I have shown Paul's footage to Denver prostitutes to show them what their pimp was doing to them. Like, because they couldn't see it when the pimp is doing it to them because of the emotion and he's right there in front of them. For them to see Paul pull the shit with people, they got it and got out of the light.
Yeah, and I wonder if I could hop on this stream and still be on my stream. Is there a possibility for me to hop
Paul does
on?
it. Yeah, Paul does it. I don't know how because I don't
know how the fuck. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. What's the science on that? I mean,
try to click the link of his stream from where you're at and see if it
from where I'm at and see and just see what the fuck happens. You saying it?
Yeah.
That's
all he does and he used to just invade other people's streams all day.
Yeah, I mean that might be the real shit because then his dudes will invade my stream. It could actually be a productive event.
No,
it
won't be productive.
Really?
And you do got to watch your P's and Q's. The reason Toilet Bowl was on his behavior is because if I go up there, I'll get 2 words out and he'll backstage me or kick me because he knows what's coming. The same way Talcott will do it.
I think his show's over, guys. I think his show's over, so there's no need to worry about that shit. But yeah, oh no, his show ain't over. Shit.
Also, Martin Luther
ya?
King
Or I
is
don't
very
care.
much a
Fuck whether you love me
womanizer.
back.
Went
Have
through
a
a
good
lot
night.
of orgies.
All right, I'll accept that.
The Wizard, man, the Wizard is cool.
No,
I'll
he's
get
not.
He's buddy.
He's a false prophet,
Go take some
heretic. He bends
ashwagandha,
the
homie.
word.
You'll thank me. That and what is it? Fenugreek.
The Wizard's been out
Anyway,
here.
good talk, Paul. I know you don't agree, but whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah.
They're out of here. Yeah, they're not doing it.
Yeah, let's see if he comes back, and we can ask him why he had to abandon us for the unslaved. Why he's so civil over there.
Yeah, we need Toilet Bowl Earth back on this show. But yeah, I know, EBT. It kind of seemed like
I'm not saying you can't be his friend, but are you not offended that him and Drew drove this broadcast into the ground for 2 hours and then he just leaves to go over there and then we'll see if he comes back?
What? So EBT saying that Drew or that TBE, EBT saying that TBE is delusional.
I know.
No,
next
he's
time,
probably saying
next
it- he's
time he
probably
has
saying
this
it about
show,
Paul.
I'm gonna hop up in there because if he's doing this show every day, and if I'm streaming on Saturday, then I might as well hop up in his show on Saturday, on my show, so I could hop up in a show on my show and have a double barrel fucking stream in this bitch. So, yeah.
You know what?
EBT's got delusions too. Come on, EBT. I see it.
I never thought about it, but I don't see Paul talk shit on Muslims the way he does on Christians, so you should try it.
Yeah, actually, I seen them endorsing some Islamic themes and shit. I don't know why, but they seem to have endorsed certain Islamic themes, but I don't know, But yeah, man, I mean, I hope Toilet Bowl Earth comes back around here too. You know what I'm saying, because Toilet Bowl and me were having a good conversation for real. But yeah,
And New Main Order ain't shit.
New Main Order is the truth. For real though.
No, he says a lot of dumb shit.
No,
and he denies a lot of truth. And he doesn't. He LOLs a lot of shit that I'm like, why are you LOLing it? And he ain't got shit to say. Come on up, New Main Order.
New Main Order is a G for real, man. Respect.
Well, he follows me around and says dumb shit, and I don't think he's got shit at all.
Well, I've seen New Main Order connect with some intelligence, for real.
I bet he can if he wants to, but he wants to play this game of everybody come at Tom, and that's fine because y'all ain't shit.
Well, the thing I like about New Main Order is he knows things. He knows.
I'd like to see him prove it.
About psyops and shit. No, for real.
Oh, so why? Okay, if you know things, New Main Order, if you're so in the know, why do you LOL at XRP when it's the future money of the New World Order?
Tyrannicide.
Yo, that's what was cracking me up earlier is the Drew and TB are coming at you about crypto, and it's like, how are you going to clown Tom for making money off crypto? Like, that's ass backwards.
And it also shows how they don't understand where the whole world is going real fast.
Oh, shit, it's fucking dumb, man. Like, oh, you make money in the stock market. Oh, you fucking clown. It's like, yeah, really? You're going to clown somebody over doing something dope,
As they go to their blue-collar jobs every day, which I used to be. But no, not CBDCs, Reddington. You're out of the loop, too. There's a difference. Do you know the difference?
Yeah.
Maybe ask Knight.
Peace to the Wizard for coming and supporting the Machine live streams, The Wizard's been out here, everybody.
No, he supports a reservation to go say his shit. That's why he's nice to you. If you didn't have a place for him to talk his shit, if you didn't have a panel for him to try and get on, you probably wouldn't see him the same.
Well, that is the thing, everybody's got to have a place, and home is where the heart is. And, if you feel that way, you know, your home is with me. You know, y'all motherfuckers come chill with me. I don't give a fuck. But
Do
yeah,
you think I'm going to take the first 2 hours of this broadcast and feel that way?
Well, you know, I do thank Tommy for coming up here and, you know, for real.
And
You
I'm
know,
glad I stayed, but what I was trying to tell you in the chat is regardless of those trolling motherfuckers, you're the only one that had those buttons. Like, and that's what I tell every host that ever
well,
does anything.
yeah, they're buttons, but you know, there's buttons and there's button pushers. I mean, it is what it
But
is.
listen, you're forgetting that those
You know, I'm
guys
not
have
trying to.
literally, they've banned me from their panels and they still chase me when I do not run, you know? Does that not come off as little dick to you?
Well, I mean, I think everybody who's willing to communicate through these airwaves is bold, you know.
I
But
think
you
you're
know,
avoiding the individual's accountability that we each hold. Like we each must be accountable.
maybe, you know, that has been a constant criticism of me. But you know, I mean, to fire back, I mean, I'm just pointing out that you know there's amalgams of systems of control. You know,
Right.
I'm not saying I'm not shirking individual responsibility, but yeah,
And listen, in all fairness, I'm
I do
not
see it
really,
offered as a
and I'm
criticism.
also not busting on you because one thing I like about you is you don't care about the numbers. You're not saying you're here to
I
make a
really
career or a
don't. I
living.
really don't. This shit's gone up to 40, back down to 20. I really don't give a fuck.
And
You
so
know,
what these
I'm
other
having a
guys do
conversation
though,
with the people up here, you know. So I'm
so
sorry if
what these other guys do though is they do claim they're trying to make money and they bitch at people for ruining their stream or you know whatever. And it's like you're the one that had the buttons, bro. Like you let them up. You don't kick them or you whatever it is their problem is. It's like you had the power over that and now you're blaming people for it.
y'all
So
see,
you don't do that. So
and
that's
I did send Tommy an email, you know, but because the thing is that all that rage shit happened and everybody's joking and shit like that, but I don't even give a fuck about shit like that. I just want to know if dude's okay. So you know what I mean? So for me,
yeah, yeah.
I was just like, yo, man, you know, you doing okay? You know, are you still, breathing and shit? You know, that's cool. You know, cause you know, I like talking to you. You know, I thank you for coming up here and supporting my streams. And everybody come up here and that comes up here, subscribe to Tommy. You know, whether you like Tommy or not, why not subscribe to him? You know, tell them how you feel. It ain't shit to just come and check up on people and see what the fuck they're doing and you know, see what the fuck's going on and you know, maybe if you don't like them, maybe you could change them. You know, maybe we could all influence each other. You know, open up a fucking some shit. I don't fucking know, man. You know,
And really the way people bitch about me on streams is not the reflection of what these silly ass videos are, you know.
look at this shit, man. This shit, man. Y'all ain't know.
Oh, this is the newest one, yeah.
Superior editing skills, right?
And I'm new to it.
That's impressive for real.
PG-13.
Oh shit. Cyber.
Come on, Tommy. That's corny as shit.
The end's the best part.
Fucking weirdo.
Yeah. Damn.
I mean, might have to switch up my whole format if I were to do that. It kind of really involves all of us. I shouldn't be so selfish. Because it's gonna happen. It's only, you know, it's just numbers and statistics. No, we're gonna have to do an Illumitami Remembered show. I don't want to have to do that show.
See, that was actual Z footage from when I was missing. So that was like the robot being like, "You gonna get taken out this time?"
That dude's gayer than you, Tom.
Who, Z?
Yeah.
No, he's not gay. I mean, he's a flat earther, but he's not gay.
All right. Better word, cornier.
Yeah, you ruined corny. I mean, it doesn't really have any weight anymore, even with the emoji.
Yeah,
And
cool
Tyrannosaurus
video,
is cool.
Tom. What was the point of this video? Can you tell us?
It's just a fake movie trailer. Just like there's going to be a fake movie trailer for I made the video of the cop standoff night footage. I changed it all around like I was the one they were in the standoff with. And then you had EBT and everybody like calling me out for Illuminati details. It's actually going to be a masterpiece.
You guys ever hear the band Scorn?
Yeah, right. Nah.
I think.
Fucking Scorn. Fucking badass band.
I've heard of Korn. That's a great band.
This is
Korn.
Korn is the shit. You are right about that one. Korn is
fucking train.
Derailed by the train.
That's your Uber. Yeah, I remember Scorn, but I can't like hear a song when I think of it, but I know that band name.
Yeah, I hope they don't pop me for playing this fucking, you know what I mean?
It is weird, like who gets popped and who doesn't. Like some channels will play back to back.
I'm tripped out by it. Yeah, I'm tripped out by it, but this dude fucking this album Anamnesis. I don't know if y'all know what anamnesis. That's a word by Plato. That's actually made by Plato, where he's saying that nobody actually figures anything out because we actually know everything because truth is unveiled. He argued that truth is actually unveiled. It's not something that you come up with on your own, and that there's actually no personal activity behind gaining truth. It's actually just based on attaining information, because truth is based on the mind, and the mind already knows things, but reason is just a process of discerning what it already knows, and this process is called anamnesis. So this is what actually Plato argued, that the truth actually already exists in your mind, that you can't actually figure out something that you don't know. Because how would somebody figure out something that they don't know? How would you experience something that you have no experience with outside of yourself? Well, you would have to know it within yourself first. So the only way that you can attain to knowledge or understand things outside of yourself is to actually know them for yourself first. So he said,
Right.
So this is actually called paradox of knowledge.
Okay, so a word on being on a globe. With a flat surface, right angles can only make a square. You make 4 right angles, it makes a square. But because we're on a globe of the size that it is, if you take 10,000 kilometers, make a right angle, go 10,000 kilometers, and do it one more time, you'll make a triangle because you're on a globe. You couldn't do that. If it was a flat surface, you'd have to make a square making a right angle.
So you're saying wait, I heard people talk about this, but like but are you on a flat earth or
No,
are you
I'm globe. I know I'm on a globe, even
You're
by
on
the geometry of the stars and the sun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm skeptical of the scientists, but I'm not skeptical of, human experience. I mean, the ancients talked about the globe shit, too. But
Yo,
yeah.
who came up with the flat Earth theory? Was it the government?
No, originally everyone was a flat earther because if you look around when you're out on a field or something, yes, it obviously looks flat. But the first person to determine we were going around the sun instead of the sun going around us and that we were globe and stuff is a Catholic priest that was chastised and I think executed eventually for it. And it's funny that some of these guys are Catholics that think the world is flat.
Well, I can't find my copy of Totoro, but I was talking about Christopher Columbus earlier, and it's interesting. When Christopher Columbus went on his like little voyage, he was trying to find
India.
No, actually, instead he was trying to find heaven on Earth because they actually thought that heaven was on Earth, that the Earth was pear shaped, and that at the top of the dome of the pear would be the heaven. So it'd be like it was like a round thing with like a mountain on top of it, like fucking Mount Olympus or some shit. And then
I
they'd
thought
have.
we called Native Americans Indians because when he found America, he thought it was India.
Oh yeah. He was going in the wrong direction because he was trying to repeat Marco Polo's journey. So he thought he was going the same direction as fucking Marco Polo. But Marco Polo, a lot of people don't know, he had just fabricated his journeys. So a lot of people thought that Marco Polo wrote in his diaries was true. It was just a bunch of made up bullshit. And then Christopher Columbus tried to follow Marco Polo and he got fucking lost. Obviously because Marco Polo just made shit up. He didn't take any real ways. Yeah, he didn't even take any real ways to get to where he wanted to. So.
In Reddington, it's not about caring about the shape. It's about can you discern and explain. Because I give just as much shit to globers that can't explain why they think they're on a globe. Like, if you're a flat earther, I'll give you shit. If you're a globie that doesn't know why globe, I'll give you shit. It's about truth and discernment. No, I just said tyrannicide. It isn't about the shape unless you're working together to put people in a space station or something, but it is about truth and proving your truth or standing on it and the details that show you that you have that truth. It's like this: we're going around the sun. You are standing on a globe with your feet toward the gravity. That's why you see the sun go down, like it's dropping below your feet. But the sun's always rising for someone and always setting for someone because it's all globe, bro.
I'm looking at the fucking moon right now. The moon is round. The sun is round. Planet Earth, it cannot be flat.
And Robin, you have to have me blocked. I mean, if you want to have me blocked, that's fine. But you said I have you blocked. I don't see your chat unless Machine Lies brings it up on the screen. And your comments you put on my videos are all in a weird way compared to everybody's. So if you don't want me blocked, unblock me. I don't have anybody blocked.
Yeah, that's same here. I don't even block anybody. I don't have anybody blocked. If you or anybody else suspects that I have blocked you by accident or otherwise, please send me an email. Please send me a fucking email at themachine0@gmail.com. So that's my fucking email. The machine lies 0@gmail.com. Y'all come and send me a fucking email and tell me what you think. And me and Tommy will decide if we want to fucks with you. I do talk to Tommy on my email. I checked up on Tommy, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, please everybody subscribe to Illuma Tommy. JG, you got a channel out here or there's no channel out here for you. But yeah, yo,
no, tyrannicide. Your eyeball does invert the image, and then your brain up and down the image. We know this stuff, and we have been to the moon. We do have satellites orbiting the Earth that some of us might be using for the internet that we're getting right now.
Look at this. She said she don't have you blocked, Holmes.
She has to and not know it because I don't think she wants me blocked because she puts good comments on my videos, but I'm not seeing her chat. And Robin, I remember when you originally came and asked me to unblock you, it's like I unblocked everyone at a point a while back.
I think YouTube might be on some fuck shit and deciding who the fuck we talk to. They could just be seeing who, they might temporarily block people for each other without them even fucking knowing it, just so that you connect with other people.
Where's the thing? I can read her comments she leaves on my videos, but I can't comment on her comments. And because, like, let me switch my Xbox up here that I'm watching compared to what I'm interacting with you with, and let me see if I can see her chats here in a second whenever I go guest. There, I just told everybody how to see anybody that's blocked you, is you just gotta go back to YouTube as a guest.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
All right, brother JG, man. You have a blessed night, and thank you for stopping by out here. But yeah, I'm trying to play this song for you guys. This fucking maker of angels. This song is the shit, man. This song by Scorn. I don't know. This is one of my favorite songs by Scorn. Check this song out, you fuckers.
Yeah, I can see you now, Robin. And if you don't think Chalk TBE or EBT sees you, maybe they all blocked you, or maybe you blocked. Do you know how to unblock people, Robin?
Have a blessed night, JG. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, JG's cool as long as I don't try to be cool with him. He'll be cool as soon as I'm like, hey man, let's link up, let's pop some trains. Like, no, I don't fuck with you. So yeah, Robin, if you don't have anyone blocked on your list, I try not to talk to talk TBE or EBT or Venton too much, as you saw if you caught the beginning of the stream. Oh, they have reasons to block you? Why do you think? I mean, EBT doesn't have me blocked, but he has me doxxed. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. The thing about doxing me, it's kind of like having a gay son. It's not that I'm really mad that anybody or scared that anybody doxed me. It's if I make a joke about my gay son, you guys can laugh, but you don't make a fucking joke about my gay son. And EBT found his reasons that night to say, oh no, I can give out Tom's numerical address. He wasn't very stand-up daddy, like guy that has kids of him. Not very stand-up Catholicism. Not very stand-up blue collar of him. It is pretty cool. It's kind of got like a 9 Inch Nails meets Enya kind of thing.
That's right.
And you're insufferable is such a copy and paste thing to say. Like, yeah, we can just say anybody's insufferable. Why don't you come at me with some details? I'll tell you if you're mistaking a bit for reality or if you're just an asshole. Because I don't do the bit non-bit shit. You're free to not like me, but don't come at me on some bullshit like you saw in the first 2 hours. Are they mostly instrumental, or do they have like heavy lyrics, or how are like their songs overall?
They made a song with Cool Keith.
Oh, cool, nice.
Yeah, they made a song.
Octagon.
Yeah, they made a song with Cool Keith, and I mixed it with the fucking with the scene from Devil's Advocate. Remember that shit?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where the
Oh
guys
no,
like
and
talking, and then they're like talking about technology. They're like, "Oh shit, the fucking." He's like they're plugged into their laptops and shit and
mhm.
fucking. He's like
Do you
doing
remember when Crystal Method used to play live shit and they had those keyboards that, like the way guitars have a wah wah bar?
It's no
They had
mystery where they
keyboards
come
that
from.
could like lift the side up for like a wah bar effect.
Wait, I'm sorry.
JG, you're full of shit. You're the corny drag if you don't ever watch your own footage. Like I try, JG. I try and get along. I try and work with you. Don't come at me with that shit. You're a bigger joke. Like I push it, man. I go at people. I'm doing a thing in YouTube, but you are just a train hopping homeless joke if you don't want to be cool.
How do you guys change your background on here? You know how like my background is my couch and shit? Like, can I put a picture here?
Maybe. I mean, you see my filter stuff I do. I have some backgrounds, but I have to do some app gymnastics for it. You might want to ask Toilet Bowl how he does his. Like, let me bring up a
Oh!
What's poppin'?
Toilet Bowl, you have no power here. You've got the unslaved all over you. But it's nice to see you can go to the house of my enemy to be rational. Heretic. And you made another shit showing as far as representing Christianity against all those false prophets. You made a shit showing with your 3 years of biblical study.
A green screen. Well,
Wait,
I thought
I'm smelling a hamster cologne, apparently. Thanks, Dow. Yeah, but yeah, hamster cologne. Yeah, I came in with hamster cologne. Yeah, you know it's funny. It's funny you say that, but whatever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hamster cologne for your hamster dick.
I don't know what exactly you want, buddy, but
I wanted you to leave me alone the first 2 hours of this stream or contribute
well, you're
to
the
it.
one. You're the one saying you're going to be making these hit pieces on me and all this stuff. I mean,
I did. I made a couple.
Okay, man. I hope that's fulfilling for you. I don't know what you want besides that.
What do you mean you hit the link for me? I'm not interacting with you. It's your buddies that have me blocked and say disengage, and you all still come at me. So
interacting with me, you're making head pieces of me. Okay, I think that's sort of interacting with me, isn't it?
No, those all had legit, like, it was legit because you're a piece of shit. And then you could have left it alone. You could have left it alone and left it at that. And obviously, you want to keep going. You think the hit piece is your ally?
Oh man, you're so cringe, man. You're such a
No,
normie.
no, you're cringe because you can't even leave your stuff posted. Think about how much of your drunk late night bullshit you delete. And I can't even get you to let me download our God
Those
conversation.
streams are trash and they don't need to be watched at all.
Yeah, why do you do it in the first place?
Well, in the hopes that it could be good.
Yeah, keep hoping.
And sometimes they're not good, so it's like,
No, most of the times they're not good. You guys are.
No, I have some good streams. Admittedly, it's more bad.
Yeah, except you hid one of your best, and the only reason to hide it is you say to troll me.
And more times is bad than good. I'll give you that. But
I'd love to help, but because of you and Drew and EBT, now you guys sit there saying, "Oh, it's the third hour. Come on up, Tom." I'm not even watching. I saw that in the pre-record.
Tommy, you're always watching, man. Don't lie.
No, I'm not. You're lying. You're saying shit out your ass. Do you ever think that maybe all these little bullshit games you play will be in your like judgment? Because I know what's going to be in my judgment. And what you think is me being some crackhead demon? No, I'm on here with an agenda. I've been successfully doing my thing, and you said you want some.
The fruit show. The fruit show. You know what I mean?
You don't know what you're saying, just like you didn't have shit to say to Paul and them when they just questioned your beliefs. You didn't have shit to say. So what are the fruits show?
You need to discern the difference between letting people.
You don't discern shit.
There's a difference between letting people speak.
There's a difference between a 3-year Christian and a 40-year Christian. That's you're a little fucking millennial bitch.
If you're a 40-year Christian, we're in trouble. We're in trouble.
No, you don't see the Christian. You see the psyop. I'm God's little psyop, and you got in the way, and now you have to reap what you sow.
We're in some trouble here, man. If you're
Judge me, faggot. Judge me, faggot. Tell me how I'm fucking up at what I'm led to do. Tell me how I'm fucking up at what I'm led to do. Because before you ever knew who Paul and... Why don't you act like this is Paul's channel and shut your fucking mouth? Now you'll sit over there and be nice and civil and orderly for that punk fucking faggot.
Because it's called mutual respect.
And I got none for you. Fuck off.
You should try it sometime.
Oh, people get it. You don't watch those streams. You didn't watch after you left here. You had to run to Paul. You got Machine Lies got a whole lot of mutual respect after your punk ass left.
Because you can't handle me being around.
You. Take a little accountability, dad of mixed children. You Iran. You are Iranian because all you do is run. You fucking bitch.
I run.
Funnier than any of your shit, faggot.
That's pretty good. I run.
Go fuck yourself.
That's pretty good.
I don't need your validation, bitch.
Well,
you're a bitch.
You anyway, because I love you, bro.
Well, I'm sorry that you express it this way, because if you ever see me in person, I'm gonna break your fucking nose.
Oh. Whoa, shit.
Unless your kids are there. But if your kids are there, I'm going to give you that look where you'll know.
It's a pretty Semitic nose, man. I don't know, man. You better watch out.
Then why do you say such anti-Semitic things if you got a Semitic nose?
Well, the Jews that you think I'm talking about is not the king.
The humans, yes.
The Jews that reject
What part of your Bible says go talk shit on Jews?
Well, the problem I have a problem.
You're of the world.
Oh my goodness.
You are of the world. Oh, you don't like being interrupted like you did for 2 hours with your little cock buddy? Fuck you, EBT. And I meant EBT. Fuck you too, TBE.
Listen,
fuck EBT. Fuck TBE.
I have a problem with Jews that reject Christ. That's pretty much
That's not your decision to make. Anyone can reject Christ. I got a problem with Christians that go over to Paul enslaved and make a shit showing.
Is that what
no, even Jesus said he hopes you show up. He did not demand it. He did not have a problem with it. And what's your problem if Jesus didn't have a problem with it? Oh, I think you're trying to greater than now. You're trying to superior dance like a church lady. So how come you fuck with Jews, but you'll sit here and fake buddy to your Muslim friend? Because I real buddy to our Muslim friend.
Well,
my Jesus does not demand that I bring his Muslimness over to Christianity.
Let me clarify. I don't have to get into it with Machine Lies about that. But we both
but you do have to get into it with Paul, and you don't. So what are you so scared of?
Pretty clear.
What's clear? What's clear?
He has his beliefs. I have mine.
Right. So why do you have a problem with Jews then? You just did a contradiction, like you do.
Christ. I have a problem with that. And guess what?
Muslims reject Christ. Muslims reject Christ. Muslims reject Christ. Satan worshippers reject Christ. Agnostics and atheists reject Christ. So you're not giving me an answer yet.
Anymore, Tommy. There's no such thing as Jews anymore. Jews are done with. After Christ came, it's over with.
There's lots of Jews.
They are of the Antichrist. Okay?
There are lots of Jews out there.
Judaic religion after Christ is anti-Christian.
There's a lot of anti-Christian things.
For no one.
So you're gonna win Jews to Jesus by Jew burger and Semitic nose and all that shit?
Who said that? That's how I win Jews. No.
Well,
I mock evil, wicked people.
Oh, that's not what you're supposed to do.
No,
it's how,
really. And you're the one to tell me that.
well, it's how Jesus mocked the Pharisees. You know what I'm saying?
But Jesus did Jesus. Jesus didn't say toilet bowl earth, do what I
Oh,
do.
right. Yeah. I forgot Jesus has to mention me in the Bible. That's right.
No, he doesn't. And you
That's
forgot a
right.
lot of things. Like
I
why?
get it. I get
No,
it, Tom.
stop. You
Tom,
forgot why I don't tell you my charities.
everything has to be written out for Tommy.
No, you dumbass. Is what you're missing here is you're all big and bad when it's trolley time. And now that I'm sitting down without your buddies and I'm saying, hey, bro,
I'm right
you're
here,
fucking.
man. What are you talking about? I'm not running away from anything. What do you have to?
Why did you interrupt me?
I mean, you're making big claims about this, that, and you need to stop with
What claim did I just make that you interrupt? What claim was I making?
And ask me something.
I've asked you a lot of things you didn't answer. Now, are you going to derail
like
this
what?
some more?
Like what?
Do we need to rewind it?
No, we do. Just
okay. So do you remember like leaning on me about my charities and where my income comes from? Is that very Christ-like?
That's a pretty simple question, and you took that and you hyperbolized it as me accusing you of boasting. That's clearly
that's not what I did.
When I ask you what you do with your money, it's a benign, innocuous inquiry. Okay,
right? And I read to you the biblical. Shut the fuck up! I read to you the.
You projected that on me, saying that's what my motive.
No, I read your Bible, our Bible to you, and you still don't get it.
Our Bible.
Our Bible. I read you the passage that explains why I won't tell you where my charities go, and you got a problem with that.
No, why won't you say it?
I read the scripture that explains why I won't say it. So show me how Christ-like, how Christian you are.
Let me tell you something. I send money to prison ministries. I send money to the church. I send money to.
Don't tell me.
I'm telling you because I'd like you to do the same. Because
I won't. And I told you why. And there's no reason you are going against. You are going against Jesus by telling me.
I'm not justified by my works, bro.
Let's read it again.
You can read it over and over and over till you're blue in the face.
Don't you?
It doesn't matter.
Is that why you failed against Paul tonight? Because you don't have anything to stand on when you try and represent. You tried to represent Christianity, and all you got is the same old. Oh, somebody told me this in church. See, you're why flat earthers tell me I only believe globe because someone said it. Because you go around and represent Christianity by regurgitating what a pastor said to you.
You're a globetard, and that's already.
No, I'm a person that knows we are on a globe, and the fact you don't is hilarious.
That's what that means. That you're a globetard.
Okay, are you not a globetard?
No, I'm not a shapetard. You're a shapetard.
But do you know that you're on a globe?
No, I don't.
Okay, then you don't know truth. You can't discern truth. You don't have facts. You don't have knowledge.
Right, because the shape of the earth is so relevant to me and
it's relevant to show how you can show that something is true.
Right.
Yeah, I am right.
No, you're not right. That's called being facetious. Look into
it. I'm right that we are on a globe, and I'm right that you're retarded for not knowing why.
You're a globetard.
Then you're a retard. You should ditch your family and go. You should go let Bong Ripper raise you.
I knew I was a retard, but you're a globetard.
No, I'm a guy that knows we're on a globe.
I know it's in a worse situation.
There's a worse situation compared to me knowing that I stand on a globe and you don't know that. And then you think you're gonna go give an example of truth and biblical stuff to heathens. Just talk while I'm talking. Just talk while I'm talking.
I'm a retard, but this man believes in NASA fucking globetard.
No. You're saying that I think I'm on a globe because NASA said so. No, I know why I'm on a globe because of geometry.
Oh, wow.
Are you a Catholic?
You can prove all this.
Are you a Catholic?
Oh my God.
What, you can't answer questions?
You're running to one point to the next, Tommy. Like, come on.
No,
man.
are you a Catholic? Are you a Catholic?
No,
Play
I'm
fair, faggot. Are you a Catholic?
You're an invisible churchian, so I don't know what your beliefs are. What is that?
I follow
what does that
Jesus.
mean?
I
Follow
follow
Jesus.
Jesus,
What does
and
that
he has
mean?
isolated me from people right now.
Okay, so Jesus says to take the Eucharist. Where do you take the Eucharist at?
No. Do you? Are you
No.
Catholic?
No,
all you do is rattle. This isn't your game, bitch. You asked if I was in an invisible church. I said I follow. Okay, raise your arms in victory. Raise your arms in victory, TBE.
Very bad man. You're a very bad, dishonest man.
Fuck you. You come to Denver,
Very,
I'll show
very
you a
bad
bad man.
Very bad man. I don't
Fuck
like
you.
Very, very bad man. Very dishonest man. Very simple.
No, I'm being very
simple
honest.
question.
I'm being very honest.
Where do you take Eucharist?
I don't take Eucharist.
Oh, so you said you follow Jesus? No.
Show me in the Bible.
Oh my goodness. This guy's never read the book of Matthew.
No, just show me where I have to take Eucharist. Or is Eucharist a word for something? Is Eucharist a word for something that I call something different? Are you playing grammar games with me, faggot?
Have you ever heard the thing called the Last Supper?
Just quit playing games and say what you're going to say. Are you talking about communion, bitch?
Yeah, that's...
Okay, I take communion with a pastor.
Where?
Now, are
Where?
you Catholic?
Where?
Are you Catholic?
Where?
Wherever I go when I need to do it. Are you Catholic?
Where is the church that you did this at?
None of your business. I've already gotten doxxed. I've already gotten doxxed by your buddy. You think I'm going to tell you where I go talk to a pastor?
What's the use in more?
Why? What's the use? When do I get to ask a question?
So do you go? No, let me ask. Do you go to a building? Is this place have 4 walls and a roof?
2 questions.
I mean, it's the same kind of question. So
3 statements. Do you when you play basketball and score 2 points, does your team just get the ball every time you score points?
Does this place have 4 walls and a roof?
Your wife's.
Oh man, this man's. You running? Are you running already, Tommy?
I'm not running. I'm waiting for you to do a back and forth, and you don't want to play fair, and because you're not godly, you're not a Christian.
Okay,
you're a fucking asshole.
All right. Let's be okay. Okay, what were you asking me? Go ahead.
Your buddies are Catholic, then, right? Not you.
I'm not Catholic. EBT is Roman Catholic.
Okay, it was a Catholic priest that was removed from his priesthood and killed because he figured out we were a globe going around the sun with no telescope or any fancy shit. He just used geometry and his mind.
Well, who cares?
Because you don't know that. He died centuries ago before the telescope was invented, and you can't tell me. You want to know where I go to church, and you can't tell me why you're on a globe.
Tommy, why is that relevant?
It's relevant to show truth.
To show truth that's relevant to what?
The truth and the light. So if the truth is that we're on a globe, Jesus knows we're on a globe.
To what? What does that mean? What is that? Why is that important? Is that part of the catechesis of Jesus Christ in the Church of Tommy?
The truth and the light?
Do you have to be a globetard in the Church of Tommy?
If you want to know truth, you have to be a globetard.
Okay, so my salvation is based on if I believe the earth is a shape.
No, your salvation is based.
There we go. Back to it relevant?
Just narrate. Go ahead and narrate, bitch. This ain't no meme game.
It's not relevant, Tommy.
It is relevant when you're going on cults of the enslaved and making a shit showing at their simple questions, and you get punked around like it's a fucking casting couch. It is very relevant because those motherfuckers think the earth is flat.
This conversation. How many times are you going to bring him up? It's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
It's also irrelevant to tell me I can't say a guy's name. Paul, toilet bowl, birth, cock, body, lover.
Clip that. I got to clip that. I'm going to make a song out of that one. Machine Lies.
Don't private the stream.
Go ahead and make it, because I got plenty of clips of you before you could delete them. Yeah, that's all you got is your meme beats and a little bit of props from Grace Thorpe, and that ain't shit. Fuck you, toilet bowl.
Yo, Grace, what? Grace Thorpe loves me. What? You got a problem with that?
No, I think it's funny that she does when you don't know shit. And all you got for her is, oh, Grace, go read your Bible. Fuck
yeah,
you,
because I'm trying to be a positive influence on her.
Okay, so you want her to see she knows I'm a God-fearing individual, and you want that young 20-year-old girl. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know about that, Tom. I don't know if she does that, but maybe we could reconvene.
Go fuck yourself. We're done. No, you got till tomorrow night to give me the opportunity to download that fucking video that everyone wants to know why you privatized it. And he already said it's just a fucking
copyright fucking blocked. What do you want me to do?
No, that's not what you said. You said you got it blocked just to fuck with me.
No.
Why would it be copyright blocked? Why would it be copyright blocked?
Because we were watching these damn skate videos on there.
Liar. I make YouTube videos. They wouldn't have blocked it over that. You're a liar. You're lying to me. You're a liar.
You want me to give you a screenshot of it? Yeah, it's blocked, dude.
Do you want to watch the video where I used footage from the Matrix movie? Do you think the Matrix movie is allowed in a skate video from the 90s? Isn't? You're a liar. You're a liar. Fucking liar. Fucking heretic, liar, false prophet.
How am I a
You should be
heretic?
ashamed of yourself.
That's one thing I'm curious about. Well, how am I a heretic, Tommy?
You've got till tomorrow night for me to get that video.
You can't answer me. Tommy, how does it
No, I can't. I won't.
How am I a heretic? Can you
We don't
explain
have mutual respect. Fuck you.
How am I a heretic, Tommy?
Did you not hear what I said?
No, I'm asking you, how am I a heretic?
That was good stream.
A heretic is based on dogma and stuff like that. But
You're based on dick sucking.
Okay, but Tommy, how am I a heretic? I'll wait for it. I'll wait for you.
Hold your breath.
Yeah, because you don't have an answer because you have no idea what you're talking
I
about.
do. I just said I don't respect you. I'm not going to answer you. You have till tomorrow
Just
night
like you won't
to
answer
produce
me.
that
Okay,
video
fine.
for my private keeping of our conversation.
Let the record show that Tommy has refused to answer two basic
Yeah, let the record show the first 2 hours of this stream. Let the record show that when you left this stream, you went to suck Paul off. You sat there and cordially got raped in your butt, metaphysically, and then you came back over here to get your fix, faggot.
No, that's definitely
Bring
not true.
EBT up here. Let's talk about the doxing.
No, that's definitely not how it went at all. But poor Tommy, man. You could delude yourself all you want.
Rich Tommy.
You can delude yourself all you want, Tommy.
You go to work. You go to work all week. I haven't worked in 3 years.
You're in retirement. Yeah, you don't do nothing. You live in squalor.
No, I do stuff, but you don't have the mutual respect to hear what I do.
Tommy, let me just say something real quick.
No, let me say something to you. What if you were standing before God right now? No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, faggot, or I'll fucking come fuck that black-ass wife of yours. Because you know that you got hamster cologne for your hamster dick, and all the girls I fuck call me a nigger, and you know why.
Shut up, be quiet, very much.
What do you got to poo?
Be quiet, very good, very good, very good.
Go fuck yourself.
You know what's funny is when you say
You know what's not funny? You all the time, especially when you're drunk and pathetic online. Faggot.
Well, man, I love you, Tommy. I'm just like trying to.
I don't love you. No, see, you're doing all the thing that these demons do. Is you fuck around, you find out, and oh, Tommy, I still like it. Well, fuck you. I don't fucking like you. If I see you in person without your kids, I will break your fucking nose.
You go break my nose? It's a big
among other things. Among other things. And if Jesus comes back and finds us like that, so be it.
Tommy, you're a skinny dude. I don't know if you can do that, man.
I know, and I'll still fuck you up. That's what people don't understand. Whenever I was accused of steroids and at my skinniness right now, same difference. I know how to fucking fight.
I fuck you, bloody.
Why you get
You bloody bastard!
You fucking beginner, you are fucking you fucking bastard bitch! You fuck you! Bloody fuck you, bloody!
Bloody fuck
you! No, Rusty, TBE is not in good form tonight. Rusty, block like a bitch and talk that homo shit. Come the fuck up here, faggot!
Bloody no!
You bloody Tommy!
No, stop the video! Stop the video! I wasn't doing that fucking voice. Stop the video! Stop the fucking video! Now let me tell you about this faggot Rusty in the fucking chat that thinks I can't see him.
Why you shouting at me? Because I am going to the work. If you don't do the other places. Why you shouting?
You fucking bloody dog!
I don't know. You are doing like this. I think you are going to accident. No, shouting at me no good, man. Me no shout at you. But the thing is that what you think if you do like this one, you are going at work and somebody else. But that like one, if you're running like that one, you're gonna fucking fall, innit? But hurting yourself. But yeah, because of this, I saved myself. That one very
I never watched. This is great. I never seen the extended version.
Yeah, you love it because it's all racial
It seemed like it got very cordial at the end. It seemed like it calmed down.
Yeah, that's how you'd get if you ever standing in front of me. Now listen, let me tell you about your faggot buddy Rusty that makes
like
this
it
shit
seemed very cordial at the end. They were like, "Oh, okay, very good. I say fuck you, but maybe not so much anymore."
And Rusty kind of plays into the role to show how fucking retarded EBT is.
Banachod means sister. That means I fucked your
sister.
Hey, shout to the seat.
Wait, what does it mean?
To the seat. Because here in Denver, man, are you guys just gonna talk over me?
Wait, no. Is that what that means? Because like a long time ago, when I was in high school, I used to work at a package store, and this fucking Indian
it wasn't too long ago, little bitch.
He would say, "Mana short."
Yeah, Pancho. Yeah, Pancho.
What did you? What does that mean? Like I fuck your sister?
Yeah,
that
means I fucked. Yeah, that means I fucked your sister. Yeah.
This guy was old as shit. Why would he say that, man?
Panachod. Yeah.
Manachod.
Yeah, Punjabi.
You know these guys. They have these Indian.
Why
guys,
you ignore me, TBE? You started some. You fucked around. Guys, why you acting like I ain't here, faggot?
These Indian guys. They have like.
Why don't you make like a Rusty Smackleford and block me already?
It's like dip.
So I can still.
It's kind of like incense dip. It's kind of like incense dip. Like I don't know. It seems like a newer thing because I never saw it back when I was working with this guy.
Clove.
Like they chew this shit and they spit it out. It's like kind of like the redneck fucking snuff and shit, but it's like
clove.
It's clove or something like that.
Yeah, it's like pan mixed with the mixed with chewing tobacco. So it's like the pan masala shit they get, but it's mixed with tobacco in it. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, my dad used to chew this shit, and I remember one day.
Yeah, it smells good, but like, man,
because the pan shit, like you could actually eat that, like the little, like it's like made of like little things, like little leaves and shit that you could possibly eat and swallow. So when I was done with that shit, I mean, you're not supposed to swallow it, but when I was a kid, I mean, I just swallowed that shit. Even though you're supposed to spit it out when you're done. So one day my dad had the tobacco shit and I tried swallowing that shit. My fucking eyes were watering. It was like the most fucked up shit. I didn't like throw up and shit. It was some
my dad used to fucking chew Red Man all the time. I don't know if you're familiar with that shit. Red Man.
Why does it matter where I do communion, faggot? And what were you going to do with that information?
My dad used to do the Red Man stuff. He has to have a spit cup. That shit was fucking gross.
Oh, man. You don't want your question answered.
What's the fucking relevance?
It was nasty stuff, man, because like he would always have these like little tin cups everywhere.
Why didn't you ignore me the first 2 hours of the show you and your cock buddy ruined?
Me and my brother would kind of run around the living room sometimes. My dad would have the
Yeah,
cup
naked, and your uncle would fucking do the thing to you. Yeah, you're a
sometimes
faggot.
we would like kind of run into the cup.
You're a
and we'd have to
molested
fucking
fucking
clean it up.
faggot with issues.
Oh man, it was so bad. It was
Oh
so
man,
bad.
yeah. I'll talk while you talk too then.
It was
You
so
want to
bad.
start shit? Why the fuck do you care where I do communion?
But the snuff stuff.
Why
was
the
interesting
fuck
because
do you
now
care where I do
they've now
communion?
made the snuff stuff more like more palpable.
Very Christian-like asshole.
To the audience, to the consumers, because they put it now in pouches, so you don't have to have the grit and stuff in your mouth. You can just kind of plop it in, and there you go. You're good to go. It's
So
not
did you
as,
get your fill
it's
of
not as
Blonde
gritty
Slave?
as
Now you came back
it was
to
before.
fucking.
Hey, hey, papacito!
Assalamu alaikum, my brothers.
Yo, assalamu alaikum, my brother. My Jesuit Prince. What's up, Jesuit Prince?
I figured I'd come up here and get yelled at by Illumitami for a while.
I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm
I
not
got
gonna
nothing
yell
else
at
to do,
EBT.
right?
Yeah, we could.
Were you here for the
This
part
is community.
about?
Listen, this is community service. Okay, we're here to do our time and have to help out Tommy in his. He's having some hard times.
I don't need no help at all. You're not retired. You got fucking kids to make slaves. You're not gonna beat this system. You're gonna watch your kids go, "Daddy, why am I a slave?" And it's not.
Tom, do you have children?
No.
Please say no. Okay.
Why don't you have children? Why don't you have a
Because
wife?
I walk the narrow path, and you've got a narrow dick.
Is it because you're obnoxious, insufferable, unattractive?
I'm not obnoxious and
nobody wants to
insufferable.
deal
You're
with you? Could that
gaslighting.
be an issue?
I told you you're in a fucking psyop and you don't believe it because you don't even know you're on a globe. Now, can I talk to EBT?
No,
You think you can
no.
ignore me while I talk to EBT like you just ignored me when you asked me questions? You're a fucking hypocrite. You're a
EBT, how
joke.
are you,
You
sir?
can't even stand up for your God in the house of Unslavia. I don't respect you. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Illumitami, you're
why
go for
do you get to
EBT,
make
good
jokes
copy.
about my gay
Go
son,
ahead.
EBT?
Yeah, EBT, are you there?
Yeah,
Ted,
send
are you there,
transmission.
copy? Are you
Yeah,
there? We got
send
Illumitami on the line.
EBT, why do you get to make
EBT,
jokes
go ahead.
about my gay
Illumitami's
son?
connected. Illumitami's connected.
EBT, don't play
Tommy,
these
can you hear me?
fucking
Tommy, can you
games
hear me?
with your
You're connected
faggot
right now.
fucking friend.
What?
EBT,
Tommy, you're
this
connected
ain't
right
a
now, buddy.
game, Catholic boy. Why do you get to make jokes about my fucking faggot son?
I'm already confused.
Yeah, if I make a joke about my faggot fucking son, you can laugh. But you don't make jokes about my faggot fucking son. Now, why do you get to?
Yeah, I'm still confused. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
because you don't respect your boy Machine Lies enough to show up for the show on time. You missed the first 2 hours of TBE and cock body failing. I'm saying I can give out my cross streets. I can choose to not give out my numerical address. Why the fuck do you get to?
Well, the only reason I thought that it was okay was because you had already done it.
I only told it to that fake faggot Rusty, and that's a stream that was not broadcast, was not played up, and it was only in a passing moment. I said it, he took it down, it didn't get repeated. It is not. You got to laugh at my gay joke about my son that night. You don't get to run around making a gay joke about my son. Do you understand, drunk faggot?
No, I'm still lost.
Yeah, that's probably why you're not as good a dad as I used to give you credit for. Just like the night you said, "Oh no, Tommy, this is live. Tom, this is live. I see your chat." Oh, then that means you did the drunk on a bench bit twice. Because they weren't here when I was drunk on a bench the first time. I'll do it again like I'm drunk. Fake ass faggot giving out my address.
Well, it was done in good humor, sir. We were expecting you to come back, and yeah, perhaps maybe I did overstep my boundaries there, but
Oh, I'm not scared because now you know my building itself is number 5 in Denver for
I don't
crime.
give a fuck where
That's
you
why
live.
All those times that you guys were calling me a crackhead for jumping for cover when there was shots ringing out when I was on your panel walking my dog, you said, and that faggot fucking Canadian, you all called me a fucking crackhead when there was real fucking shots going down in my AO, and you're sitting here once again just downplaying it because you're a Midwest nobody.
Wow, yeah. I mean, I needed this tonight. I needed to be taken down.
Yeah, and you need to fucking get out of Catholicism, because if anything's gonna usher in
Yeah,
it's your shit.
go ahead. Let's
fucking
do that
down.
too. Then let's tell me how I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, Tommy, let's see your face, man. Everybody's cammed
Go
up, man. Why
fuck
don't you cam
yourself,
up, buddy?
toilet bowl. Let me see
cam
that
up?
video I told you to let me download.
Not gonna happen, Tommy.
Well, and then fuck you.
Oh, well. Cool. That's cool. One
No.
second, guys. 1 second.
What are you wearing tonight? That looks like some Proud Boys shirt or some shit.
I'm gonna grab my feet for my feet sleeves out there in the chat.
Yep.
Did he leave? Did he rage quit?
Yeah, he quit.
Oh!
Out. Yeah, our brother Tommy's actually gone. He gone.
You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go. Another
That
victory.
was
That was too
another
easy. That was way
easy
too
one
easy.
victory.
That was too easy.
Man, all it took was 14 triggers and then 88 spirals to get him out of here.
That was actually a strange time for him to take an exit. I wonder what actually happened to him. This might actually be the time where he actually got raided, you know.
Yeah, you know,
Anyway.
once he started going off on me, maybe that was a mistake. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, man, that Jesuit magic. I mean,
Red team go, red team go.
I mean, this is what happens. I do all of the work. I do all the grunt work, and then
His
EBT
phone
comes in
probably
and he
died.
takes victory as usual.
Yeah.
It's pretty much just the fucking MO now.
Yes, sir. Yes,
This is
sir.
what happened. It's what they did in the Fourth Crusade. You know, I'm just reliving this shit over and over again. With
Yes,
these
sir.
motherfuckers.
That's the Latin way.
Unfucking real, these fucking Latin papal freaks. Anyway,
No, he'll be back. He's not gonna quit that easily. His phone probably died, is what I'm getting.
hey, I got a book. I just got a book recently, Mr. EBT. I got this Meindorf book, The Primacy of Peter, man. I'm taking you down here after I get this soaked in. I think I'm gonna take you down, man.
We'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, sure.
I think I'm gonna be ready. But first, I don't want to take down my brother, man. I love my brother EBT. After all that chaos, I need some energy of love.
I mean, I could help.
Talcottianism right now. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of energy up there. Bad energy.
Thank you for saying that, Neurojack, man. Bless. But you guys, man, you guys don't have to buy anything. You guys just email me. I'll send y'all a copy of that shit. The knowledge is free. I mean, it's just
man. I'd love to read your book, man.
Yeah, if you want it, it's out there. You know, I know I'm probably wrong about a lot of things. You know, I did take I tried to take a critical look at Christianity. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what's you guys' opinion on Galatians? I mean, I know you're reading a book on Peter right now, you know. I've always wondered about Galatians, like the way he comes after Peter in Galatians, you know.
I think.
I wonder, like, what's the Orthodox Church's opinion, or what's the Catholic?
I mean, Galatians is about, and I'm not a theologian, but this is what my idea of what Galatians is Paul is going to the Judaizers, saying that you need to be adopting these Jewish practices of like circumcision and stuff like that to be to be saved, these sort of old rabbinic laws. And that he's saying, well, no, you don't need to do that. And that, you know, you're not, there's a new covenant involved with Christ, that these sort of things are out and the new is in. That these things are not binding anymore. I don't know. EBT, correct me, sir. I don't know. If
I don't know.
there.
I think there's some weird things in Galatians, particularly when you know, when it's about if anybody, any angel from heaven, or even us, if we should teach you something different from what we taught you, then that should be anathema. And that, to me, even in that is a contradiction, even just in that statement. Because I mean, how do you know if what they're teaching you is contrary to what they're teaching you? You know, that's kind of a strange part of it too. But yeah.
Wait, say that again. I couldn't hear you, EBT. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was my mic low again. Hold
Just
on.
the last part you were saying.
Hold up. I'll be back.
No, you're fine.
I heard what EBT said, but and I also did turn EBT's mic up earlier, and I had to turn Illumitami's mic a little bit down because he was yelling a little bit, or his mic was a little bit coming in too loud. So I apologize to the listeners if that was happening earlier. This is one of the first times I'm trying to run these types of streams and shit, but you know. But
I mean, it is an interesting topic, you know, like and then it really kind of gets into the indefectibility of the church.
But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. The last point that EBT did make, which I don't think Toilet Bowl Earth heard correctly, was a little bit of I mean, I guess you were going into that. How would you know if the church is teaching you the right teachings or rejected teachings if the churches who taught you what it is anyways?
Right.
So,
yeah.
So
Galatians
how
1:8. Yeah.
Yeah, so how could you check within the church? And I see Paul making a lot of statements about this kind of internal critique about the church. And of course, you see this within Corinthians too, where he's talking about those who follow Cephas, those who follow Apollos. And there's people, he's talking about these factions, especially in Corinthians 1 within the church, you know, that he's trying to revise these factions and kind of all bring them into line into one teaching. And but it's like, what is that original teaching, you know? So it'd be interesting, because would there be a pre-Pauline message there, you know, or teaching there? And that's really an interest of mine, you know. What was you know, because Paul set up churches, and you know, some people would say that Peter is the one who set up the churches, or you know, what's this book about? Primacy of Peter. What is it even about? I mean,
Well, I think I don't know. I mean, I've gotten only like through the first couple of chapters, and so far, it's painting a picture that Roman Catholics would soy jack over so far. But I think that the primacy of Peter. I mean, I'm not some theologian. I'm still learning. As I'm a student. I'll always be a student from here until I die. That, you know, it just seems that you know, when the phrase "among equals" is used, that has to mean something. I mean, it's something. If we, and I know ABT would like to, you know, scoff at Scripture being, you know, it's just a fucking book. But you know, if Scripture tells us these things, and if you guys are referring to Matthew 16 as your sort of foundation to, or scriptural foundation to the papacy, then we have to look at the other things that's involved with that. Primacy is first among equals, but among equals has to mean something too. That phrase has to mean something.
Well,
doesn't mean. I mean, I'm not trying to be an ortho-tard over here. I'm just saying that this has to have some credence in the conversation. What does that mean?
Well, in essence, I mean, it essentially ties to what we would say is the indefectibility of the church as a whole. Like even so far as what we call in the Catholic sphere is the sensus fidelium. Even the faith of the people to an extent, being part of the church. The not outside or separate from the clergy. That we have some ability to have some kind of infallibility within the faith, not and it's not necessarily that it's determined by one person, but I mean, we would have to appeal to scripture for primacy, knowing that Peter's the one that's chosen by Christ to be, the first apostle amongst all of them. And then that you can get into, all the different debates about Paul and all that kind of stuff, whether he was trying to change stuff or not. But
this is
I mean, how can you? Okay, I'm sorry, Machine Lines, but let me just ask: how can you?
No, it's all good.
How can this papal idea be? If what you guys report that papal infallibility has always been there in the church, how can Paul come to Peter and correct him?
Well, because I mean that would actually kind of imply that, because the structure of the church would actually be correcting Peter for his incorrect doctrines that he was trying to impose, right?
Right. So
it's not that he's impeccable, right? It's a negative charism that he, that office will be protected from error one way or another, whether that comes from somebody within the church like Paul, right? Correcting Peter.
Right, but to some degree, these decisions are made in some sort of collaborative effort, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that? You think that's out of bounds?
Yeah. I mean, and that would be implied in the statement of first among equals, right?
Right. So it's not exactly.
Yeah. So it's not like Peter is the representation of the God man necessarily on earth, as if he's some kind of oracle that all dogma and doctrine are coming forth from his seat, right? That's not what the claim is.
Well, I think a lot of people interpret the Vicar of Christ thing to be like that. Maybe you can correct that.
Well, I mean, I would pretty sure that even in the Orthodox, you would say that, yeah, in a sense, the priest is standing in for Christ, right? When he confects the Eucharist, and
right, that's certainly true. But in an ecclesiological sense, that's not what we're saying, right?
Well, is he the visible head of the church? If that's what you want to say, yeah, I guess in essence.
Universally, though.
I mean, we would say so, yeah.
Right, of course. I know. I'm just asking.
To me, it doesn't make sense not to have a head of, if it's
we do have a head of the church. It's Jesus.
Well, and we agree on that as well. But I mean, like, shouldn't there be an earthly? Why would there not be an earthly representation of that? Or would it? I think usually for the Orthodox, when the emperor existed, the emperor kind of was filled in for that position.
Well, maybe you can explain something to me, because I'm not. I'm already knee deep in my own studies about stuff. But can you explain me what the Roman cardinals are? What are these guys are there for?
Cardinals are kind of a later development, but because like the cardinals or the higher bishops and the supreme pontiff are what together make the Roman pontiff together. So essentially, I mean, they're there for times of a sedevacante, when the church is, when there is no longer somebody in the seat, that the church's government still exists in essence, right? There's like a bifurcation of the office to some extent there with that. So they can maintain the church during times of the sedevacante.
Okay, so
and then also are responsible for election of the Pope or whatever.
Okay, that's interesting. So when the Pope, let's say the Pope is deceased of some unforeseen accident or whatever. A collegiate of or cardinals, a group of cardinals determines who the next pope is.
Yeah, kind of in a synodal council kind of way, in a sense. I guess it's like a permanent synod. I guess you could kind of look at it.
Right. Is that Tommy's sock account in the chat? That's got to be him. 420 land partier 69. Yeah, that's definitely him.
And I guess
Tommy,
that's one thing I don't hear a lot of.
You don't have to hide in a sock account, buddy. We know you're here.
The cardinal thing is definitely something that I don't see a lot of people making apologetic arguments for and stuff that much. And to me, that is kind of a strange development, particularly even in the election of the pontiff, since that really wasn't there. And I don't see polemical stuff really coming against that too much either, though.
So when the Avignon papacy happened, was there 3 separate colleges of cardinals ready to elect a pope, or was it just there was still just Rome and then just some flukies on the
that
plane?
shit's like that's all really convoluted, and I wouldn't be able to start breaking that down right now.
Yeah, it's
and it's really, I mean, that I've tried to look in it like but I mean, the further you get into trying to figure it out, the more you realize that you'd have to really study it pretty in depth to really have any idea really what was going on during that time period.
Yeah.
So I honestly don't have a position on it. To me, a lot of it doesn't make any sense, but like I said, I've never really spent a lot of time looking into how the whole thing really played out, or how would you know who was the pope and all this kind of stuff. And so somebody could be the pope and you should be under in submission to that pontiff, but then later on that pontiff could be determined to be an anti-pope. So what does that mean for like there's a lot involved on that.
Did you see fucking Michael Lofton's fucking latest video? Oh man, this guy's such a douchebag, man. I'm sorry, man. I know you're a member over there, and
I don't even really watch that much anymore. Just when he does like comedy streams, and that's usually just for the
newest one is Eastern Orthodox bishop recites filioque.
Oh yeah. I was talking about that last night. I didn't watch it though today.
I didn't watch it.
Did you guys happen to see this Jay Dyer debate? What the fuck was going on there?
What you talking about, the
Bryson Gray,
the black guy, yeah.
That was pretty bad. That was
Kotel's going to debate him here in a couple days too on the Crucible.
Oh yeah, he had to have Jay Dyer rough him up a little bit.
Rough him up beforehand. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Isn't that because they pushed back the debate? Because originally the debate with Kotel was supposed to happen like last week, I think, or earlier this week or whatever, and they pushed it back. They pushed it back, and then the Dyer debate just popped out of nowhere. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think they'll rehash it.
Yeah, because they're all like part of one network. So
what are you talking about? What are you talking about, ABT?
I don't think Kotel will end up debating Bryson on the Crucible. I think they'll cancel the debate.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I think they'll cancel that shit. Yeah.
I mean,
no, but I think both of them had kind of nonsensical positions that they were.
I don't understand why Jay Dyer wasn't pushing back when he was saying Orthodox Christians don't follow the commandments. Of course we do. What the fuck is it?
Well, from what I got, that was actually kind of what Dyer was kind of saying, though, is that they do follow the 10 Commandments, but they're not obligated. I still don't really understand.
Yeah, I was missing that. I was like, what? Why isn't he pushing back on this? Like, of course we follow the commandments.
Yeah.
Are you telling me "Thou shalt not kill" is not binding anymore? Are you fucking kidding me?
Right, and that's essentially what Dyer was kind of saying, but not really saying. And
Yeah, it was strange, man. I'm maybe I'm just slow, and maybe I don't understand theology that much, but that seemed fucking really weird.
and I see a lot of Protestants make that argument that you no longer have to keep the 10 Commandments, like we're not under that law any
Now
longer.
I get EBT's proddy fucking polemics against us. Now I understand it. I guess.
You know what I mean? Like,
That's the real. I mean, I can't imagine him, but it's weird to hear him say that to him not to push back on that, because I've listened to Jay Dyer's talks about Old Testament and New Testament stuff. It's a continuation and not like a complete like ending of things. There's certain nuanced positions.
Yeah, that's why I was so confused as to like what the disagreement was. And then I learned at the end of the debate that the dude does not follow the Trinity at all.
Oh yeah, that was really fucking weird.
I was like, oh shit, this is
Yeah,
like
that was the death kill for this guy.
What
He
the-
was just,
what
I'm a
twist?
black man. I just believe in this shit. You know what I'm saying? Her.
What a fucking twist.
I'm a black man. I make rap songs on YouTube. Jesus is like he's like kind of God. You know what I'm saying? Jay Dye won't let me talk.
Jesus was
Jay Dye won't let me
2A,
talk.
probably making 2A raps back in the day.
Yeah, fucking cringe fucking raps that are garbage no one should ever listen to. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. But
And I thought Bryson Gray was a Trump tard, but wasn't he? I think he was talking shit on Trump in that.
Oh, he's
debate.
definitely he was a Trump tard. I'm pretty sure he like took some of those videos down after it was.
Yeah,
after,
he was
the
doing
moment, after the moment's gone. You know, you take those videos down because
he was a MAGA rapper, is what I. Because I remember Dave used to make fun of him all the time.
Anomaly makes. What Bryson Gray makes Anomaly look like Malcolm X.
Bryson Gray's like Tom McDonald, but less successful.
Less interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. And then I think in general that was just a poor performance for both of them, really.
What about Chase though? I mean, Chase did a good job. Right?
You know,
Chase couldn't control the debate whatsoever. He was
Yeah, I think that like EBT hit it on the head, because I was getting uncomfortable feelings with Jay Dyer looking in the fucking camera like a fucking a nerd girl that reads Goosebumps in the seventh grade. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like his looks into the camera with those glasses. Was
the
like,
magnified eyes and the glasses.
yeah, dude, he looked like Bubbles. You know what I mean? From it looked like the lesbian Daria version of Bubbles. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I don't know much about Jay Dyer. I have found some of his theological arguments compelling, but
Jay Dyer's brilliant, man. Are you kidding me?
But I would be interested to see like I really want to see EBT versus Posh, and I want to see Machine Lies versus Church of the Eternal Logos, and I think I think TBE. I don't know who you want to debate, but I would love to see you actually do a debate. I don't know if the Crucible. I don't know what's up with the Crucible. I want to see them do good debates, but it seems like they're not focusing on debate right now. I don't know why that is, but
I want to see little Tommy debate the breath of life guy. Louis Tommy versus Paul Enslaved on the Crucible. That should be the best debate of all time.
would you debate Posh EBT?
I think that would probably be a more fruitful one to do a debate on, because he does know a bit about Catholicism.
I like Posh a lot, man. I've had like good conversations with him many times. He's a cool guy.
Debates, except your partner is on the other side.
That would be cool, actually.
Your partner's on the opposing position.
I would partner with anybody on a debate on any subject. I just don't want to do it because I don't understand what the format of that debate is.
Because then it would be more fruitful, because the arguments would already be expected, and things would get fleshed out a little faster and more expediently, instead of things being explained on stream.
You know
what I'm
what
saying?
we should do? What we talked about before is do a debate where you can only use logical fallacies.
Yeah, that was my one. Yeah, my debate platform. Yeah, just only use logical fallacies, and that's how you win the debate.
You're a fag. No, you're a fag. No, you're...
No, if you keep
Pretty
saying
much
that,
what just
you're
happened
never
for the
gonna
last
win.
2 hours here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what that was. Yeah, I think spurging is basically an art. It's a debate of logical fallacies. Yeah.
Hey, it's the art of logical fallacies.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but I thought of some shit, and somebody emailed me if you want to do this shit with me. It's like freestyle battles, but like with debates, where like they pull the super chats and the winner takes all, and you know, and then one person always has the title, you know, so somebody's got the title
Ooh,
belt.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
That
So
sounds dope.
yeah, so they're like the master debater, and then anybody can come in and challenge them.
Yeah.
You know, and the prize is the money of the super chats. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and obviously the moderator gets a piece or whatever the fuck. We could figure it out. You know what I mean? But yeah, me and EBT or something like, you know, maybe we could set up like an MMA of debates or some shit, you know, where it's just like, you know,
I like the idea. Yeah, master debate. It'd be called master debater.
Master debater. Yeah.
I like to start an actual MMA fight, maybe intergender, and me versus all the women of Unslavia. I like to beat up all of those women that go there. In a legal sanctioned fight, that is.
Well, as long as they identify as a man, just for the fight's sake, you know, like during that time period.
Sign the waiver knowing that they could be rendered unconscious during the whole thing. That I'd be a part of it as long as they agree to it. It's all consensual.
They probably want it.
That's pretty much what the UFC is turning into, right? Like, aren't they doing, you know, like transgender versus non, you know, like a biological female now?
Yeah,
like basically woman abuse, but legalized in pay-per-view. It's pretty crazy, dude. I never thought I would live to see the day where
the
like,
whole cliched bit now where there's no trans there's like no trans men going into sports. It's always these trans women going into sports to fuck up shit because they know there's no trans men that's gonna win the sport because they're still women.
Or are they putting women in the place, trying to push
Right.
them out of those spaces?
Right.
Well, if men are doing it now, then you know what's the point? Stop.
That's true.
Stop.
yeah, I got a dick, but I'm still a woman. I want to see like the hood rat fights, but it's like transgender hood rat fights. You know, that'd be interesting.
Yo, 420 land partier 69. Wait, I know it's you, Tommy. Why don't you just come back and stop crying in the chat? Fucking little baby.
No, I don't think that's Tommy. No, he's been around since before Tommy, if I can recall it correctly.
Dude, he's got the same crybaby tendencies like Tommy, dude.
I think Posh
So
and Posh and Jim Bob versus somebody. That would be a great debate.
Yeah,
like,
we need to do Posh and Jim Bob versus me and EBT on presuppositionalism.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, I might go and propose that. But
yeah,
honestly,
yeah,
they get a lot.
My spot, man. EBT gonna let him take my spot. I thought we were pros, man.
They get a shitload of.
Oh, that would be good
donation.
too. Yeah. No, we
I
could do,
thought-
yeah. We may go 3-on-2. Maybe they can throw Chase. We'll throw Chase. We'll do a 3-on-3.
3-on-33.
Yeah, we need to have Chase Haggard debate Toilet Bowl Earth. That would be a debate I watch because Chase Haggard needs to be taken down because I don't know why
I don't know what I'm gonna take him down with. I mean, the pre-sub thing is what
he kicked me. I don't know. He's kicked me out of like 3 chats. I don't know why. I've never said
yeah,
anything.
what was up with that? Because I saw what EBT and TB were like beefing with Chase, and I thought it was hilarious, but he took it very serious. I didn't know what was going on. I was just on Posh's thing.
Okay,
Why he's so sensitive?
Yeah, exactly. Machine
Yeah,
Line. Yeah, when that Andrew dude had the Devin Maggi dude on doing the Lunatics of the Internet stream, this guy Chase was in the chat like, I can't wait till he gets here so I can debate his worldview in the chat. I was like, dude, is this guy fucking serious? This guy drinks his own tea. He does not care about debating worldviews. Are you fucking? Do you have a finger
I'm
on the
gonna
pulse?
challenge him on his presuppositions.
Are you gonna really try to challenge this dude on his and his worldview and his metaphysics and epistemological claims? He does not care about that. You're
What's your
barking up the wrong
epistemological
tree, sir.
justification for drinking pee, man?
And, like, any discernment with these kids, or they just want to deboot all day? Is debooting the apex of orthodoxy? Is that what everyone?
Well, it's anytime they can.
Want to do all day is you just want to deboot and shekel for it? Like, is that what that is? Is that what the walk of being an Orthodox Christian? No, it's not. Get the fuck out of here with that.
They just get stuck in that justification loop, and they
justify
see that as a win,
position, bro. Justify your position.
I honestly like almost everybody in these circles, but I do find it strange that it's like no one really tries to challenge a lot of the stuff. Like I do try to challenge it, but I do it through questions because I'm genuinely trying to understand the logic. And like I'm surprised I haven't been thrown out just because I'm like hanging out with you guys and listening to your arguments. Because like I think EBT is and TB and TML, you guys all bring up valid questions, and I was trying to do that on Posh, and then you saw the guy come in and totally derailed the conversation with like whatever he was doing, and then all these other people dogpiled, then Chase dogpiled, and I was just like, okay. I just thought it was very weird. Like I was just trying to go in and have like a normal conversation, and then
you're talking about on his live stream?
Yeah,
I left out of that stream. I don't know what happened after Chase came on. I went to something else.
It actually happened pretty early on, but it was just like, and like I'm not saying like I was the best. I mean, I was literally hiking up a mountain, so I wasn't taking it too serious. But it's like every time it got on track, somebody kind of derailed Posh's stream, and in my opinion, I mean that's just my opinion, but
this is how I got kicked from Jay Dyer's Discord, his mighty Discord that he talks about, because I brought up rebaptism. With some dude named Nectarius on that fucking on the Discord, and I had his fucking mod goons come after me in the DMs talking about, oh, where's your jurisdiction there? What church you go to? All this shit. Like, dude, like get the fuck off my nuts, dude. I'm just like talking about rebaptism in a chat in a Discord. Why you got like people coming after me like that? Like,
no.
No, Jay Dyer comes out of nowhere. He's never in the fucking general chat in this Discord. He comes out of nowhere because I'm sure he like goes to the Discord search engine and puts his name and see if somebody's fucking said his name, because I definitely didn't tag him because that's like automatic ban over there. You tag the master, you get banned in the Discord. Or don't tag his name. I just simply put his name. I was like, well, Jay Dyer was Roman Catholic. Did he get rebaptized? And then he comes in there. He's like, I don't appreciate you coming in here bringing up my name. I don't care about y'all having an argument about rebaptism. I'm banning both of y'all, and I was just gone after that.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I don't know what's going on, but I definitely get the
It
sense
was like a year ago, I think, at this point.
But like Posh is good faith, Jim Bob is good faith. I think Andrew is good faith for the most part. I think there's a few things he doesn't get. Like for example, when he was doing the debate with the machine lies. Like I'm not trash talking Andrew. I like Andrew. I mean everything I've seen from Andrew is cool. I have some minor disagreements on his the way that his kind of overall plan of what he wants to see done. But in general, I think he's well-meaning. But the whole Dyer thing, I like Dyer, but he's smart. But I do think that it's kind of weird. Like they don't. Like here's the question I was trying to pose to Posh, and the question I was trying to pose to him, and he did try to answer it, but I didn't clarify You know, it's like why do the orthosphere or whatever, like why don't they try to like, I understand if you're debating someone like the average Protestant debater, but most Protestants aren't that well informed enough to have that debate. Like, how come they don't make any content that's like reaching out to the common Protestant and trying to explain theology? That's what I don't understand. It's like, you know, if you're just doing presup and someone doesn't even know what that means, like, it's not really going to connect with them. So I just question, like, what's the motivation of just saying, well, you're a fucking retard because you don't get presup? It's like most people have basically zero philosophical understanding of their own theology, much less actual hardcore like theology at all. And every time I ask that to Ortho Bros, like, every time I ask that question, like, nobody really wants to answer it. And to be fair, Posh did try to answer it, and Jim Bob has tried to answer it, but it's just like a topic nobody wants to bring up for some reason, in my opinion.
I missed that last part. It was cutting out for me. What was the last part of your question?
My question to the orthosphere is, how come they don't try to reach out to the common Protestant? You know, I understand the debate people are gonna, you know, like Joyful Matthew, who I like, and you know, a lot of these Protestant guys, like, they come in and they try to debate on erroneous grounds, but the average Protestant would be open to understanding Orthodox theology. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know about that, man. Protestants are pretty hard line, man. I mean, that's.
Well, what I'm saying is,
I don't know how many Protestants you've met, man, but.
Well, let me use myself.
Hard line. They're not going to budge.
Let me use myself as an example.
They should be. I mean, they're supposed to be firm in their faith. So.
Well, let me use an example. When I hear Posh or Jim Bob or somebody who's trying to explain the basics of Orthodox theology or even Catholic theology, it makes a lot more sense to me than what general Protestant theology says. But you know, it's very, you know, people criticize that kind of stuff and say, oh, you know, nobody's going to listen to that shit. But I think that most Protestants who are not like a debate person would be interested to understand what other Christians believe about the Bible. You know what I mean? But it seems that they just want to jump into the debate instead of like actually explaining like piece by piece. And EBT has talked about this, like, it's like they don't want to explain their own position. They only want to take down your position, right?
Right. It just seems like it's just a game of winning, I think. I think when I watched the debate between Church of Eternal Logos versus Adam Green, what I expected in that debate was Adam Green was going to do precept on him.
Absolute.
And then when Adam Green wouldn't budge on that he would answer him hermeneutically. Like he would answer his claims according to the Bible, according to Orthodox understanding of it. But that never happened.
Yes.
That was very disappointing to me to see. If you were going to engage a debate with a guy that's claiming all these things about Paul, who's a very fundamental part of the church. He's one of the, he was one of the greatest missionaries of the church, that you should be prepared to engage in arguments outside of presuppositionalism. Like, it's weird that was your whole and entire game, was to precept this guy to death and not go into hermeneutics. And when he wanted to go to hermeneutics, the coattail would just be like, well, I defer to what the Orthodox Church says. And that makes us look bad. That makes us look like retards. Like,
that's kind of what I'm
like, we can't think for ourselves.
That's what I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, that's what I'm getting at is like, they don't, and again, I'm not saying
Like,
this
teach
like
us,
it's nefarious.
please teach us. Like, come on.
No, I'm not saying this is like I'm not saying they're doing.
Thing is like the precept thing is hiding. It's not like hiding deficiency in biblical literacy. I think. To me, sometimes and that's just what I feel like. I'm not accusing anybody of that, and I'm biblically illiterate, and I admit that.
No,
But
exactly.
when you go into debates defending the faith, be fucking prepared. Be prepared to defend all of it, not just presuppositionalism, some philosophical mumbo jumbo jargon.
Kantian, yeah, it's
You
a
know,
very
you
strange
need to,
argument.
you should be well prepared on all sides about the faith, and not just this one thing that just like, oh, you're just gonna slam dunk on this guy and you're gonna get donos on your fucking YouTube channel. Who gives a shit, dude?
Well, that's what I'm saying is like it's a tremendous opportunity of showing other Christians of like what they're missing, right? And that's kind of like if I were to go in a debate and I understood theology well enough, I would lose a debate to teach. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I don't mind losing the debate if I'm actually teaching the audience something out of it, right? That's kind of that's my biggest complaint. And again, this is not like an attack on anybody in particular. I'm just saying like it leaves me something that I'm I feel that it's lacking, right? And I don't know. And again, like I actually did see Posh and Jim Bob actually they did make a real effort in their debates to like somewhat try to make it a teaching thing. And I and that's one reason I really respect those guys because they did try to move out from to some degree outside of the precept stuff. But I also think,
it's really fucking bad when you have Posh start up a channel and one of his and he starts up a panel on his YouTube channel and it's a new channel and you got these dudes like Chase and all these other ortho moderators, these grovelers on Dyer's channel already invade this guy's channel and they're mods there and they're just like banning people from this guy's channel who's just started. I mean, how do you ban like people from a guy's channel who I don't know how many subscribers he has? It can't be a whole lot.
He's got 1,000, but he's done barely anything. But he actually wants to do like a very diverse set of content. Like he wants to teach Latin. He wants to do theology, like pretty hardcore. Linguistics, pretty hardcore. So he's not just there to do like a panel show. He's trying to like actually turn it into like a professional thing. And again, like Posh is a very genuine person. And it's not lost on me what you're saying. Like I'm not saying anybody's doing it on purpose, but I don't want to say more of what my actual opinion is, but I do find it interesting. I'm not going to say it's like a nefarious thing, but I noticed what you're saying.
I just think some of these ortho kids are sensitive as hell, man. They gotta own up to some of that shit that
I don't even know why he was so triggered at me in that chat.
yeah, like get on the panel. Like how many times are you gonna say that in the chat? The dude's working. It's the middle of the afternoon on a Thursday, dude. Like what the fuck do you expect this guy to do? Drop? Oh, dude, I'm gonna quit my job to go argue with this precept dude on the internet.
This was on the Posh. This was on a Posh Redneck show.
Yeah,
they were calling out EBT.
Yeah,
yeah, man. They're like clowning on my boy. Like what the fuck's going on here?
That's,
and to be fair, Posh was not doing that. And
no, Posh said no, Chase, no. We're not banning EBT.
Okay,
you're muted.
That's cool.
Toilet bowl.
Oh shit, toilet bowl's muted. Maybe see if I could do something about that.
Masad got him.
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah.
No, you're good. No. Shout out to Posh Redneck for not cucking the fucking Chase Haggard, who lives in Utah, by the way.
Well, let's not dox people here today.
But I think you're going with the Mormon angle on that one. that Mormonism. He kind of looks like a Mormon, and I don't say that about too many people, but I don't know. He just looks like a Mormon. I don't know what to say.
Well, he does look.
He looks
does
totally
look-
different from his brother, though. Too. That's what's weird.
He looks strangely like the Tsar Nicholas II, though. I mean, like it really does kind of interesting. Like, he looks very similar to the
Yeah,
Tsar
that one's
Nicholas,
pretty
though.
uncanny. Pretty
There's
uncanny.
there's that encoding again, it's like, are we, and again with the Jay Dyer thing, I think it's very interesting that how much he is against the CIA. And I'm just like interested in I'm just interested in that fact that it's like, if there's secret governments all around the world and there's world governments and there's all in collaboration with each other, why are you specifically against the fucking CIA, the one that runs this fucking country?
Well, this is where actually
You know what I mean?
no, this is what I was actually trying to press Posh on as well, is like, Posh is a very thoughtful person, and when I hear him talk about institutions, particularly the government and the church, he says, don't try to destroy your own institutions. What you should do is go and participate and hold them accountable. And that's very different than kind of what a lot of other people seem to be saying, which is, oh, fuck these guys, fuck the CIA, fuck, and I do find it very curious, like, the whole truther sphere, and a lot of Christian people are just like, well, fuck the institutions. It's like, well, and this is one reason I do like Andrew, because he says, fuck that. We got to take the institutions back, because it does matter. You have to kind of work with what you got, and just saying, fuck the FBI, fuck the CIA. It's like, the world is a very dangerous place outside the United States. I'm not saying that they're going to come take over the United States or something, but I'm just saying it's like, it's a very dangerous thing to just go tell people, oh, fuck your own government. You don't need to deal with it. It's like, I mean, you might have a good argument, but I haven't heard that argument, right?
Yeah, like I'm from obviously, like I was born in Pakistan, so I know about the crimes of the CIA. Like I'm not like delusional about the crimes of the CIA, but yeah, but I just think it's interesting that they turn against only one, like I said, but yeah, that I find a little bit interesting coming from that angle, and I don't know if I know too much about that to go into like what their motives are there, but
Well, the biggest reason Dyer focuses on the CIA because he uses the polemic of Operation Gladio as if it was a complete infiltration of the Vatican by the CIA in an effort to destroy communism, and then he makes some kind of cope argument how he'll say that he doesn't agree with communism, but it was also bad that the CIA and the Vatican teamed up somehow to destroy communism, and like it's a very strange argument.
Yeah, I heard him say that too. About the Operation Gladio, and I mean,
Burnite's trying to come in. I don't know if you. I don't know if
oh
you can let
shit,
him
my
turn
bad. Yeah, I couldn't see him down there. Yeah, but thanks for letting me know, guys. You guys got.
Yeah, I got you, man. I'll be right back.
But yeah. Sorry about that, Bernite.
Stoner not paying attention to the back.
My bad.
I got you, Bernie, bro. I got you, man.
Much love. Hope y'all doing well, dude.
Is it Bernie Sanders? You look good, man. You look young, dude. What are you doing?
Bernie Slanders, actually. I am Bernie Slanders.
Nice.
Yes, and it's was on the road for 2 weeks in British Columbia, Canada. It's pretty sweet in the
How's the weed up there, man? I heard it's amazing.
Oh, it's next level. I actually got given a bunch from someone I met through watching my YouTube channel, and it was pretty awesome. Got to explore a gold mine. I got some really nice concentrate.
Is that a new piece in the background with the Eye of Providence? Or you've had that one? Yeah.
That one was given to me by my mom for Christmas this year.
Oh, nice.
So, right? Got a Illuminati confirmed from my mom, Janice, the gatekeeper or the
Janice, really?
Right?
The key master from
key master, Janice Green, my mama. Speaking of mama, I was helping her move into her new apartment today. Senior citizen.
Good son. Good son.
Good son.
Did you give her some of your concentrates? That would have helped her out.
No, the couple times my mom's hypersensitive. Like she's actually like a energy healer and like medium and stuff. It's kind of I thought she was crazy for the longest time, and then all sorts of weird stuff happens. And anyways, but the couple times that I've given her concentrates, like she would have like the wildest, weirdest dreams, and like I gave her like CBD that shouldn't have even gotten her high, and she like called me in the middle of the night, like freaking out, having like some crazy lucid dream hallucination thing that it was like, yeah, mama don't do too good on that.
Well, look, I don't want to derail the stream, but I'm very curious. What do you think about all that medium and stuff? Because I mean, I don't want to jump off
So
into another topic, but it's
my
very
mom,
pertinent to what's
here's a
going on.
couple instances. So growing up, I always thought my mom was crazy, and like her dad, my grandfather Green, left her and like my grandma and my three aunts when my mom was like 6 or 8 or something like that. And then like me growing up was like, are you ever gonna like look into like when grandpa dies or like try to find out like info on him and stuff? And my mom was always like, oh, I'll know when he dies. He'll come to me in a dream and like tell me. And I was like, okay. And then sure enough, it was like 2 days before Christmas, like 20 years ago. Uh, my mom just like calls me. She's like, yeah, my grandpa's dead. Like he came to me in a dream last night. And then she like applied to the government with her sisters for his records because he was like military or something. And then as soon as he was deceased, they were allowed to release it. And he died to the day that she claimed he talked to her in the dream, and then found out that he had a whole nother family that I have like 3 more half aunts that with the same names, Sherry, Kelly, and Darcy, that he had with like my mom's mom, grandma, and stuff. It was just crazy and weird. And then the energy healing stuff, I didn't believe in that until my first dog had like this massive like cancerous tumor on his nose, and then my mom started like working on him remotely. And then the next time the dog saw my mom, he like went up and like started like licking her and like thanking her and like acting like so grateful in a way he had never like shown or like really acted before around like anyone. And then like kept like seeming like he would ask for more, and then like she'd do the energy work like on him on his nose and stuff, and like he kept coming back and like would like nudge her and want more of it and stuff. So it's like seems to work. And you know, how do you argue with experiences like that?
I guess you have to go with the microphone that I hold in my hand is conscious to some extent. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Right?
like
Like
some
I was
panpsychism,
like,
some
man,
shit,
mom, she's crazy.
mystery
And it's
shit.
like, damn, mom, and like also like because she could like do this remote energy
Mysteries
work.
abound.
Honest to God, there was like back in my younger like party days, she would call me every time I would do like drugs, and she'd be like, "Are you okay? Like your energy's off right now." And I'd just be like, "What the fuck, mom?" Like out in some like forest party and stuff. Like it was crazy. Like just no idea how she would know.
Yeah, I had some weird dreams about shit, and then like bad dreams about shit, and then later this shit would pop off like a little bit similar, like same way. I don't know. It definitely happened to me a few times.
Well, I hope dreams don't come true, because last night I dreamed that I walked outside my door and there was like 500 fucking drug addicts all over the place, like in San Francisco, and I was like, please God, no. Like,
Oh, that's
it's
like
like,
Calgary. That happened literally where I lived as soon as the lockdowns ended. Now you can't even take the train. It's just filled with like literal drug addict zombies. It's nuts.
yeah, it was very realistic, and like I was like paranoid when I woke up this morning, and like I know, I mean, it's real and it's not far from where I live, but it's like it's very serious. Like actually, I think the United States has like a vast epidemic, and they talk about it in the news, but I think it's like actually much bigger than what they talk about in the news. Yeah, it's like this whole like giant thing going on, and they deny it. I wonder what it's like in Detroit. Is it as bad as everybody says it is in Detroit?
Oh no, that's all just a bunch of bullshit, like reports and stuff. You know, they got, Detroit is really surrounded by Dearborn. So like Detroit is like a city in the middle of another city that's a donut-shaped city that surrounds it called Dearborn. And it's fucking weird. Like it's Arab people and black people just living there. I mean, it's pretty chill fucking place. I mean, but it's pretty segregated. Like the black people don't live where the Arab people live. And me being neither black nor Arab, and being I guess you would call me Southeast Asian. So, I'm basically Indian, or Afghani,
What
Pakistani.
area from Pakistan were you from, if you don't mind me asking, brother?
I'm from the Pind. So I'm Punjabi. I'm what you would call Punjabi. So I'm from northern Pakistan.
Gotcha.
So that's why we're tall and we actually look more like toilet bowl earth, and we got like more like
Part
Iranian.
of that, like Aryan, like the original Aryan, essentially from that.
Yeah, I don't want to derail the stream again. I say that because, like, dude, I was doing some not deep research, but I was doing some research on the history of Southeast Asia and like where all these you brought up Angkor Wat, Bernie, and I've been there, and man, that place, like, the history that they tell you is going on just does not add up, dude. Like and that's why, like, I am a Christian, but there is definitely something going on, because if you look at the history of like Hinduism and Brahmanism and all these other like kind of people think of obscure stuff, like they were building giant civilizations 4,000 years ago. I mean, they're like
Right,
the
like,
Egyptians,
well, in the Bible, it talks about like before the floods, there were giants in those days, and like this alternative history research I'm doing, it seems like there are these different resets that have happened, and that the truth seems to be stranger than fiction in a lot of cases.
Yeah, they have the flood in Hinduism. Actually, they have the flood in the Chinese and the Indians talk about the flood, and they got King Manu and stuff. He like built an ark and stuff, and he saved people from the flood in Hinduism. So
yeah, and that's what I mean is like people think like Southeast Asia is like, oh, it's just Hindu or it's Buddhist. It's like, no, not really. They're actually a mix of a lot of these religions, and they did come in
A
contact with
lot of
Christians and
esoteric, old, like
black magic shit. Yep,
yeah, and like spiritual, like
animism, and yep.
occult history and like society, and just what in the West we'd call like superstitious or whatnot. That it's just like it's a lot older, and it seems paganistic almost.
I'm not going to say it's 1-to-1, but it's not that distant from Abrahamic religions as far as the backstory. I mean, if you look at like what the Nagas, the NAGA Nagas are, I mean, they're like reptilian shapeshifter people who founded every major royal dynasty of Southeast Asia.
The Naga
So
is huge throughout Southeast Asia.
yeah, and it like literally the royal families drew their lineage from these creatures. And again, I'm not saying it's true, but that's what they believe, and it's a major part of these people's religions. And to ignore it is kind of stupid, in my opinion. I'm not saying I'm a perennialist. I'm just saying like there's something to it, and I don't know what it is.
Cultures and like myths and stuff, and like exactly the whole world elite kind of believing the same occult histories. And you've actually been to Angkor Wat. That's freaking epic. How much of it were you able to see, and like did you get to experience the floating islands that apparently like still rotate and shit? Like there's just nuts stuff there.
I honestly only got to see the main site, but when I was there, I talked to some people, and they basically said, like, yeah, this actually, and because I didn't know shit about it when I got there, other than it was cool and I wanted to see it. But basically, yeah, man, it's when you get there and you see like how they constructed this shit, it's like it doesn't make sense. You're just like, there's no motherfucking way that just a bunch of people with fucking wood and it's just not possible.
Axes and mules, right? That like barely invented the wheel, but could carve images
I don't
of
buy it.
wheels. And, like,
I don't buy it at all. I don't buy it one bit, dude. I mean, they're saying these stones are there for 1,000 years. It looks like some of it look. I mean, other than the fact that they have stuff grow, like black mold growing on it, like
right. Well, apparently Angkor Wat is just like a tiny portion of like this overall macro site that.
Yeah, it was huge. It was basically like
of it or something, or like only 3% of the overall site has been excavated to this day.
Well, let me put it this way: when you drive from what's the main Phnom Penh? When you drive from Phnom Penh to Angkor Wat, it takes like 6 hours, and basically you're driving through a gigantic fucking rice field for 5 fucking hours. I mean, it's like insane. You know what I mean? It's like
mountain of mountains that are all just straight like terraced down from the top, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, and you can't tell because I think a lot of it has been overgrown, but you can tell that there's probably been a vast civilization there for a very, very long time. I mean, it's pretty impressive, to be honest with you. And you also feel like I could
videos, Neurojack. I need to see this all now.
I do have a separate channel which I will send to you guys privately, where I did post some of it, and I still have like tons of stuff to post. But yeah,
if you ever want to do an episode on it, I'd love
dude.
to.
If you guys ever want to go, let me know, because I would love to go with other people back over there. It'd be awesome.
Go again someday, right? And 420. Land Party 69. It could be leftovers from Lemuria or Atlantis or like whatever, like from
where exactly? What country is that in? Is it in?
It's in Cambodia.
Cambodia. Okay.
But to be honest with you, the crazy part is like that. I don't know if that exact civilization, but basically at least from Burma, and really from India all the way down to Indonesia, you have like very, very similar style.
Yeah, because India, I don't even think I could go to India, because if you were born in Pakistan, you can't go to India. They actually follow you around and like think you're a spy, like that.
You literally have the Secret Service like giving you enemas. And
so I don't
no
be
thanks, right?
Trying
Like,
to be caught being a Pakistani spy in India and end up in a gulag, you know? But yeah.
No, but I think
you can come to Cambodia with us though, so you're good.
Yeah.
No, I would totally go.
Cambodia, yeah.
It's
Burma
definitely cool.
As well,
it's
big
cool,
time.
dude. Burma's very difficult though. Like, I mean, you can go, but it's like I would have to meet somebody to guide, because it's
I've actually got a good
semi-dangerous
friend from high school that has gone a couple times. He's gone to Burma 2 or 3 times and like North Korea once. So like just like a freaking alcoholic party animal that like I don't know how he hasn't been like shot by communist police like 10 times over, but it's I don't know. I got it. He wants to take me, so we're gonna go someday.
Well, definitely link up with me, because this is something I think I think people, whatever religion you are, you should go and see what's going on, because it'll certainly shake you up. And I'm sure you can see the same thing in Europe and everything like that. But I think there's something with Southeast Asia in particular. It's very like I went to a lot of those old like construction sites and shit, man. It's very mind blowing. Like you're on the top of this gigantic mountain, and there's just like this vast temple. Yeah.
Oh my!
It's crazy, dude.
It's insane. And it's all still run by like the monks and like the yogis and like these super ancient and occult esoteric sub religions, I guess, but it's like societies that it's very structured and occult, and who knows like the legends and even just what I've seen of like the alchemists, the masters, and like the energy works out of those monks. It's nuts. Like
that's something I wanted to that's something I wanted to ask you about, Bernard. You were talking earlier about people about your family member receiving information in a dream, And I wanted to ask you, do you think that there is some way that we actually receive new information,
Oh,
within
absolutely. The
within
dream
dreams?
realm is a whole nother spiritual dimension. It's essentially like the Akashic record. It's dreamland, and
And
the
what
lucid
about
dreaming. Like
it?
lucid dreaming is essentially like starting to get control and memory out of it, and then there's astral projecting or the remote viewing, that also meditating, it all connects into it a bit. And then there's the medium groups, or what used to be like the Wiccan covens or circles or whatnot, but it's all been distorted and like claimed for dark magic and witches and Luciferian satanic sort of shit, where there's equal positive love and light sides. And there are these esoteric secret societies and masters that are still within, a lot of these different Eastern Oriental secret societies.
And then could you and then another thing I wanted to ask you is that could there be a instance where memory or visions or something encoded within inanimate objects, or in alchemy, talking
Oh,
about things
yes.
being like, like you
Well, in
make something.
biology, it's now called epigenetics, and like actual memory and trauma is encoded in generational, like DNA and your actual biology.
Yeah, like
But
the
then there's
rats
a
where they
lot of
spray
stories.
the cherry blossom and then they shock them, and then their children have that same they sprayed a cherry blossom scent and then shocked some rats, and then 3 generations down they sprayed cherry blossom and the rats react to shock from just smelling cherry blossom. So
Right?
it's
Yeah,
fucking
it's
weird.
freaking nuts.
Tripped, yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah, yeah,
even
back to
like
like
that
the
crow
memory
experiment
and
where they can
inanimate
recognize
objects.
faces.
Um,
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, EBT, but just to finish that question and thought, that there's a lot of stories of these megalithic and the monoliths, or these crystalline, the monoliths, the pillars, but the walls with like the secret or the false doors or whatever, that if you like meditate next to them and stuff, you'll like connect in or portal into these different like ancient memory wells or realms and stuff like that. And from a scientific point of view, now we're actually freezing and storing information and light within crystals, and that these giant megalithic blocks are actually made of like the basalt crystal, the um, a lot of silica and quartz within it, quartzites, and actual what would be these macro processor uh, holographic memory, um, I guess stone age, but like crystal age technology. It could be more advanced, more natural. Like who knows? Like maybe the what is the freaking Avatar, but like the tree sort of thing, but like maybe it's mycelium and Earth, like Star Trek and the mushroom freaking universal grid. Who knows how consciousness connects through it all? But it seems that it's there, and there's this whole other spiritual dimension, and that the dreamland is connected into it a bit.
No, I definitely think you're onto something, and I think that's that's something I actually have encouraged other creators. I'm not going to name any names, but I've encouraged them to look into some of that shit, because it's very interesting. It's, you look at some of the stuff, and it's, I had something specific in mind, but I can't remember what it is now. But you're definitely onto something with what you're talking about there. I think it's a shame that people kind of want to discount it, but put it this way, I'll give you an example. Like when I went to go meet a Buddhist monk who's a white guy from Chicago, who's a Buddhist monk. He had been living in a cave basically for 40 years. And some of the stories he told me, it's, I mean, The guy is not crazy. Okay. The guy was very, very sharp at like 80 years old and young looking for 80 years old. And some of the experiences he told me he had, I believe the guy. I mean, I think he really basically did some astral projection shit or something. I mean, the guy was very coherent. He wasn't on drugs. He wasn't a mentally disabled person. He was very
Oh, I
sharp.
feel you. I can relate to similar experiences of stories of different masters and stuff like that. But please do continue and share what he was saying.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I just think it's a shame that. Let me put it this way. Here's what I was going to say. You know, me and Machine Lies and all of us here, we all kind of criticize technology and stuff. But you know, since I was a kid, I always found it disturbing. It's like the capabilities of what humans can do without overt, strong technology is pretty amazing, right? And you know, we're just kind of headlong diving into this whole like computer chip shit, and I think it's a distraction for whatever reason from other things that we can do without
Right? They're
all that
trying
shit.
to enslave us through transhumanism, essentially, turn us into like these cyborg, like drone slaves potentially, and like steal the free will, the spirit, the soul out of the individual humans and beings and turn us into these like Luciferian sacrificial sheep.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing. Like, I understand why people make fun of the new age, and I think 99% of it's bullshit. But it would be nice to see some people like look into why they actually believe some of this, because some of the people who are in the new age are not evil people all the way, right? Like, I think some of them are actually looking for goodness and truth. It may be far and few between, but you could say the same about other things as well, right? Like they do know something. I'm not saying that it's wholly good or anything like that, but you know,
right? Like that there's pure processes and like metaphysics and metaphysical like science principles and techniques that are behind a lot of the new age just community society and like what they claim and stuff, and then it's that it gets infiltrated by people, or like people's egos just get away from them, or they get on drugs, or God knows what. And then, you know, there's all the distorted shit and whatnot. And that it's just that on an individual level, if you're curious, you have to experiment with it yourself, know yourself, like one, like humble and make one with yourself in the stillness of the universe, and then experiment and then experience these things for yourself, and not try to get the entire experience or reality or information from others. Rather, do it work on yourself and your own journey and experience of it. And once you do experience something, it doesn't matter what others think or what a group think. Is you've experienced it, you know what's real and what's not, right?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but you know, this is a crazy time we're living in, and I think that
It can also be deception, right? Like the devil deception, demons
yeah,
deception, stuff like that too. Like God, Rashid Lies, that was it at Neurojack. Was it the first stream we ever did? Neurojack played it, I think. The freaking dude with like the devil freaking dream getting fucked and shit. It's like,
yes.
yeah, like God damn, like thank
what
God I've
was it?
never experienced that. And like that
What
ain't
was it? Sorry, what did I play?
what was it?
Oh my God! Some sort of dude got taken over by a sex demon, and right as he got fucked by this sex demon, he had ejaculated or something like that, and then it
Was
was
it
like
that you,
it's over.
Neurojack, that played that?
You actually played a
Oh
clip
yeah,
of a
yeah,
preacher.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be
I have
taken
that
out of
clip.
context. But yeah, it was
But
but
right,
it was
like,
a
but
video
just like hearing that guy
of a
tell that
preacher. Yeah.
story, it's like vicariously, it's like, man, that dude got possessed and fucked by a demon, and like, as far as I'm concerned, like that alone shows that like some people are interfered with demons, and you know, like demons must be real. Like that's some effed up shit. Like, thank God, never had that anything sort of like that, right? Like.
Yeah, I have that clip. I can send it to you guys.
Was that like some Mormon guy and he was telling a story? Is that the one that you guys are talking about?
I think so. And like the guy had like a really good like message at the end of it or something, but it's like we just got like fuck that took us from like right out of left field. It was like what the like oh my god, you're just so vivid of how he like described it. It was like that dude like got motherfucking raped by a demon. And, like that's in his dream, like that's effed up shit.
Yeah, I just shared it to you guys. So if you want to play with that, you can. I found it very interesting. He's like a rabbi Christian. He's a
Yeah.
Jewish Christian or some shit. I don't know, something like that.
Judeo-Christian.
Oh God, I don't know if I want to relive the first half, but maybe let's play the second half and listen to the moral of the story.
Yeah, he's definitely passionate in his delivery, you know. But yeah, you know, it's been a minute here.
Oh, this is the guy with the long curls and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I remember that now.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy.
Rabbi
Schneider. Physically and then later sexually. I had zero homosexual tendencies. But I always looked at pornography when I was a kid growing up.
That.
And what happened to me is two things. Number one, when I was 17 years old, I was either 17 or 18 years old. Again, never had any same-sex attraction in my entire life. I go to sleep one night, 17, 18 years old, and literally in my sleep, it was in a dream state, but it was like I was completely aware of what was going on. You know, sleep is a mysterious thing. In my sleep, 17, 18 years old, I literally saw the demons. They were homosexual demons. They look like part men, part bird, part lizard with wings. There were these homosexual demons. They looked part like a man, part like a lizard with wings. And there were two of them, and they were like above me, and they were like pushing themselves into my space, and they physically violated me, and I didn't feel any attraction at all, but I had an ejaculation. And it was totally, again, it was just a homosexual demon, two of them that invaded me.
Christ oil.
And again, there was not even any sexual attraction. They literally were violent, invading my space. And I had an ejaculation that night, but it totally put the fear in me.
Like this
Maybe
mofo
I'm
needs
homosexual. A homosexual demon has been released into this country.
Oh, see, that's where it gets a little dicey, because claims were made, because that now this thing's on the loose. So we gotta all
is the storyline of Ghostbusters 1 and 2. It's the ooze under the city.
Yeah. Where's the key master? You know, key. You know, who's gonna close this?
That's just like, man, I would have got like, I just thank the Lord that I've never experienced anything like that in my life. Like, what the fuck?
Part man, part lizard, part
like
bird.
I don't know, man. That's just, I would have gotten an exorcism. I recommend an exorcism in that sort of case. Like, don't matter
isn't
what.
that the angel from the vision of Ezekiel? Like it's like part bird, part.
But one thing that actually fascinates me is that I had like at one point I had a roommate that was like, it was like when we were like 20, 21, and he like had this huge Ritalin prescription. He'd get it once a month, and the mofo would like just like snort it and like stay up for days and like do like a 4 or 5 day bender on it. And then like when we finally evicted his ass, he had drawn like from the carpet to the roof on his entire bedroom, just like these different faces of like these freaking lizard demons and like fucking homosexual demons, fucking like these angels and shit. It was just so weird. And like that's the closest thing I could ever like relate or hear of something similar. It's so fucked
But
up.
the question is, did you have an ejaculation?
Like God, thank God I didn't ever like clean that room or go in that room afterwards or have a I imagine. Ew. God, he probably did. I didn't.
Night terrors or something, right? No, it was really funny listening to that clip because I always forget how like it's like out of left field. Like he just like, and I had a. It's pretty funny.
Right, but I guess like then now I'm thinking it's like I've never had a wet dream, but maybe that's common for some people. Like I don't know. It's like
I've only had it happen literally one time, but I didn't sense any demons. But it was a very weird experience as a kid. Like I can say, like it was out of place. Put it that way, right? It was like it was not. It's only happened once, right? But it felt very strange that it occurred because I was in a different place than I normally was and stuff like that. It was just a very. No, I think there is something to what the guy's saying. I think there is. I mean, just look around,
like
dude. I mean,
maybe it's like kids, like people that potentially having that all the time and like maybe traumatized people it happens to, but like could they be like having sexual relations with angels and demons in like the dream realm or the metaphysical realm?
well, look at Greek mythology. I mean, half of Greek mythology is like little g gods coming and consorting with humans. I mean, that's like.
Did you guys hear about the Aphrodite statue where they had a brown stain on the Aphrodite statue? Did you guys ever hear about that shit?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they had a statue of Aphrodite in ancient Greece, and it had a brown stain on the side of it because so many men came and copulated with the statue, with like a stone statue of Aphrodite. Yeah, it's crazy, and it just had a permanent brown stain on this fucking statue. It's pretty funny. Yeah,
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
No, it's a strange. It's a strange thing.
That's actually where the term "getting your rocks off" actually comes from. You guys didn't know
that. Get your marbles off.
The man lizard bird demon.
Well, hey, you know what that bird lizard demon chimera thing reminds me of is The Exorcist. Remember they had the little statue creature thing or whatever that was like representative of whatever. Yeah, I think that movie was I mean, a lot of movies like that are they're definitely
right.
Huh?
Soft disclosure, like they're releasing information to the public within the fictional story of lots of those parts are probably true.
I mean, that's the way I feel about a lot of the Hollywood Jewish media thing is like everyone's like, oh, look at what they're mind controlling you. Is like, well, they're kind of telling you what they're kind of telling you their worldview. So if you think that they're so bad and evil, you should probably try to understand what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like 100 years ago or 200 years ago, back when like the church like ran the community or whatever, it was mental illness was seen as like spiritual or demon possessions or like incarnation sort of things rather than mental illness or psychological illness, right? And like that they dealt with it with actual exorcisms, like that was the practice of it, sort of. how it was treated and how it was like just dealt with and understood.
Yeah.
What's the Islamic position on that?
On well, we got this whole thing called the jinn. It's a whole type of I think in my personal opinion there's a
Please do go into the gym though. This is fascinating stuff.
yeah, in my opinion, I think there's a world that lives on dead things. So what we consider to be unusable, dead chemical, metal substance, actually jinns actually live on that substance. They exist in like the negative energy space. So there's actually a life form that actually lives within that space
That's
that you can't really yeah, I think that you can't really
that
see.
blends into alchemy huge.
Yeah, because they're kind of like made of fire, they say, but it's a kind of a smokeless fire. So it's interesting.
Sublimation in some way, and that brings me into the thought of fungus and how like fungus is
Yes.
also life that eats off of decay and can essentially like the jinn be like the fungal consciousness or like part of
I've
its life
I've
some way.
thought I've thought of that shit too, because if you think of jinns and shit when they paint them, like there's like old paintings and shit of jinns and shit, and they do fucking look like gnomes. And the gnomes live in the trees and shit, and the trees, obviously the root structure of the
Come
tree
off
is
it,
the
and yeah, the
fungus and
roots
shit.
go into it.
Yeah, so it all goes back to the mycorrhizal relationship. I got this, I bought this fucking mushroom bar, chocolate bar, eat some mushrooms, because
Yeah.
I do appreciate. I did stop drinking, but I do appreciate psilocybin mushrooms.
Right, a
From
little
time to time.
psilocybin here and there's a good time. I actually was given a nice little half ounce of some golden cap psilocybin by shout out to Headley Man when I was out in Headley there that we should maybe plan a psilocybin stream sometime of the psilocybin dream stream
I'd be
and
down
do a
I'd be down
scientific
for some sil.
experiment and
Yeah.
psychological experiment of the psilocybin, psychology.
Hey,
Yeah.
Machine Lies, do you ever watch that weird Sufi channel? It's called like the Mohammedan Way. You
Oh
know that?
my god. I've seen this fucking weird channel where they're trying to do like weird things about talking to the jinn and stuff. Man, there's some
Yeah,
straight up
yeah. They
straight
do
up
like interviews with Jen and everything.
it's
Yeah,
like
it's pretty good.
Ismaili like charlatans and shit, like fucking talk
Hmm.
about this shit. Yes, certain Ismailis, and I don't know if people know this, but Walt Disney was a Freemason, obviously, and he wrote this. Well, he didn't write, but he produced this thing called Aladdin. I don't know if y'all know, but Aladdin is like based on this Alibaba and the 40 Nights. These are actually tales written by the Ismailis, or the Hashashin. They're the descendants of these people had the Hashashins, and they actually would merge Western philosophy and Islam into like a Kabbalistic, almost like a Kabbalistic system. These guys are
Yeah, I know
called
exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, it's fucking weird. So yeah, a lot of shit that's called Islamic or like Muslim is actually like this type of Shriners, like weird, like fucking, type of shit where it's actually, and it's funny, like why the fuck would the jinn be your like homie? Like like in the story, the jinn tricks you. He gives you what you want, but he tricks you, just like in the Twilight Zone episode. There's a Twilight Zone episode where like where like a motherfucker like gets up and he like asks the jinn to be like a powerful ruler in like a country at its peak of power, and the jinn like turns him into Hitler, but just as the British army is invading, so that he like is forced into this position where he's like fucked. So he like gave him what he wants, but also fucks him while giving him what he wants. So it's like some shit. So like Yeah, so the jinn is actually supposed to trick you. So the fact that in Aladdin the jinn is like your friend, he's Robin Williams, he's gonna give you everything you want and shit like that. It's actually fucking weird. And incidentally, the on the kid Aladdin, Aladdin was the fourth leader of the Ismailis. You know what I mean, right? So the Ismailis have like leaders called Aga Khan, and this kid, Aladdin, was like the fourth leader of like this Ismaili group. So
Like almost of like the assassins group too, right? Like
yeah, it's the same group. Yeah, it's the same group of the assassins. So they would actually write shit about the jinn and shit, kind of portraying people getting secret power from the world of the jinn, obviously because they're fucking because it's a form of almost like Islamic like heresy or whatever. I don't know. I guess you would consider it non-orthodox Islam, or whatever. But like Gnostic. It's like Gnostic Islam or some shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, they had that
yeah,
shit.
they call it esoteric, almost like the Alawite a bit too, and just like the side or branch religions, and then they also inversely go like dark occult, like extremist on like the Sunni side or the Wahhabist Tafiric side of it too, right, or something like that.
Yeah, because partly when the Crusades happened, and I don't know how much we want to get up into the Crusades. I know EBT's here too, but the Crusades is an interesting time, but part of the Crusades was certain collusions between certain groups, and there was groups within the Middle East that were against the caliphate on the one end because they thought that the rulers that were in charge were not good rulers, and they wanted to act. They thought the caliphate was based on some sort of hereditary lineage. So they would actually fight against the caliphate and fight the crusaders, and actually sometimes fight with the crusaders, and fight and plan things against the caliphate. So they were in other words, they would play both sides, so these were the brethren
Right,
of
like mystery religions always like trying to be the hidden hands from above, just like the monarchies.
yeah and
Right. And there's always the Venetian fuckery that was always going on between all that shit too. So playing
yeah
both sides of the conflicts and everything all the time.
Who were the Venetians, by the way? Because that's an interesting thing. Where did they come from? They came from somewhere else, right?
Right, the mysterious sea people.
Yeah, I guess perhaps not the Phoenicians, the Venetians from Italy. The traders that kind of operated, the merchants that operated kind of whatever political system that benefited their trade routes would be the ones that they would side with, or they would promote war, like like the Fourth Crusade. A lot of it was orchestrated by the Venetians, and it wasn't really religious in general. It was more so a political kind of monetary thing that was really going on there, and they kind of pulled the strings and manipulated the religious folks into the whole event.
So would you guys say that's kind of what the last 20 years plus have been?
Almost 200.
What, I mean, with Afghanistan.
I mean, but you like Afghanistan and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a hard one to say. Afghanistan's been in constant war for hundreds and hundreds of years. I mean, it's not like it's ever stopped.
It's the realm of
where empires go to die, right?
Yeah, essentially, Afghanistan is basically almost an inhospitable desert between Persia and India. So it's
Mountain caves and ancient shit everywhere that's never been conquered, right?
And
Like,
right now, there's a lot of deposits of rare minerals and other things right there, like lithium and other shit. That's that's a pretty much a valuable resource.
Yeah,
So
that was the big resource grab, because shortly after the invasion, they found that it was the richest mineral deposits in the entire world. And I believe Halliburton and other associated companies have the rights to those minerals now.
did before the Taliban took over when
Took back
Biden
over.
pulled out. And isn't, I think, also Afghanistan that is also in the legends another one of like the gates to like the inner realm, or like Shangri-La
Right.
and stuff, just like Tibet is.
And like Iraq as well, yeah.
Of Afghanistan.
Yeah, we touched about this the other night. We were talking about the Giant of Kandahar and the Vimanas in the caves that possibly the CIA was trying to find proof or evidence of during the initial invasion in Afghanistan and all that kind of stuff.
And I think Hitler also stopped off in Afghanistan too, like on the same trip, or Himmler or whatever, the same time they went to Tibet or something. They also went into Afghanistan.
I believe Himmler did. I don't know if Hitler did, but
yeah, Himmler. Sorry, my bad.
I mean, Himmler was more instrumental in kind of constructing the entire religion that backed the whole Nazi movement, more so than really Hitler was just the political face of it. But
yeah, some fascinating shit. It's totally covered up.
Yeah, Afghanistan is someplace I would love if I ever had the chance to go and not get beheaded. I would love to go.
Right? Like, oh, I know. Same with like Egypt, and like I think it's getting better under Sisi, but like when they had the Arab Spring or whatever the heck they labeled it with CIA, and had the Muslim Brotherhood, which was actually just like another Al Qaeda offshoot or something, take over, it got real bad for a bit.
Yeah, it's like pre Al Qaeda. The Muslim Brotherhood is actually what formulated Al Qaeda. It's fucking weird. It's like they brought him back without being Al Qaeda after they had already created operations such as Al Qaeda.
You mean Al Qaeda?
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, because they had this guy named Saeed Ramadan, who definitely worked for the CIA. He was one of the founders of Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, and they tried to use the Muslim Brotherhood to overthrow the government of Egypt because they were going to war against Israel. So they were like, so they just had to protect Israel at any cost. You know how it is.
Right? With the original ISIS, Israel's Secret Intelligence Service.
yeah, that's right. That's right. That is what they were calling it.
Right? Like that is an actual group that like was higher up in Assad, and Archer was originally also like called ISIS, making fun of Israeli Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. God, it's
well, and then there's the irony of choosing a
name
acronym, the acronym of a pagan goddess, and then and then they're out there destroying pagan temples as part of their ideology.
I know, right? Like that. It's not a coincidence, and they bastardized the goddess' beautiful name Isis, and that's why everybody over there, the actual population that hates the terrorists, call them Daesh, which is like
Daesh, or ISIL. Some people, ISIL is one of the other acronyms.
Well, that's still America, right? Daesh. What does Daesh mean? Machine Lines? Do you know? Isn't it like a dirty slang or something on them?
I don't actually know, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like a insult, sort of like betrayal of God or something, slang or something like that. So,
yeah, they had another one in Africa, Boko Haram.
Yeah, still there in Somalia and through Mali, all the way over to Mali. Like that's like eastern to western Africa, all through the Sub-Sahara.
Yeah,
I
that
guess
was another
Daesh
one.
is also an acronym. It translates to the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, or the Levant. Al Dalala al Insalama fi al Raqi wa al Shim.
You did not butcher that at all. That
Yeah,
said,
there's a
you
lot
probably
of
said it better than I did.
there's a lot of Iraqis here in Dearborn. You know, the two major groups of Arabs that are here are Lebanese and Iraqis, and these are predominantly from two separate conflicts that happened. One was the Lebanon and Israel war, and the other one was the Gulf War. So they all of them came over to America during those two conflicts. It's a
And
fascinating
then the
tale.
Syrian
But
as
and the one
well.
they don't ever talk about, the Iran-Iraq war, which was like horrific. Like,
Yeah,
it's funny how little coverage that war gets and how huge that war was. I mean, like
Oh, because the CIA just, gave
massive tank movements and stuff, like
Saddam
unreal
how many
battles that
chemical
happened.
weapons and shit? Like, it was
Yeah,
horrible.
unreal war, really. I mean, really a
Straight
phenomenal war.
genocide, straight like war
Oh
crimes.
yeah,
And
oh
just,
yeah.
I
and
forget there was like that.
Contra as well.
Yeah, there was that crazy statistic or whatever. They had like how like the lives lost in the war on terror. You know, they had lives lost in war on terror, the collective lives. And I remember like the Afghanis lost a little bit, like the Americans lost a little bit, but then it came to like Pakistan, and Pakistan just lost like shit tons of people. Like the country where I'm from, like motherfuckers were just dying left and right. Like it was like nobody's business. Out of two people that weren't even in the fucking
Yeah, wars. What is it called? Waristan or something? Right on the
totally
Afghan
collateral.
border there. Like they would just
Yeah.
drone like entire wedding parties, like entire villages, just like drone bomb, drone bomb, drone
Yeah.
bomb. Like it was insane how many like innocent like.
Well,
I
that's something.
touched on one of those events in that first Sparta SEAL Team 666 that I did, where they bombed a party going into Pakistan, and then the assaulters come on, and then they do horrific things to the people that were just got drone striked, and it turned out they weren't combatants at all, and then they covered the whole thing up, and the guy that was leading the whole operation ended up getting the Medal of Honor later on, but he was guilty of like all these war crimes and stuff he was doing against civilians and everything, like people they knew were civilians after the fact. They had, I don't know, pretty messed up stuff.
Well, this is what has always bothered me since 9/11 onwards, is that so many Americans, they just want to say, well, the military protect us. It's like, well, the real people making the moves are out there just slaughtering people, and they don't really care what the truth of the matter is. They're just doing their job. And yeah, people in America think that that'll never be turned on them, and maybe that's true, maybe that's not, but I have my doubts, to say the least.
Well, it's clear when you look into what's happened over the last 20 years that it's clear that the people that operate in these higher echelon of the military operations, and then even more so the militia groups, they're willing to do whatever they're told to do, essentially, with great prejudice. And I don't see them, often you try to think that these top level guys in SEAL Team 6 or Delta Force and all these things have like high ethics and high morals and all this kind of shit. No, they're particularly recruiting
ethical.
the
A lot
biggest
of the time it
dirtbags
seems
from the
like
community.
They actually almost get like possessed by like demons and stuff in the moment, like go on these like crazy like homicidal murdering sprees and stuff, like from the sound of some of it. It's nuts, right? And it's like
there's
soul
that number.
level,
See, there's that number right there. I want to go
killing-
back on that shit.
like from God, God's laws, thou shalt not like kill, sort of thing. Like you shouldn't be killing each other, and like that they get deprogrammed to have no moral compass on killing, and then from that point, could there be like these demonic or other entity sort of like possessions or
See, see, this is
experiences?
see those blue lines, those blue and white lines are the Americans killed, and that green line is the Afghanis and the Pakistanis killed.
Right.
So that's
Well, I
fucking.
mean, a large part of the war initially was right there on the border. You know, and this is
That's
like we covered on Operation Anaconda and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff is right on the borderlands between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and it was indiscriminate kill. And then they also recruited a lot of these Pakistanians to come in and then fight. You know, in Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's part of the problem is and I'm not gonna lie, part of the problem is the government of Pakistan. And you know, obviously, you know, it's modeled after the British parliamentary system, and it's a total first of
They
all,
had several coups and like the assassinations of like the actual like populist leaders and like the constant overthrows. Even now, the cricket player who was so good, like they took him out and like just like overthrew him, and now
that dude was sus. Yeah, he seemed sus from the beginning, in my opinion. But
well,
you know,
this is why I warn all my friends in Southeast Asia. You know, a lot of them are like celebrating, oh, democracy is coming to Southeast Asia. It's like democracy is going to bring you
don't want democracy. It's
hell on fucking earth. You know what I mean? Like you're better under something else. Like I don't know what it is, but you know they're very, you know, they think that this whole like woke thing coming to Southeast Asia is going to help them. I'm like, dude, you guys don't know what it is. Like it's a Trojan horse to the max, you know.
What's up, Neuro?
Hello.
Yeah, we got the Fed here right now. Joshua Jones.
Retired Fed.
Retired. Yeah, we got the retired Fed out here.
Joshua, hey, let's host some people out in Southeast Asia. Let them see what it's all about. They can see what's going on over there.
You talk about like the Orient. They're not really particularly interested in the political system from the West.
Oh no, I'm saying like let's bring some of our friends over there. Let them see what's going on in the world, and then.
I'm a big fan. If we're talking about like after high school graduation, just dropping your kid for 30 days into another country, damn right. When they come back home, they're going to have less of an attitude about, you know, how the world operates and how they view themselves.
This is a ridiculous one. Look at this one, guys. This is the fucking people who died in the war, and the purple one is the motherfucking people who died as not part of the motherfucking war.
The civilians.
Shit is insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a proxy war on the citizens of the world.
Yes.
That's what's going on.
I mean, it's crazy. Almost 1 million motherfuckers that just weren't even involved in conflict.
I'm sorry to say, but I think that's the future of America right now. They're trying to do everything they can to set up America for either a civil or external conflict of some sort, and let us know what it's like, and then rebuild us out of the ashes. That's kind of my opinion, but I don't know if I'm correct.
What
But
they're
that's
aiming for, right? Like that Agenda 2030 or whatever the hell it is. Like at some point, it's like the government projections like 20 or 30 years down the road or something, it just like drops by like 80% or like 85% or something crazy. And it's like, what the fuck?
What's Hoax War covered tonight? I saw their live.
Yeah, let's see what Hoax Wars is about. I remember I first found Get Chalked Up and all these channels, and you know, I first came on Get Chalked Up after I watched Hoax Wars.
Shout out New World Order.
Yeah, I don't even know what Hoax Wars is about though. I turned it on 2 or 3 times, and he was making fun.
I'm not sure either. I think they just make fun of people. I thought they just made fun of Owen Benjamin. I think that's how they made their position, but I don't know.
I thought it was funny. He was making fun of Lift the Veil, but yeah, go ahead, Neurojack. What do you say?
Well, to be fair, I got a question here now. We're looking at stats and numbers, right? So when people say like civilian deaths, right? Are we talking about like civilians that were just sitting around in their house, drinking tea, and then just got bombed out from a drone strike?
Yeah,
Are we
exactly.
or are we talking about civilians that did not enlist in a military? They're not fighting under a flag. They're just really pissed off and decide to get involved by picking
Probably
up a
both.
weapon.
No. Anyone
No,
that
no,
has a gun is listed as a combatant. They try to up those numbers
yeah, that's
like as
technically the
much
way it
as they
works, right?
can. Like they try to inflate. Like, oh, he had a grenade. Oh, he had whatever. It's like a little kid with a ball or whatever. Like
Because to be
they're
to be
trying to get
fair,
out of killing so many civilians on the scraps.
if you take a look like at Vietnam, right? The conflicts between uniformed troops, these were rare. These rarely ever happened. Most of the time, we got our asses kicked by the Viet Minh, and they were people that were generally pissed off that, oh, I had my mother was killed, my father was killed, my grandmother was killed, whatever it was, and they decided to join the Viet Minh. It's like a volunteer group.
Well, just to back you up on that point, I mean, from my understanding of the Vietnam and even Cambodian conflicts, and probably a lot of others, yeah, I think that is kind of the case. Is like basically you have these people who are caught between two forces, and they're like, well, either side you choose, you're probably going to get killed. So you just kind of
Oh,
make
yeah.
the decision in the moment, and you're kind of fucked either way, kind of thing.
Yeah, you end up getting drugged, whether you get drugged into it or whatever. You eventually have to pick a side.
Well,
And
that's the
a lot of
difference
those
between the
civilian deaths.
Vietnam War is that like it was, even though it was like two like powers and like a giant proxy war between governments, and then like it was the militias, like the local villagers, the people like sick and tired of being murdered and bombed that would pick up weapons and cause most of the casualties. Where the stats that Machine Lives was showing for the war on terror, it's like there was no governmental armies or anything like that. So like the combatant tally was they like literally anyone that they could that claimed that like had a gun or like had a weapon and stuff, and that most of those kills and shots were from drones, from the Hellfire missiles of this drone program. And that it was like a completely new type of war and like assassination thing, and like crazy civilian like casualties or what's the word of
Collateral damage.
Collateral, yeah, there we go, collateral damage casualties, because it was in such remote areas, and that they literally it was like anybody with a gun and anybody that could be harboring of someone that like planted a bomb or anything, like it wasn't
or
a
houses
government or an official
or
army.
houses
Everyone was
storing
militia, pretty much.
whole bunch of things get dragged into it. Could be just houses that were storing weapons. Some family decided, well, I don't want to get involved, but I also don't want to get my ass beat, so here, I'll store your weapons, kind of thing. Yeah, all kinds of things in there.
A lot of it's unintended casualties as well. I mean, like just the fact of if a water source gets destroyed, or electrical grid goes down, or a vast amount of farmland is destroyed, like
Oh, those are in like the UN after tallies, that it's like then the numbers go up like exponentially.
Napalm dropped on some mountainside that was, inhabited by people just trying to hide from the conflict.
I'm now drinking my purple gold water, and that's the remaining gold. And then the rest was white, and then when I left it in the sun, it turned into purple nano gold clusters. So we will see.
Send us the recipe.
There's interesting stuff
24
though.
karat gold anode, 24 karat gold cathode, water, and 5 volts of electricity. That is the recipe.
Some of these big battles that we have, like that we had in Afghanistan, that literally cost millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars, and then you look at like the casualties on both sides. I mean, it's like, a handful of enemy combatants, that we've expended millions and millions of dollars upon to eliminate. It's pretty
I
ridiculous.
see some psilocybin. Is that what I see?
Well, maybe you guys don't tell me on air, but I would love to know how you get. I have never really done
Broccoli
mushrooms,
sprouts.
Broccoli sprouts. Yeah.
Broccoli sprouts. All right.
He shouldn't be exposing the other
Yeah,
ones to the light if that was
yeah,
the
no.
case.
Yeah, I should. Yeah.
EBT, please put out the part 2 of Navy SEALs 666.
Yeah, I got to do it, but I've been procrastinating. See, the last time I did a run through like on my own and I recorded it and it didn't come through, and I think that's what helped me out. I tried to start it the other night on that stream, and then I was like, oh man, my PowerPoint sucks. Like I got too much. I didn't break it down in digestible parts enough.
You need a whiteboard like Stefan Molyneux and Jay Dyer.
Right. I got one, but I
Yeah,
can't fit it in the studio right now, so I don't know. Maybe I need a little one. I can do it, with Jay's little like whiteboard or something. But
Joshua, I do have a question for you, and this is a very selfish question. And if you don't want to answer online, I would love to answer offline.
I'll try.
What business would you recommend for someone who wants to be location independent and have international latitude? Like, he can kind of go here and there. What would be your suggestion of what to focus on?
I wouldn't have one. And the reason is generally if you want to get international, just get a business license. Doesn't particularly matter what industry you're getting in. For example, like say coming to Vietnam. God, I hate this place. But if you want to be able to maintain 100% of your business, you don't want to participate with their visa regime of like owning 49% and being forced to work within themselves. You generally have to have a business license that's been active for at least 5 years. So this is what I tell Americans: like, if you plan on traveling in the future, just go get a business license. Don't have to do anything with it. Just sit on it.
What does that mean? What do you mean business license? Like,
go to your state. Yeah, go to your state, register for a business. That simple. Doesn't matter what it is.
So just make up some fucking business and then just put money in it and then just cycle it through.
Exporting even, right? And then
Yeah,
when you're traveling, you can buy stuff and ship it back and sell it.
Well, not exactly just that, right? But it's the idea if you're going to go to another country and you're just going to operate like a business there, be able to make money. The way franchises work and stuff like that throughout the vast majority of countries is you'll be able to participate there, get a legal visa system for long term versus just being able to sit around for like 90 days and then have to leave out or something like that. It really doesn't matter what industry you're getting into, just so long as you grab that business license from your country.
So basically what you're saying is from the United States, you have reciprocity of some sort in most countries.
Yes.
Okay,
It'll open up the doors for you to be able to gain residency. Most of the time you can't collect citizenship, but at least long-term residency that's a little bit more stable, where you're not having to go to their government and ask permission constantly.
No, I appreciate that, because that gives me more than what I needed. So and I'll take any more advice that you have, but I really appreciate that, because it's kind of what I've heard. But yeah.
Just open up a business license within your state
and recheck my own status now that you're reminding me of that. And that's great advice.
It really doesn't matter what industry. You could be a social media influencer, right? Just attach a business license, you're good. Doesn't matter.
And so you're saying after 5 years, it just gets easier to kind of make some moves?
Yeah, most states, they generally want like an establishment of a time period, which is usually around 5 years. There are a few countries that'll hit it up at 10 years, but that's where you'll get the most out of it.
And just, I noticed that you said unfortunately, and so I would love, and again, this is very selfish of me, so I apologize, but I've had 3 beers, or 3 alcoholic beverages, so I'm going to go for it. What would you say is your reason for saying unfortunately? Because I think I understand, because I've spent just enough time in Asia to kind of get the sense, but for the audience, I would love for you to say why that is.
Because it's not about you as an individual to you as an entity. I don't want to sound like conspiracy theory, right? But like, it's the idea of you in the United States are just a social security number, right? it's the same system throughout the rest of the world, right? They don't care about you as a social security. They care about you as an entity. In this case, you're being an entity as a business, aka revenue. It's the same.
Yeah, I think that's why so many.
Rest of the world.
I think that's why so many
Bar
Asians.
Association and like the what is it, Law of the Sea or something like that. That's literally, it's
Admiralty
all about
law.
the more you're worth, the more rights you have, and if you're a corporate entity, the corporations are like now ruling the international world more and more.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that lines up with what my understanding, in which my understanding is very limited, but that does seem to be what I see evidence for, is the best way I could put it. And yeah, I think that's why so many Asians do so well in when they come to America, because they understand basically you have your, if you're smart, you create a legal fiction that basically gives you immunity from common law, I guess, to some degree.
Oh, for them, it's the same story. It's harder to like eject a foreign national that's like just coming to the U.S. for a specific period of time versus, oh, well, if they don't want to like pick up the green card or pick up the residency or the citizenship, right? Like you've got that extra option of, oh, well, I have a business. And within the U.S., it's real easy to open up a business. I think most states, what averages around $180 for a business license. That's a hell of a lot easier than having to go through like, say, the 5-year process for residency, green card, or spousal shit like that. It's a lot less bullshit to have to deal with. So I mean, it depends on what your goal is. But if you're really just looking at, oh, I want to travel and I want to make money, well, do the business
Yeah, you're just setting yourself up for better success, and just like the business, how the business world works, essentially, and like play the system that to your benefit the best that you can.
Yeah, I'm just saying, get as many options as you possibly can. That's really what it boils down to.
Well, but you said unfortunately. So, are you saying you would rather be in America right now, or?
Yeah,
really?
I'd absolutely rather be in New York than here.
Even with all the immigration and all the problems there.
Oh, fuck. I miss my hometown. But keep in mind, like, I didn't live in a big city, right? It's New York State, upstate, not New York City, right? So I find my hometown to be, very convenient, very mellow. Whereas here in Saigon, I mean, this place is like a animal factory. I mean, there's too many people. It just comes with all the problems of a large metro city.
That's cool. I'd love to, cool that you're traveling, and I hope you're able to make it back when you want to, but love to see, do you post any videos from over there and stuff?
No, not particularly. I mean, every once in a while, I'll send a video or screenshots or whatever from when people ask for stuff. But no, I've been doing this.
If you wouldn't mind, sometime I would show it on one of my shows. It'd be epic.
If you want, I guess. Like I can set up the camera to just show from like the rooftop. I live in a tall building, basically. It's like I think 25 floors up, and it towers over everybody.
That's cool.
But I've been traveling since I was like 19 years old. Machine Lies wasn't lying. I did work for the federal government, so that's all I did was travel quite often. And when you're young, you want to go out and see the world. But as you age up, I'm almost 40. I mean, now I'm just I don't want to do it. I just want to hang out with my wife and kid. I don't care about the rest of the bullshit. It's not appealing anymore.
Yeah, I miss traveling. I had a companion pass with an airline in Canada for 5 years, so with WestJet. So I traveled all over nonstop, but just North America, all throughout the States and Canada, but never over to Europe. And still got to get over there sometime.
What would you say is the biggest problem with living in Asia versus America for you, Joshua?
For me specifically, there's my biggest complaint would be the exact opposite stance of culture. So, like, for example, like in the U.S., right? Nobody's caring about whether the curtains on my windows or anything like that. I can walk around the house.
You have a
butt naked.
centipede.
Yeah, there's a lot of privacy, right? Come here, no, everybody's up in your ass. I mean, they're literally got their nose stuck up your ass trying to get a good whiff and figure out what you had for dinner last night. It's just weird.
That would be.
Machine lies, you can invest in like a bug bomb or something, right? A couple cans
Those
of
little
Raid.
UV zappers, those work great too. Zap, zap. Or you could be at peace with the universe and let the centipede be.
Not me. I'm not.
Take its
I'm about
ass
to
outside.
I'm about to go
Oh.
drop this motherfucker out outside.
Atta boy, I'd do the same thing. I actually had a bat fall on me and my wifey while we were sleeping at my buddy's place out in the Okanagan this last week in British Columbia. It was kind of weird, but I don't know. I thought it was just like the house bat because it was out on a farm that like ate all the bugs. Because like for 2 nights I like saw it like flying around each night, like eating all the mosquitoes and shit. And then like it was like the morning time, and all of a sudden it just like fell down right in between the two of us, like flung it on the ground. It was all weird and shit, but it's like making these weird noises.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm fine with bugs outside, but if you're in my house, that's everything's gonna die. I'm just going straight for insecticide, killing everything, billions, millions. I don't care what it is.
No, the insects in Asia are like insane, dude. It's not like
there's
anything
some
like here.
crazy venomous shit. I wouldn't even fuck with that. I'm in Canada where like everything dies in the winter.
Oh no, even New York, man. I see a couple ants. All I need to do is see one in the house, right? And I'm just, that's it. Fumigation time. I can't deal with it. I'll scream like a little girl if there's like some kind of like 6 or 8 legged creature running around the house. Now I'm up on the stool screaming like a little girl, trying to like jump across the refrigerator, maybe the counters. No, I can't do it.
Yeah, I grew up on a farm a lot of the time, so I'm pretty decent. And then I worked in like a fish and reptile store in like through junior high and high school, so I was always holding the tarantulas and like catching like the tegus and shit.
Oh, I grew up on a farm too. It's the same thing. It's outside, not a problem. Inside, nope, not gonna happen.
Yeah, fair. Definitely don't want that shit biting you while you're sleeping.
Well, there's no reason for it. It's not like half the bugs are going to kill you or anything. I just get freaked out about them. I don't like them.
What's your if there was one industry you say that would be safer than other industries right now, what would you say it is internationally?
No such thing. Different regions have different interest in different industries. If you're everything really revolves around your ability to adapt, right? I don't even in the US, if you got involved with one industry, right? Like this is the one you want to focus on. Generally 9 out of 10, within 10 years, you're going to have to evolve into something else anyways. So your ability to adapt is the primary focus. So I wouldn't presume to prescribe something.
Again, I'm being very selfish, so I appreciate you answering my question. But would you say that that's kind of how the manipulation is going on a global scale? Basically, they're getting entrepreneurs to go down a certain path in order to adapt to the new changing landscape of each individual sector of the economy.
Probably. I mean, to a small extent. But who the manipulation comes down, it's kind of like a little weird thing. Like, so for the 90s, we all grew up with psych degrees, right? Place was completely saturated. They couldn't get jobs. The vast majority of like those self-help books are written by some asshole with a psych PhD, right? They couldn't gain employment, so they decided to write self-help books. It is the thing that it is. Or would universities be like manipulating that? Yeah, they're in the business of selling degrees, right? It's kind of why guys don't, we have lower numbers within the university. It's because we don't have an interest. We're more interested in getting the stuff done. We're not going to sit around picking up a piece of paper that says, oh, we're capable of doing this bullshit, because we don't really need it. That's probably kind of a truism throughout the rest of the world too. There are, some things where, like here in Vietnam, everybody's got a degree. Doesn't really mean shit. But that's because their culture pushes it. As for the government being interested in specific fields, yes. I ended up picking up Farsi because, well, you know, they were paying some fucking crazy $1,800 a week. They were like, "Oh, you can translate her." I'm thinking, "Oh, $1,800 a week. That's easy money. All I have to do is be close to a computer so I can, you know, hear and speak back." And this is not, that didn't seem complicated, but I jumped on too late. But yeah, I guess to a point there's a good amount of manipulation.
Can I get your opinion on the crypto economy and cryptocurrencies and technology, especially from your international and Asian
I got
side?
no respect for it. And it's not like a negative thing, right? I almost look at like all currencies that are not tied to, or they're not interested in, or I'm sorry, they're not regulated by a central bank, at least when they first open up. Usually in some cases, they eventually get adopted in. But I look at it like a pyramid scheme, right? So you've got like, well, this crypto, right? Invest in this, and it's being promoted by people. Well, obviously they're going to promote it because it's in their best interest. The more people that get involved with it, the higher the value is. What they claim it to.
You know what's funny is, like, actually my limited time in Southeast Asia is there was actually a lot of cryptocurrency going on 7-8 years ago in Southeast Asia, where they would literally have pyramid scheme businesses where they would basically try to pay everybody in their own little cryptocurrency and say, "Oh, it's just as good as money, you just exchange it." But then when you go and actually look at the rates, it was fucking horrible. And yeah, it's actually a very common, pyramid schemes are extremely common in Southeast Asia. I thought that was very interesting.
But the one thing I will give it with the crypto guys, right? Like the original idea is that we don't want the government, you know, we don't want the government in our families. We don't want the government in our wallet. We don't want the government, right? I kind of consider like their idea, their starting point, to be actually a fair point. It's just a downfall. I don't know about a lot of countries, but the U.S. citizens, you can't be a U.S. citizen and the government not being involved within your bank account. You can go to another country, open up a bank account. Department of Treasury still has access. You just can't avoid it. So, I mean, I guess if people were to do it within the intention of like trying to like use it as storage, maybe, possibly. But again, you know, for it to even maintain its value, you still have to have a steady stream of people, you know, getting involved in it. So I guess the idea behind, you know, trying to avoid government attachment or having the government stuck up, you know, within your wallet, I understand that complaint of it. Kind of tend to agree with it.
Last question. If you prefer to be back with your family or back like in your homeland,
my family's here. Yeah, my family's here.
Your family's with you.
Yeah.
Well, what's keeping you? But you want to move your family back to New York, or you prefer to be in New York? What's keeping you in Vietnam? More like just better employment and life?
No. My son is 3 years old, and so his mother is Vietnamese. So the idea is that I'm under the impression, could be wrong, but I'm under the impression that like once he gets within middle school and high school range in the U.S., he's probably not going to want to leave anywhere else, right? Because that's the idea of the U.S. You can pretty much gain access to almost anything you want, or almost anything you want. The problem is well, he also has a Vietnamese family here, so the extended family is quite large. He needs to basically be able to fully communicate in Vietnamese. Takes time. Within the U.S., not so easy. There are, you know, some Vietnamese groups around, but they're hard to find, real hard to get into, and you know, then it's all about teaching the language.
I understand what you're saying, Joshua. You're basically saying like
you want 100% make them bilingual and like culturally aware, and
you want him to have one foot in both doors, and you can't really replace the time of being young and understanding all that, right?
It's not just that. I'd feel like a piece of shit, like if I just basically cut him off from that side of the family. The idea of moving him to the U.S. would eventually lead down that path, right? And so now I'm the piece of shit for doing it, basically. The least I can do is make sure the kid is very fluent in Vietnamese and then move over.
Respectable.
taking
Respectable.
taking kids from family. That one to me is kind of like a real dick move to
No,
do.
no doubt, man. Power to you. Much respect and what you're doing. And sounds like you're setting your family and your child up for the best life possible in the future. So thank you for all your answering your questions. Let you guys continue, but I'm take off here. Pleasure talking, Neuro.
Take care,
Nice to
man.
meet you, Josh Jones. Love to do another conversation with you guys sometime. Machine Lies, if you're in the background there, and EBT.
Thank you so much for showing up, brother, man. Yeah,
Yeah, good.
You
Good to talk
probably
to you,
gonna
man.
actually restream this segment to my channel at some point here, if you don't mind, because pretty epic conversation thing.
Of course. You're welcome to restream anything, and also for a collaboration, we need to collaborate on ancient temples and flood myths and all that stuff that's going down the pipe there. So we got that coming up. We got Bernard on the line. So thank you so much for showing up, Bernard. We appreciate you very much, man.
Much love, brother. Love you all, and thank you for having me. And I posted my email in the private chat. Please do send an email, and we will schedule a couple
For sure. I got you.
streams.
Yeah, I got you. I got your back there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. Good to talk to you, bro.
Much love.
The Alchemist. Straight up. And yeah, we got the Alchemist. Burn Eye, Crypto Alchemist.
Sorry, Ghost. To answer your question, Ghost, I'm former State Department. The reason Neuro and I we've been communicating for I don't know a couple weeks now. Kind of get along. Same with Machine Lies. At least with the Machine Lies, like the way he explains things, they don't come across as so like nutty, fruity conspiracy thing, right? Like he breaks it down a little bit. So I kind of appreciate talking to him.
Thank you, man. Yeah. Dude. I like talking to you too, Joshua, man. I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate you opening up about, what you're going through with your family, and
No, this is normal life, right? Like there's no difference between like my position and any other family member. I just happen to be here. Doesn't mean anything. We're all in the same shithole. It just is what it is.
The whole world is a shithole now.
Pretty much.
I love that line in Full Metal Jacket where he's like, "I am in a world of shit." He's
I still can't get my wife to watch the film. I've so tried.
No, that movie gets a lot of shit for the second half, but actually I rewatched it recently. That movie's very it's a very deep movie actually. It's a very interesting movie. He's like especially that scene where he's like you wear Born to Kill on one side and you wear the peace sign on the other. It's like, what are you, a fucking Joker or something? He's like I'm trying to see something about the duality of man. He's like, what? The duality of man, sir. The Jungian things. It's like, you better pull your head out of your fucking ass. I love that scene, actually. It's a very good, it's a very deep scene, actually, about philosophy, I think.
I like the prostitute scenes. My wife's Vietnamese, so I kind of like to troll her a little bit with them.
Well, the funny thing is, like, actually, people always talk about the sexpat thing. You were in that chat and you saw the people talking about it, but it's like, it's kind of it's a misconstruing of the reality of the way the rest of the world works. Like, it's not this thing that, like in America where it's totally this dichotomy or whatever they call it.
I don't know if I would blame it down. This is why I kind of push back a little bit. Like, why shouldn't we judge people? Well, the whole sexpat scene, this thing is huge. I mean, I wouldn't say it's probably the majority, but it's large enough to be noticed.
Well, it's almost none of them are American. It's almost all European or Middle Eastern or whatever. It's very few Americans that are doing it.
Well, that kind of true, but that's like going back to, like, I think it was a stat from 2016, 2017. There was something like 11% of U.S. citizens actually had gotten their passport. And I would imagine that the vast majority of those are like dual nationals, right? Like they have family in other countries, and thus, that's their thing on there. I don't know. Right now, there's currently a backlog of people trying to renew their passports. So I don't know if the numbers are growing or what. I really don't know.
I heard that a lot of Americans are trying to get out of America, and and honestly, I can say I'm one of them. Like, I love America so much, but at the same time, like, I love the flexibility of trying to like have the ability to kind of get away for a while, because it's really hard to get perspective living here. Like, we're so living in a matrix, and I hate to use that word, but it's very true. Like, we're our eyes have so much wool pulled over it. It's it's almost impossible. And
I don't disagree.
Everywhere in the world is that way to some degree, but I think people in America really don't appreciate how bad it is. Like, it's pretty fucking bad, honestly. It's really hard to describe if you haven't left for a while.
That being the word right there, the appreciation. I think that's kind of a real major problem we have. Like, it doesn't matter whether having the ability to like just turn on the I don't know, like open the refrigerator door and get a cold beer out kind of thing, right? We really don't have like a lot of appreciation for the things we do have. We seem to just take it for granted. So I'll definitely agree with you on that part.
Yeah, it's funny, Joshua. Like, I enjoy your conversation and stuff, but it was funny watching you in the chat, because in the Crucible Discord, because everybody was like teaming up on you, and I thought it was very funny. Like, I was just trying to explicate the conversation, but I watched everyone kind of gang pile you.
It was fair, and it was fair because it was basically so time zone, right? Like, I'm 14 or 12-hour time difference, right? And people kept coming in at the end of each one of the conversation, but it was the conversation over and over and over, and people just kept joining at the end of it. And the idea of having a question, that's kind of harsh, because in this case, it had to do with like morality, Christianity, a few things there. They couldn't understand how an atheist was actually taking a position where like promoting like Christian values, right? I'm like, this stuff works, right? It just works really well for society. I don't have to jump on the magical parts of it. But people kept jumping into the end of the conversation, and that's why it was so harsh. That's why it looked like they were ganging up on me. They really weren't.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I appreciate you rolling with the punches, because a lot of the time, like, I am trying to like ask questions in order to give people perspective, because and again, I'm not talking shit about anybody, but I definitely notice, like, people, regardless of their worldview, they're lacking a lot of perspective, and it's understandable why, but
well, it's probably a little bit uglier online. You guys had talked about it. I was actually watching the stream about an hour and a half ago. I just recently connected because the house kind of calmed down, so it's not noisy. But like, people were talking about the concept of on the internet. Why do debaters do it this way and not that way, right? But at the end of the day, what really is the name plan or the game plan here is everybody just wants to fight. We're completely attracted to blood sport, right? We want to see two debaters and somebody just get absolutely humiliated on the internet. Don't know why, but that's the thing that we're attracted to.
Bread and circuses.
This is why I've kind of got like a little attachment here to Machine, because Machine's at least breaking this shit down. So like, okay. At first somebody will say it and it sounds like a nutcase conspiracy to me. He'll break it down and it's like, oh, okay, well, that makes a little bit more sense, right? Isn't that the point of philosophy, to learn how to ask better fucking questions, right? I mean,
well, look at Jesus. I mean, people give me a lot of shit, and I'm like, look, Jesus's strength was two things from a secular worldview. It was parables and questions. That's what he was very, very good at. And I don't think that's an accident, right? Like, if you really want to understand something, you've got to tell a story and you've got to ask amazing questions. And It's something that people just don't appreciate, and especially in America. I mean, people in America are great at asking questions, but they're not good at asking good questions, and that's what pisses me off. And I say that with love. I'm not saying that
the
demeaning.
prejudgment. Like I've got my own perspective, and then I'm going to ask a question, right? But I'm going to frame that question in a way where it's kind of like an ugly way. I'm not looking for information. I'm just looking to pick a fight. Yeah.
Well, I look at it like a punk rock thing, and that's why I love Machine Lies too, man. I love you, brother, because I enjoy these conversations. Because punk rock to me is like, hey, it's not to be a dick. You're trying to get to the bottom of shit. You're trying to say like, what the fuck is really going on here? And look, I can take the ugliness of the world. The world is ugly. I'm okay with that, right? But let's just get down to it rather than just try to beat around the bush. But it doesn't have to mean you're like an asshole about it, right? You can get down to the bottom of things, but still be polite and respectful at the end of the day,
Well, that's what it is. That damn sure boils it down. If we don't have civility, we're just a bunch of fucking animals on the farm at the end of the day.
Yep, exactly.
Getting a real little. Maybe I'm getting old. Maybe I'm having a hard time with the youth, understanding what the hell they're doing. Maybe the internet is a whole different. I grew up, there was just the only chat rooms they had were like those AOL things, like the idea of Discord.
I grew up in those, man. I love those things. That was how I learned about the world, is from people all over the world, like being older than me, telling me like, hey, this is what this part of the world is like,
Right. Well, that was for me. What it is now, I have no clue. My only prescription I would ever ask, or my only request for people I would ever have, is a little bit of damn civility. I don't have to agree with another guy to be able to like learn something from him.
Well, that's what I learned in fucking being in Asia, is because all these people from all over Europe. This is why I have a very weird view of this, but a lot of great guys from all over Europe escape to Southeast Asia, and people think it's like, oh, they're just there to fucking whatever. It's like, no, they're actually just trying to live out their own culture because they're not allowed to do that within their own culture. I mean, it's kind of weird, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of good guys who are just like, I'm fucking done. Like, I try to help my family. They don't listen. I try to help my friends. They don't listen. I try to help my wife. They don't listen. It's like, try to help my kids. They don't listen. And these people are like, I'm fucking done. I met a lot of like Swiss, German, British, you name it, even Middle Eastern, Indian, Pakistanis. A lot of these guys are extremely good men, intelligent men, and they're like, you know what? I try to help my country. No one listens to me. I come here, live among Thais or Vietnamese or Cambodian or Laotian, Burmese. They're like, I get respect here because people are interested in what I have to say. You go back to home, nobody gives a fuck. They're just like, oh, I need to make money, bro, because I need to whatever the fuck. And I get it, but at the same time, it's like it gets old, like after a certain point of wealth, you don't really have anything. There's nothing left. It's like, even if you have a family and whatnot, it's like there's an intellectual, what do you call it? Intellectual legacy that you want to leave behind. And I'm just saying, like, I have a lot of empathy for people who've left their home country, because I get it. I mean, I was very close to like saying, you know what, fuck America. I don't ever want to come back here. And I love America. But at the same time, like, once you see for what it is, it's like people here, like you said, for me, what it is to me about America, Americans do not fucking appreciate what they got at fucking all. And it bothers me so fucking much. It doesn't matter what color you are. Like, people here in America, they don't know how good of a fucking opportunity they have, and they just fucking squander it. And it pisses me off so much that, like, it makes me very upset, honestly, if I think about it.
It's because we don't have to earn it. At the end of the day, right? We just don't have to earn it. Most of us don't have to go through any struggles to get where we're at, right? Well, I mean, as a society in general, right? Not as the individual. Usually, if you're a guy, you're pretty much busting your ass out there for like a paycheck. It just is the thing that we start off as. You try your damnedest to work your way up.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, my whole male family, and even female, honestly, you talk to them, it's like, oh, I just want to work hard. I just want to earn a living. And it's like, dude, there's more to life than that. And a lot of them figure it out way too late in life, and it's depressing,
Oh
bro.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's really depressing, honestly.
The late to the game thing. I'm kind of curious to see how this plays out in the next 20 years. I'm really curious.
Hey, Machine Lies. I don't normally drink, but I'm a little inebriated. But I really want to tell you, I really appreciate you doing this stuff because, man, it's good to have these kind of conversations, brother. I really appreciate you hosting because I know like all of us, we have our own problems, but I think we're doing good stuff. Having these kind of conversations. To be honest with you, brother, I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Neuro. Please,
And
everyone,
and
subscribe.
and Firestarter's here. Hey, what's up, Firestarter?
What's
Sorry
up?
to interrupt you, brother. Sorry to interrupt you, Machine Lies. I appreciate it.
No, it's all good. I just want to say thank you so much for stopping by, and of course, next time, and I was a little bit inebriated today too off of this mushroom bar or whatever, but yeah, next time we will open it up with some substantive topics, and I will have Neurojack there. I'll let you know beforehand when I'm gonna stream, and then I'll let you up here, and we will continue some of the more important lines of discussion that we've been getting up into in our private conversations as well. So yeah, for real,
No, this is really productive. Like, I know it started off like train wrecky, but honestly, like I really feel like these kind of conversations are like, to me personally, they're very productive. Like I every time I engage in this shit, like I'm taking something away from it, and I really appreciate that, honestly.
Of course. I'm here for you anytime, my brother, man. And I appreciate you saying that for real, because as you said, we do all have problems, and it is taxing sometimes for me to be here, but I am trying to be here, out here at least once a week for as long as I can. It's gonna be 7:30 on Saturday usually. But starting around that time, I usually push it back to 9. But it is what it is, as the demand ramps up, so will I be bringing more content to you guys. So yeah, I'm here for you guys. And anybody who's interested in talking more about these topics, or even having a private conversation with me, I put myself out there, and it's no worries to anybody who wants to come and talk to me about any topic. I'm not afraid to get into it. So you guys have a blessed time, and I hope you guys make your way out to me to talk about these things for real. But it's crazy. We got somebody who deals intimately with Asian people, working over there in California, and traveling to Asian countries. We got somebody who's involved with Asian people and their family, and we got a real Asian. So we got all different aspects of people, having a conversation right now, with Firestarter actually Vietnamese, Joshua Jones living in Vietnam, crazy shit. Right?
Wait, we got a guy in Vietnam.
That's right. We got a guy in Vietnam on the panel right now. Straight up.
He Vietnamese.
Yeah, what are you doing in Vietnam?
I don't know if Josh is still with us, but Josh is.
I mean, the last time the feds were in Vietnam, it wasn't very good.
Well, yeah. Well, I think he stepped away for a minute, but when he comes back, we're gonna have to ask him, what's going on with.
We're gonna have to give that nigga a struggle session.
Yeah, we haven't really held his feet to the fire yet, but and I think he's warming up to actually him taking on that Crucible Discord that really warmed me up to Joshua Jones. You mean because he did valiantly attend their their attacks. You know what I mean?
Because that is the Crucible, man. Like
I'm telling you, it was not an attack. It just kept being like this. It kept being this, like going through Discord, and there would be new people joining the conversation. I didn't take any of it personal because it wasn't
Yeah.
like it was the same conversation over and over, but it kept getting resetted because people would keep joining at the end of the conversation. Like, what the hell is this? I'm not attacking shit, guys. Jesus Christ! It is what it is.
Hey Joshua, I have a question for you. Did you see the Sovny thing?
No, I don't think
the lady who was like Indian who was posting pictures of her boyfriend and shit.
No.
Okay, never mind then. It's all good.
You guys gotta have to like point shit out at me because like I don't catch up, but I don't I don't sit here and click every link and everything. I don't spend a lot of time on YouTube.
What happened with Sanvi?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened with her, but I was questioned about my honesty about what I saw, and I'm just saying, like, somebody asked me about, or somebody was talking about Sovny and saying that she was based and all this, and then I was like, well, her boyfriend's from Africa, and they're like, oh, well, I can't deal with that, and I'm like, because she was saying like her boyfriend's African and he's a real Christian guy and all this, and people were like,
wait, is he black?
Yeah, and they were upset about that. I'm like, I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying what I saw. I don't know if it's true or not, but yeah, just thought it was funny.
What do you mean saw? You saw a black guy in a room or something?
Well, I mean, I don't want to I don't know if it's personal if people put it on Discord, but basically, yeah, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand like why the people in the Crucible Discord would find somebody, or is
it wasn't in the Crucible Discord. It was actually in another thing, but I'm just saying, like, people were like, "Oh, you're lying" and all this shit, and I'm like, "Why would I lie about that?" Like, I'm just saying what I saw. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying,
she's
like,
Indian,
whatever.
right?
Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, she is. But
I mean, maybe the guy is just a really dark Indian.
Yeah, some of those South Indian dudes do look like black dudes. Straight
I
up.
think they call them Dravidians.
Yeah, Dravidian cats. Yeah, because they look like Somalians. If you look at the people from the Ivory Coast of Africa, they kind of look like exactly like South Indians, and I think they share genetics. Dravidians share genetics with East Africans. So I don't know.
well, if you look at like Sri Lanka, like Sri Lanka is a very interesting place. I would love to go to Sri Lanka. Like they're very different than mainland Indians.
I heard their government collapsed last year.
Yeah, Sri Lanka's in a political turmoil. I think what is that group? Tamil Tigers or whatever. They got like crazy terrorist groups and shit. And yeah, or yeah, they got crazy terrorist organizations. Buddhists and Muslims be going to war out there. So it's interesting. Yeah.
And that one was shocking. Yeah, seeing Buddhist fight, actually, that was kind of that was like, what? I thought you never seen this before for like 20 years, never heard of it. And next thing I know, there's like this big culture clash, and they're just
Buddhists don't fuck around, really. Like if you look at their history, like when they're ready to fight, they're fucking brutal. Like from what I've heard, I don't know if it's true, but they're pretty brutal.
Just surprised because we were always raised up like everything is pretty much about like peace and balance and all that shit. Next thing you know, you turn on the news and everybody's fighting. You're like, what the hell?
Well, you're from Vietnam. I mean, you go to Vietnam, but I mean, when I was in Thailand and Cambodia, you talk to the Buddhists. They're like, they're very pissed off. They're not happy. I mean, they would fight if they knew who to fight.
Right. So here it's more about the nationalism part versus like, any type of like worldview kind of thing.
So what are you doing in Vietnam?
shit. So when I retired, I had a lot of almost a year. I think it was like 9-10 months vacation time built up, and I wanted to keep the vacation time. So I kind of like snuck out the door, took my vacation time because every time I applied for it, it was never granted. We were just too busy, understaffed. It's like most federal branches are kind of understaffed. So I kind of like snuck out and decided to take my vacation time. But I had never been posted in any Asian country. That wasn't like my area of expertise, wasn't what I was trained for. So I wanted to go, and it was kind of almost the same as like throwing a dart at a map. I just picked one. This one had originally what they said was a 1-year visa. I was like, well, that'll cover me. I'll just do it. And that's kind of how I ended up here. I started out as a vacation. It just went into business, went into family, went into all kinds of bullshit. Trap, pretty much a trap. Don't relax. Life will come by and fuck you.
I apologize to ask you this question, but I have a serious question. But it's going to sound like it's not serious. Have you seen Little Trouble, Little China? I mean, Big Trouble, Little China?
No. Is that like a video or something?
It's a movie with what's his name? Kurt Russell.
Okay.
Big Trouble, Little China. You never seen that movie?
No, I haven't seen it. Don't get around to watching a lot of TV.
Sounds like a fucking porno.
No, it's a really old. It's a really old. It influenced like Mortal Kombat and stuff like that. So it's like a '80s movie about black magic, Chinese, Vietnamese magic stuff. But basically, what I'm asking you is this: what do you think of like the black magic, religious stuff of Vietnam?
There is none.
There's I've never heard of it called black magic. I've heard of it called like a lot of superstition, and it's like all over Asia. There's a shit ton of superstition. I wouldn't even begin to be able to comprehend a lot of it. Some of it's like about numerology. Some of it's about this and that. I gave up trying to comprehend it.
Do you speak Vietnamese?
I can speak a little Tao Lao, just enough to kind of get myself in a good fight. Probably get my ass kicked by 500,000 people.
Anh nói tiếng Việt được không?
No, absolutely no. Little Tao Lao.
What is Cao Lao?
Tao Lao. Tao Lao is pretty much Vietnamese for bullshit.
Tôi Lao?
Toy Lao? No, Tao.
Well,
Or I guess depends. Hold up, depends. So from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong here, so there's 42 or 47 different dialects. Apparently everybody from Hue doesn't speak Vietnamese. They speak their own. I have no clue. But I know there's different spellings, different pronunciations from different regions.
No, there's 3 dialects and 5 enunciations with 5 vowels. So there's a lot of sounds.
Yeah, one of our vowels that have 5 different sounds for them. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can understand all Vietnamese people.
I absolutely can't. Not even close to it. Because so I'm in the South. I'm in Saigon. And I'll get a couple friends from different regions together at a table, and my God, do they pick on pronunciation? They're like, "What is this? What the hell are you talking about? It's said this way or that way." Just constant thing. I'm like, well, how am I supposed to learn it if you guys can't agree? Do what?
Are they complaining that you're saying it wrong, or
no? They're complaining amongst themselves. My complaint is how am I expected to learn if you guys can't just agree on something so I can bite down on something?
Have you heard about the Chin La, the South Vietnamese ethnic group that basically was tied to Cambodia, Thailand, all these other places?
You mean the Chimpa?
Well, I should be asking you, Firestarter, because you probably know more. I had no idea that you're Vietnamese, but I'm interested to know what you know.
So I don't remember the year, but Kublai Khan ruled China, and he invaded Vietnam 3 times. And apparently, the second or third time, the southern part of Vietnam, which was the kingdom of Champa, agreed to help Vietnam defend against the Mongols, but apparently they either didn't help or they also attacked Vietnam from the south. And as usual, Vietnam defeated the Mongols and everybody at the same time. And so then Vietnam went down and conquered Champa.
So, what do you think about the whole black magic religion of Southeast Asia?
Well, it's not really in Vietnam, except for the rhino horn stuff. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there's like whatchamacallit, stories to scare children. Like you're not supposed to sleep in a room with a mirror.
Oh
Or-
yeah, the mirror thing. That one was an
Or
interesting one.
you don't whistle at night because you'll attract ghosts.
Yeah, we have that too for the you're not supposed to whistle because it attracts the jinn. They say that for real.
Yeah, so
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying I'm not making fun of that whole thing. I think there is something to that because my experience in Southeast Asia is like they take that shit very, very seriously. I mean, it's similar to like feng shui or something like that, but it is something that it's not a joke. Put it that way. Like they take it very, very seriously.
I mean, my family doesn't really. It's just kind of like a thing to scare children.
Have you been to Vietnam?
No.
What about you, Joshua? Do you think that people in Vietnam take it very seriously?
Probably some do, but like I said, keep in mind, right? Like I'm mostly in big cities. You're an expat. You don't function so well in the smaller areas. It's because like the concept of ATMs and shit like that. There's problems there. Like if you're an expat, like your credit card are only going to work in a few areas, right? It's 98% cash business around here, so being able to function in the smaller towns, which that's going to be the majority of the population, I can't really interact with them because I can't get to them and stay there long enough.
You never been to like the countryside of Vietnam?
Only my wife's hometown, which actually Wednesday I go back, and I don't go around like just randomly walking around the streets and things like that. Right?
Let me ask you something.
I'm very protected.
What's your sense of things when you get out there in the countryside?
To me, it just looks like a bunch of farmers trying to basically bust their ass. Make it through life.
What I mean is, like, what's your interaction with the locals like?
I mean, he doesn't speak Vietnamese, so
I don't
interact with them.
Yeah, I don't speak Vietnamese, and if you're talking about the small towns, not a large population is going to be able to speak English, so there's not like a lot of communication. Plus, on top of that, the family is very protective, right? Like they're afraid I'm going to walk down the street and get screwed over by some scammer. So I don't get like a lot of alone time to just go and hang out kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm just saying from like my limited experience, like you definitely get the sense that
there's.
I mean,
I'll say that, yeah, there's definitely like superstitions, like the thing with the mirror thing that drives me insane, right? But that's just a thing. I call it a superstition. What grounded it? I have no clue. Where it came from, no clue. There's mirrors in bathrooms. That's it. There's no, you won't find somebody with like a mirror in their bedroom. That's a little bit more common. Now, do they take it seriously as to why they don't do it? I don't know. It could also just as much be like an economical thing. The rooms are generally a little bit smaller than Americans. So you'd have like a bed and then this like armoire, like a type of closet kind of thing. There's not really room for much else. Their buildings aren't made that way for large amounts of space. So I mean, there could be a whole mess load of different reasons. I wouldn't know which ones.
Yeah, there is like a certain black magic like obsession with mirrors, and I don't know what that really is, but but there does seem to be like a obsession with seeing things inside of a mirror, projecting yourself inside of a mirror or something like that, or yeah, I just opened up a book called Shambhala, written by Chogyam Trungpa, and he was talking about in the book, in the beginning of the book, how he could see this ancient village of Shambhala inside of a mirror. He looks inside of a mirror and describes the different parts of the holy city of Shambhala, and it's pretty interesting. Like they got this obsession with like, because the mirror is like a copy of reality, and you know it's an image of the world, and you know there's this whole thing about worshiping the image and how that's evil, you know, or something about, I don't know. Even I heard that in our culture that you're not supposed to like have your picture, or let people have your picture, because they could like put a curse on you, or like there's this whole thing with the evil eye. If somebody looks at you the wrong way or tries to look at you with envy, that they might put a curse on you. So you got to protect yourself from people's envy. You know, it's a real interesting, you know, thing that they have. But yeah.
I just snagged my wife and asked her. She said it's just some people and something about a mirror attracting ghost or something like that. So I guess if somebody said portal or something, probably same thing.
Yeah, and there's that aspect to it that you know, like I heard in one thing where like Aleister Crowley would have this thing or whatever, that he would meditate upon an object and try to render it in his mind, so try to recreate the object in his mind, a perfect rendering. So they would call this rendering, and it'd be like beholding an object, trying to recreate a perfect image of the object in your mind that you're trying to work with. And this is kind of like a thing of like making a voodoo doll, like making like a version of somebody that kind of looks like them, and then fucking with it and doing shit to it in kind of like a weird way. And there's this whole process of like mirroring within magic, and you see it within especially Simonian magic. You know, Simon Magus in the Bible, he kind of like, you know, brings this guy up and kind of, you know, makes the guy seem like he's alive by like using him as a puppet, but then Peter actually brings him back to life. So it's like this thing of like arbitration. The second order of movement is actually sort of action at a distance, spooky action at a distance type of shit, mirroring something else. It could actually change the effect that the person is experiencing, or if somebody's mocking you, mocking what you're doing, and you don't even know that they're mocking you, that it actually affects you somehow. You know what I mean?
Well, this is what I was talking about. Actually, in different ways, I've been talking about this for over a year. This is something that people in the West don't really understand, but even in northern Asia, this is a very common belief system with the mirrors, with the mockery. And actually, you know, I'm not giving Owen Benjamin credit for this, but he has talked about how, you know, making fun of something or comedy is a form of magic to some degree, and I do believe that. I do think that there is something to that, and I think that's why in the East, face, and Joshua Jones, I'm sure can, and Firestarter can attest to this, but you know, the face system is not just a respect thing. It is something a little bit deeper than that, in my opinion.
No, my family, I don't think they believe in magic or any of that.
Well, but my point is that you believe in face, right?
No, Vietnam is a communist country. I think 90% are atheists.
Oh no, he's talking about face culture.
I mean, every culture has that.
To a point, yeah. It would be like the same thing with superstitions. It's not like America is void of any superstitions. Like what do we got? We got like Friday the 13th. I guess like umbrellas inside.
Breaking
Wish,
mirrors.
yeah, wishbone wishing. Knock on wood. Like we've got our own shit apparently. I mean, like the idea of superstitions, like they're pretty much almost everywhere. I think.
Yeah, I mean, this book here is written in the 1700s. This book of the samurai, you know, and this is during the feudal state in Japan. I just want to read you guys this fucking passage because I found this to be fucking crazy fascinating. This dude says a certain master Tokahisa was born quite different from other people and looked to be a bit moronic. Once a guest was invited and mudfish salad was served. At that time, everyone said Master Tokahisa's mudfish salad and laughed. Later, when he was in attendance and a certain person made fun of him by quoting the above remark, Tokahisa pulled out his sword and cut the man down. This event was investigated and it was stated to Lord Naoshige, quote, seppuku is recommended because this was a master of rashness. I'm sorry, this was a matter of rashness within the palace. When Lord Naoshige heard this, he said, quote, to be made fun of and remain silent is cowardice. There is no reason to overlook this fact because one is within the palace. A man who makes fun of people is himself a fool. It is his own fault for being cut down. Crazy. So he said that this dude deserved to be cut down just because he made fun of somebody.
Wait, what was the joke? He ate salad?
Yeah. He made fun of his mudfish salad and the dude just cut him down.
Well, that reminds me of growing up in the South, where respect is like number one or number two on the list of priorities. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, there is like, that shit where like you disrespect somebody in the wrong place at the wrong time, and yeah, you could lose your life for it. It is what it is.
I mean, I have Asian friends who told me stories where like they went into a restaurant or a bar and they're like, said the wrong thing at the wrong time and they got like stabbed 17 times or some shit. Like it's not a joke to them.
Wait, what'd they say to get stabbed?
Not very much.
Yeah, and I know in Karachi, they got motorcycle assassins. You know what I mean? And over there's a lot of political assassinations where I come from, for real. In Pakistan, there's like tons of political assassinations. So like, I don't know how Asian people do it, but definitely Punjabi people, if you fuck with Punjabi people, uh 20 and 30 of their cousins will show up with fucking daggers and shit. I mean, these people, I mean, it's crazy how they killed that lady Indira Gandhi. It was like it was like a squad of people burst through all of her security contingent with knives, and the last person, one guy, got through to the end and stabbed that motherfucker like 80 times. So they just went in there with a squad with knives and shit. So,
Wait,
it's
why'd they
crazy.
kill this woman?
Indira Gandhi, she got murdered for just essentially for by my people, the turban heads. against Punjab for crimes against Punjab because they got a really fucked up deal. You know, Punjab was like the last they were basically used by the Indian army, you know, as like mercenaries, which is my people, the Punjabi people, you know, and they wanted their own country in the end, and they were totally put in parts of India and Pakistan, and all of Punjab was actually split up, you know. Meanwhile, we were actually the people who were running India before the British showed up. So it's actually interesting that like the fucking so Punjab wanted their own state and they wouldn't give it to them, and they committed genocide against the Punjabis, you know, which are really the Sikh people. You know, my ancestors were Sikh people with the turbans. You know, they weren't Muslims. You know, our family converted to Islam. You know, I found that out that back in the day, our ancestors were actually of the Sikh religion. Yeah. But yeah, those people don't take belonging to India very lightly. You know, they want an independent state. Some of them still today, they want an independent state. And the Sikh religion is one of the biggest religions in the world. These cats straight up own parts of Canada. You know what I mean? The Sikhs, they're very affluent people. You know what I mean? For real. I think like the governor of Ontario is one of them. A turban head cats. You know, they got the turban heads. You mean out there?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Bindi Johal.
Is that like a rapper?
It's like a Canadian gangster, you know, that like came here. Like there was these Punjabi dudes in Canada that started these gangs, and they murdered the fuck out of each other in broad daylight, like in Canada. So yeah, so these Punjabi dudes, you know, they're just hot tempered motherfuckers, and they just basically, started gangs in Canada. You know what I mean? Yeah, Bindi Johal. Yeah, I don't know if I could find a good documentary of this motherfucker right here, but yeah, he's got this somebody was trying to find him in the streets or whatever. He had murdered a bunch of people in broad daylight, and they were trying to chase him down, and they were saying he's hiding and shit, and he made this fucking video. You know, it's a famous video.
These guys to know you got another thing coming, bitch. I'm still around.
I'm still around.
He wasn't around long.
He wasn't around long.
Fast in. Shot to death at this nightclub. Another thing coming, bitch. I'm still around. He wasn't around long. Bindi Johal's fast life came to a fast end. Shot to death at this nightclub.
Canadian gangsters, Holmes. I'm still around.
What's that on the boot, man?
We gotta ask Bong Ripper. You know.
Hey Joshua, I have a question for you.
Yeah. What's up?
I forgot.
No. I get those moments myself.
Damn.
What time is it in Vietnam?
Currently, what, 3:29 or 3:24 p.m.
Damn. It's 4:20 a.m. out here.
Smoke a
Yeah, for real. Yeah, for real. Yeah, where's my bong, by the way? Yeah.
A,
Yeah, I need to go grab a lighter.
indica or sativa?
Right now, it's sativa. The indica does not go well with psilocybin mushrooms. You know, it's a horrible mix. You know, because the mushrooms make you kind of energetic, and then the fucking indica gives you a couch lock fucking feeling, and then yeah, and then the mix is not very pleasant for me. So I think if you get up in the sativa with the psilocybin mushrooms, that's the appropriate mix in my opinion. From an expert point of view, I would go with sativa. I just naturally just smoke sativa. I don't like having a body high and being lazy and shit. I really don't like that shit. You know, I
Sativa
like
makes me paranoid though.
yeah, yeah, that's what people say. I don't know why. I think I'm just naturally paranoid. So I don't know. It just doesn't have no fucking effect on me. Or I think it's because I got put on Ritalin when I was a kid.
What's your strain of choice?
I'd go with probably strawberry cough or golden goat. That's probably the greatest strain is golden goat. You know, Romulan. It's like Romulan mixed with Sweet Island skunk or some shit. You know, you can never find this shit, but that's the greatest strain of all time. Golden goat. I go with strawberry cough or sour diesel, some shit like that. You know, that's the type of shit I like. You know, you know.
Interesting. I don't know. I don't really smoke flower that much anymore, but I would probably guess like we used to call it cat piss back in the day, and
Yeah,
green crack, and
that's a great one. Too.
purple.
Yeah. See if I could show you guys what I'm working with here. You know, this is just a little.
Have you ever smoked weed in Vietnam, Joshua?
God, no. Well, I haven't really. I haven't smoked weed, and I think I smoked one time when I was about 17 years old. But no, I wouldn't be roaming around anywhere in Southeast Asia with any type of narcotic. You get fucked up here.
Well,
They don't.
they legalized it in Thailand and I think Laos as well.
I don't know. I know most of Southeast Asia, they'll it's a real good way to land yourself in prison for like 40 years. They don't play around too much.
Yeah, they are kind of crazy about the drugs there, but I wonder how that ended up because they historically they use hemp and stuff like that. So you know, it's kind of weird. I think all that shit came in after communism, or you know what I mean? Yeah, some kind of laws and shit. You know.
It's probably related to the opium wars.
Yes. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Uh, Lord Palmerston. One of the greatest terrorists. Lord Palmerston was bombing this country. He in the Civil War. He's a great villain of time. So yeah, Lord Palmerston starting the Opium Wars and also starting the fucking American Civil War.
Wait, he was involved in the American Civil War?
Oh yeah.
How did he start? Did he ask Lincoln to bomb Sumter or something? Or
Well,
no, the other way
no.
around.
Well, he took the other side. They took sides with a
Confederacy?
lot. Yeah, the Confederacy, and actually the Lincoln aligned himself with the Russians. I'm pretty sure he aligned himself with Russia or some shit as a result, or a bunch of different people and shit. At the time, it was really a strange time for geopolitics, and the British took sides in the Civil War, if I'm not mistaken, and they took sides for the South. Actually funding some of their war shit, and you know what I mean. obviously they were interested in keeping the slave trade alive. You know what I mean, and different things. But yeah, he was also responsible for the Opium Wars in China. He played a role there. There's a good book about this shit called Dope Inc. Dope Inc. by Jeffrey Steinberg. Britain's Opium War against the U.S. It's called. So
I mean, can we trust this author though?
I mean, I've read parts of this book. I find this book to be pretty fucking reliable, But yeah, parts of it, I find pretty reliable. It is produced by Lyndon LaRouche. So, it's in with Lyndon LaRouche and those guys. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Lyndon LaRouche.
Who's that? Is that another tribal person?
No, he's like a fucking what do you call it? Communist guy. Weird Fox communist guy that like tried to take over the government. He like ran for president. Has all these publications that are like against the Illuminati and shit. And sometimes you can find a lot of good news. Yeah, Burn Eyes up in it. LaRouche Pack. That's right. LaRouche Pack has got some good conspiracy news and stuff. Some of the stuff I was saying about Isaac Newton.
Rosicrucian, right?
Yeah. They'll be talking about Rosicrucianism. They'll be talking about the Venetians. How the Venetians are involved in world affairs. They'll be talking about the banking system. But yeah, definitely a strange dude. He got locked up in prison, at the Supermax prison, and a lot of people said when he was locked up there, he was getting information, packets of information. A lot of this dude's documentaries are fucking strange. I had to put it that way.
Wait, what did he do to get in Supermax?
It was like some sort of crazy like tax fucking crazy scheme. I actually don't know.
Wait, this isn't Florence, Colorado, is it?
No. I'll show you guys. See, somebody said I'm skimming this shit on Wikipedia. That's funny, but yeah. See, he said lines. Just skimmed it on Wikipedia. But yeah, I mean, shit. Wikipedia is out there. We could look it up on Wikipedia, motherfuckers. What's up? Lyndon LaRouche. And it'll tell us exactly what this cat was, busted for. But yeah.
Wait, what's his early life?
Oh yeah, that his early life is being a communist for real, So that's what's interesting. He was involved in the student organizations. I think he was like some sort of fucking Weather Underground motherfucker, or some shit. COINTELPRO cat or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go wake up my brother and my wife. But I'm gonna play this video. I'll be right back.
You sharpen the human appetite where it can split atoms with its desire. You build egos the size of cathedrals. Fiber optically connect the world with every nuclear pulse. Increase even the dullest dreams with these delicate, gold-plated fantasies until every human becomes an aspiring emperor, becomes his own god. Where can you go from there? Scrambling from one field to the next. Who's got his eye on the planet as the air thickens, the water sours, even the bee's honey takes on the metallic taste of radioactivity, and it just keeps coming faster and faster. It's buy futures to sell futures when there is no future. We got a runaway train, boys. We got 1 billion Eddie Barzoons all jogging into the future. Every one of them getting ready to fist bump God's ex-planet. Lick their fingers clean as they reach out toward their pristine, kybernetic keyboard to turn up their fucking billable hours. And then it hits home. You gotta pay your own way, Eddie. Late in the game to buy out now. Here, watch.
for that brief intermission. But yeah. Yeah, I wake up my brother and my wife for morning prayer. So yeah. Yeah. Somebody said, why you waking your family? Bernai. Yep. Yep. Well, they go back to sleep after they pray. But yeah, that's what they do. Wake up at dawn, pray. A lot of them just go back to sleep after that. But yeah, we be praying at dawn. A lot of times I just wake up at dawn. I wake up at dawn most mornings when I'm not streaming all night. But yeah. But yeah, I wake up at dawn. I wake up with the sunrise. When the sun rises, so shall I.
What is your guys' opinion on the Vietnam War?
Well, obviously I opposed it. That's why I came back here. I'm decided I'm going to breed them out. I'm going to win this time.
What's your opinion on the Vietnam War?
Well, Vietnam won, that's for one. But do you think it was actually about communism or capitalism?
I don't think any war is about what they say it's about, honestly. What do you think? What do you mean?
Well, I think it was just I'm not 100% sure why the CIA set up the South Vietnamese government, but I think it's kind of just another laundering country for them, like they do with various other South American countries. They thought Vietnam was an easy pick, like all the other South American countries.
I pretty much agree.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah.
gotta be.
I guess at the end of the day, yeah, you would think that like a bunch of farmers the last couple hundred years wouldn't be so
unstoppable.
Yeah, like I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of like the stereotype, even in the U.S., right? You look at like a bunch of farmers, everybody's like, oh, just a bunch of dumb farmers at the end of the day. But apparently, yeah, you fuck around with somebody's home, they tend to get really pissed off real quick, like.
I think that's why they don't want farmers in America, because
Might be.
Because pretty much farmers don't fuck around. Like, you mess with their land, you mess with their animals, you mess with their family, they're like, no, sorry, not gonna do with that, not gonna deal with it.
No, I think the U.S. government kind of fucks with everybody it can. I mean, you can tell us, can't you, Josh? You're a Fed, right?
Yeah, we pretty much got our noses and hands into everything, or at least I've never seen anything we weren't involved with. So I'd have to say yes.
Well, that's what I mean, though. It's like, if you look at Vietnam, it's like pretty much the farmers were just like, fuck off, I'm trying to survive. And pretty much that's what I see in most of Southeast Asia, is like, mostly it's just farmers who are like, they literally don't care what's going on. They're just like, don't mess with me, I'm trying to grow enough food to make money and take care of my family, and otherwise I don't really care, you know.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but sure.
I mean, it's interesting with sort of, you know, and you can look at three examples. You could look at Vietnam or Cuba, and also Afghanistan, where they got 3 different cases where they had a extremely low tech army defeat a extremely high tech army, that even had airplane capabilities. They had a capability to bomb people from the sky, and they still didn't fucking win the war. I mean, just how is that possible? You're saying to have such a technological advantage and yet not be able to secure a victory. It must be that the technology doesn't offer you as much of a strategic advantage as one would have thought, for sure,
I mean, it gives you a lot of advantages. It's just that it's like uh, it's like the fat people in Wall-E effect. If you have machines do all the work, you're pretty much useless as a human being.
Yeah, and you have that now with the different machines, or you might have smart guns and drones and stuff where the primary aspect of warfare, or who's running the war commands, is not really people who are building the strategy of the terrain or really getting to know how the people operate on the ground level. And then like in Afghanistan, that's one of the things, is that there's no real chance to infiltrate through like media and shit. If there's motherfuckers living in caves and shit, then you can't really degrade their culture through like spreading a bunch of TV shows and stuff like that. Yeah, if everybody's indoors and they all got media and stuff, then you could send through their airwaves and stuff, information and shit that makes them look at American culture and stuff, and you could send different forms of cultural propaganda. But that's not the case in other places. That's not possible. So how they come in from the ground there, they would have to scope out, send people in, try to infiltrate the various organizations on the ground, and that's much harder, right?
Yeah, a resistance force needs strong-minded people to have recruits, and the system just turns everybody into a normie, so there's no more resistance.
Yeah, and that goes to what is you know part of the US system, because I know the US war was fought a similar way, because the US War of Independence, they were fighting an army that was extremely well equipped, and they had to use local militias and squads. It's actually fascinating to learn how George Washington was able to corral these fucking militias from the different American towns and beat the fucking top army in the whole world at the time, with the top naval fleet, which was the British Army at the time, with you know kind of almost guerrilla war tactics that this man had used, you know, tactics that really exemplify modern warfare. And it is true that George Washington was a genius, a sort of genius military strategist. Learning of his different conquests and different battles that he fought. I mean, it's just fascinating stuff, to learn. And then the fact that they wanted to fucking make him the president and shit of the United States, and he's just like, nah, he didn't even want to become the president. You know, the army came up, a bunch of militias came up, and they're like, they tried to disband the Constitutional Congress and make George Washington the president, and he said, nah. You know what I mean? I don't even know if that's a true story, but man, man, if that's true, George Washington, who's a Freemason, for him to just be like, for him to give up being the king, because they wanted to say fuck that shit and just make him the king, make him the king of America. But he's like, nah, I believe in freedom and justice, and democracy and all that shit. Yeah.
I mean, what I've read of George Washington, I really don't like George Washington.
Yeah, he's
First
not.
of all, I think he's a really terrible general because
Yeah.
I think his record is like 12 wins, 13 losses.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, by that scale, he's horrible. But by the scale of, you know, going against the British Army, and that is true that George Washington did not have a good time doing that. So like let's be real and tell people that like George Washington did get stomped out during this war. He barely fucking made it to victory out here, but even that said, I mean, just the fact that he fought the greatest, or the top army on earth at the time, that was doing war against many different, countries and shit, and he was able to just fucking, go up against them. That is some of the
Well, the
top
British
crazy.
were fighting France and Spain at the same time.
That's right. That's right. So at that end, I mean, were they, what I mean, were they distracted? You know what I'm saying? Of course, but again, the fact that they were fighting such huge, or maintaining such huge scales of conflict, and then you got little old George Washington, with his little militias, corralling these hillbillies, from the towns of America and shit, and just fighting this war. It is fascinating stuff. To see how it was done, how the victory was attained. Just barely fucking making it. I mean, and I forget what was the pivotal battle. And I know if EBT or somebody was here, they'd know.
Uh, in U.S. history class, they say it's Yorktown, but I think the war went on for like another 4 years after Yorktown, because all the fighting in the U.S. stopped for half the war, and the rest was like in France and Spain. And I think it's pretty much France and Spain that did probably 90% of the fighting, because they were fighting in India too. The French and the British.
Yeah, and that's wild. They say there was no place in the world where I forget what the quote was, where there was like
The sun never sets on the British Empire.
yeah, the sun never sets on the British Empire thing. And it's crazy. They had you know or one could argue that they had a Roman world order, that was kind of replaced by a British world order, and then it's replaced by an American world order. And what's next on the scale? Well, a lot of people think the next on the scale is an Israeli world order, where it seemed like the thing is going to where the West seems to be giving increasing influence to another power in the world, and making way for that power. And then in the scale of world events, you see Western countries are destroying each other, but certain other countries are getting stronger as a result. And it's only a matter of time before this scale of world events passes away. In other words, you mean, and we got, I think a lot of people know that the end of America, is a really important segment. Or I don't know if anybody, Neurojack was saying earlier that he's trying to get the fuck out of this country. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I mean, I don't want to say I'm proud of America, but like I'm proud. I'm definitely proud to be a American. You know,
Yeah.
and yeah, and I don't know. I'm definitely as an immigrant. There's no place for me to go. I mean, I understand what what Pakistan is, but for me to really identify myself as Punjabi or as Pakistani, I mean, it doesn't really make sense at this stage. Learning what I know about America, being here, having my people brought here. First of all, I know exactly what village I came from in Punjab. I came from a place called Chicha Vatni in Punjab, where the villages were numbered, and we actually came from village number 33. So Chicha Vatni 33, that's literally the village in Punjab where I came from. So I know where the fuck I'm from. A lot of people don't know where they're from. And I know a lot about the place where I'm from, the people where I'm from. But I also find it useful to know about Detroit, to know about Michigan, to know about the Constitution here, and to read like books like this. Fucking, I got you know uh Benjamin Franklin's autobiography. I recommend everybody read Benjamin Franklin's fucking autobiography, because there's a lot of information on how to spread propaganda, how to formulate your own propaganda in that book. This fucking book, Two Treatises of Government by John Locke. This thing, used to Thomas Jefferson used to sleep with this shit underneath his pillow at night. You know what I'm saying? For real, but one of the arguments that John Locke makes in that book is that freedom is an inherent is an intrinsic value. And I don't know if I get behind that statement, but he does say freedom. I think he's the first to say that freedom is an intrinsic value in terms of morality itself. And I don't think anybody else really quite put it like that. But yeah, I know that Dr. Kaczynski uses this word freedom a lot. So the word freedom. Well, they wrote the book Technological Slavery, and I guess they're saying that we're enslaved to technology, that we need freedom from technology. So I don't know. Are we free? What is freedom? Is freedom an intrinsic value? You know what I mean?
I would say maybe survival would be on top of freedom, because I guess the end point of technological society is that it's gonna kill everybody. So whatever tyranny that we live under in the natural world is preferable to whatever pleasures we will have in the technological death that we will have.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a lot of the conclusion is that life obviously, in a non-technological state is not optimal, but one of the main factors today is that are we more free or less free within a technological society? And I think a lot of people would say, well, just the consequences of mass surveillance, that we're basically you know have to endure in this present state, that not only are we being watched, everything we're doing is being watched, but we're actually encouraged to stream live and show and make as much of our interactions public as possible, you know which is interesting.
I had a thought the other day about the coup in Burma, and it's that in the West we're unhappy because we're fat and like lazy and like we're addicted to various pleasures. The people in Burma are rebelling against their government so that they can be fat and addicted to the pleasures that we in the West are addicted to. Because
Laziness. It's an attraction to the least amount of toil. So
because I
like
think the Burmese assume that their government is preventing them from being fat and happy. But I'm pretty sure if they if the people in Burma stop rebelling against their government, the government will probably just go with the technological system like anybody else, and they'll probably even get fatter and happier faster.
It's kind of a double-edged sword. You're talking about like the freedom versus technology. So the idea of freedom to maximize the amount of freedom, you have to be self-sustaining. So in this concept, like owning your own land, busting your ass, trying to like basically grow food, support yourself, try to find some way to make profit out of that, versus technological advancements, aka we're not like sitting out there with a bunch of sticks digging up the ground. Versus now we've got tractors or and it keeps advancing forward, kind of thing, right? We get more time. If you do go back like 100 years ago in your lifespan, you'd get more time. Not saying that the lifespan itself is extended. The amount of time that you have to toil becomes lower. People generally want that. They want to toil less. So if you're going to take that position, one side being healthy versus the other, kind of a hard thing to nail down. On one case, like say you're working in a field for like 10, 12 hours a day, busting your just basically destroying your body just to grow some food, right? Versus the other hand, you having more free time to, I don't know, drink, go after, whatever what you were talking about, like the pleasures of life kind of thing. Those ultimately kill you too. You're kind of not going to win either way. Either option you have, you're generally not going to come out ahead.
Well, did you know that a medieval peasant worked? I'm not sure if it's half the hours that an average American works, but they work a lot less than what an average American works.
I don't know. What is the average? What's the average work week in the U.S.?
I think it's like maybe what, like 5,000 hours a year, 8,000 hours a year. Let me look it up.
I don't know actually.
But medieval peasants did like a third less, I heard.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure I can comprehend. Like, I have a big farm, like really big. It's 400 plus acres. We call it a farm, right? But there's really nothing. I don't grow anything because I kill every plant I seem to touch. But I can't imagine having to grow anything. I've got a tractor. I can't imagine doing anything on that farm without equipment. I just can't even imagine it.
What do you mean? The medieval peasant had equipment.
Like what? Manual tools?
Yes.
Okay, so
an ox.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine. Well, wait, did the peasant own the ox or did the farmer own the ox? And then the farmer just
The
kind of
peasant is the farmer.
Okay. All right. An ox. Let's see here. If I was to plow a field with an ox.
Wait, you didn't know what the ox was for?
Well, yeah. No, I'm trying to figure out. Like, obviously, it would be the idea of like like the tractor, right? I don't. You've got to work to you've got to work to not only feed yourself. Now you also have to work to feed the ox.
Well, the ox eats grass and drinks water. It's not that expensive.
Yeah. Now, is your farmland grass or is your farmland farm?
What are you talking about? Grass grows everywhere.
Sure.
like an ox eats how much grass? Like how much is needed to sustain it?
One bull needs about roughly 1 acre of grass.
Okay.
Two
So the peasant
cows eats 1 acre of
owns
grass.
the peasant owns how much land?
I don't know.
Well, you know, for 1 acre, like it has to be a over 1 acre because that 1 acre is needed to sustain that ox or cow or whatever.
I mean, he can roam around and eat.
Oh,
The ox can just roam around and eat whatever it finds.
The ox can just roam around other people's property?
I mean, you can walk the oxen around, let it eat things.
I'm imagining that's not the only peasant, right? There's other peasants that have oxen.
Yeah, maybe.
And so there's apparently this huge amount of land where oxen can just roam free and eat whatever much grass they want. What's left for the farmland?
Well, you do know that, 1,000 years ago, we had like 1/100th the population, right?
Yeah. Obviously lower population.
Yeah, so it was not crowded back then.
Yeah, whose land was that
Probably
ox?
half the land was forests.
Yeah, whose land was that oxen roaming the land wherever it was grazing? Where was that? Who owned that land?
Probably some noble.
You think that the noble might be like taxing the usage of that land?
He's taxing the peasant.
Right? Would he also be taxing the oxen or taxing the
No.
peasant that owns the oxen?
The peasant had a 1% income tax.
Okay.
As in, if he made like 100 bricks of butter, he would give whoever noble he was under 1 stick of butter.
Okay. Right. And so
even
the
the
oxen
taxes were basically nothing back then.
Right, and the oxen was just free to use whatever it wanted.
Yeah, sure. Wait, you think the Duke is running around yelling at people with oxen?
Yes, and I say this because like the old
He doesn't have
Indian
time to do
culture,
that.
even the old Indian culture 7,000 years ago, that they had like pretty damn strict concepts of who could use what land. I mean,
You have
obviously
no
they
idea what
probably
they did
rented it out.
7,000 years ago.
Well, what I'm saying is it's always been around. This idea that land was just freely up for use for whatever, kind of unimaginable to me.
Well, your argument is just that you can't imagine it.
Well, yeah, I can't imagine it. You're laying claim that these oxen were allowed to just roam free and do whatever. You mean like just go into the
who's
neighbor's
gonna stop
property
them?
and do?
Were there cops back then? You're gonna get a ticket for your
Let's see here.
oxen eating your neighbor's lawn?
The earliest cops that I'm aware of would have been like around Egyptian time. They didn't call them police, but they had something like it.
Are you talking about Coptic Christians?
No, cops, as in police officers.
I don't think they had cops. They might have military.
No, they had people that went around and basically something like a law enforcement. Now, whether
I mean, they had
threw people in
slaves.
jail, I have no
guess
clue.
they had slave masters.
What,
they had,
the
like,
Egyptians?
slave wranglers, right?
The Egyptians?
Yeah, they had slaves.
Here, let me get the link.
Well, you're gonna say that the Egyptians didn't have slaves? Oh,
Yeah, they had slaves, but they also had cops.
Well, you're saying the slaves had people watching over them. I don't think that's the same thing as cops, though. You know?
Right. No, I was talking more like the concept of these oxen just roaming free.
well, obviously there's gonna be like a farmer, walking with it.
So is he's spending his time?
It's like
he's
like a guy
he's
walking his
working
dog.
less. Yeah, he's working less hours so he can use the other half of his other half of his time to make sure that his ox eats. So like half the day he's basically toiling in the dirt, and the other half
he probably
he's
has
like a
his
shepherd?
child walking around.
I have no clue.
I'm pretty sure a kid can handle walking around the ox.
I don't know. It sounds like if it was the case that they had less time to or were working less hours, they were using the other
I think your
portion of
brain
their.
is stuck on the over-controlling technical society that we live in today. Back then,
Yeah, I can't.
there was
I can't
nobody
imagine.
owning most of the things.
You're right. I can't imagine, somebody owning land and then allowing other people to, oh, hey, bring your farm animals to kind of graze my grass, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I could imagine it if there was some type of trade, aka like yeah, I'll let you, graze my grass if you pay me or in some form or another.
Also, peasants didn't really have money. They had,
Well, sure.
They paid in kind, which, they just paid in whatever they produced.
Sure.
So, can you imagine a society without money?
Yes.
Okay. Can you imagine a society where people don't care if they have a cow that eats the weeds?
Yes. No. Because trade has always been a thing. Whether you're trading good, whether you're trading good for
the
good or good
nobles
for
value
money,
the
trade has
weeds on the
always been a thing.
ground.
Yeah, here, let me clarify. Whether you're trading good for or a good or a product for money or service for money, or whether you're trading a good, a goods, products, or service for another goods, products, or service, trade is trade.
No, they're eating like the grass.
Yes, they're eating. I'm pretty damn sure they're eating somebody's grass.
What about the grass on the road? What about the grass in the woods?
I don't know. I can't imagine. I don't know what roads were like in medieval times, so I don't know.
Well, the grass grows on the roads. They grow on concrete. I'm pretty sure they can grow on dirt.
Wait, grass grows on concrete?
Yeah. You've never seen grass growing on concrete?
I guess if you put dirt on top of it, like you make a turf across the top of it and then plant grass, sure.
When's the last time you walked outside? You're saying you've never
This
seen grass on the concrete?
morning.
Well, maybe the Vietnamese cows are eating all the fucking grass. I don't know.
There's very few cows in this country. A lot of water buffalo, very few cows.
Okay.
They exist, there's just not a lot of them. Most of the beef here is imported.
Well, Vietnamese don't really eat beef, so.
Pho. What is in pho?
Well, sometimes it has beef, but mostly.
Okay. There's lots of beef. There's a good amount of beef consumption. It's not they don't eat a lot of meat per se, but yeah.
No, Vietnamese eat plenty of meat, just not a lot of beef.
Plain meat, not a lot of beef.
What do you mean plain meat? They eat pork. Pork is way better than beef.
They eat a lot of pork. They eat a lot of beef. They eat a lot of fish. What?
Are you in Vietnam? It's like you're getting all the things wrong.
What are you talking about? What is pho? What
It's a
meat
soup.
is you? What meat is used in pho?
Whatever meat they decide. I use chicken pho.
They advertise beef.
Well, because you're white, they know you like beef.
Yes, that's right. The entire country from here to, the half the country, they made sure to hang up these signs exclusively for me at every fucking, at
can
every
you read them?
restaurant.
Are they
did
in
it just
English?
for me. Do what?
Are these signs in English?
No.
How do you even know they say beef?
Let's see here. Do I need to bring my wife in here? She's Vietnamese. Help you out a little bit?
What do you mean help me? You're the one that needs help.
I don't
That's
think
why you're
so.
asking her for help.
You're describing a country you've never stepped foot in.
You said the signs say beef, and I asked you if you can read the signs, and you said no.
They have pictures. They show beef. What the fuck? What is the main ingredient, or what meat is in pho?
When I cook pho, I use chicken.
Oh, okay. So you do something different than Vietnam. Okay, understand.
Well, I'm Vietnamese. Everybody does chicken here.
Everybody, where is here?
Where I live, all the Vietnamese people here in California.
Gotcha. Okay. So the Vietnamese in Vietnam, what do you think they put in pho?
A chicken.
Okay.
What are you What is this video? Some scam? Freaking.
It probably is a scam.
There's like 10 people off screen helping.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's lots of people off screen for sure. Yeah.
This was actually a topic of debate in the Crucible. I think it was about 5 days ago about primitive technology, primitive building and shit. Huge debate over this thing or stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically possible to build your house out of bamboo and survive off the bamboo shoots and just fucking.
I can't lie. I do like that. I guess they call it baby bamboo. It's the little short ones, the little sprouts. That's actually pretty damn good. Strangely enough.
Did you get your wife?
Did it? What do you mean? Did I get my wife? Do you want to talk to her?
You said you wanted to get her.
Did you need to be explained what they put in pho here?
Sure. I mean, my mom says they do chicken.
Okay.
My grandma says they do chicken.
Okay. Did your mom? Does she live here in Vietnam?
Yes.
Your mom lives in Vietnam.
She was born and raised probably over 30 years in Vietnam.
Okay. And so what? Was she through the war, probably like what, 10, 15 years after the war? You know, when the rationing exists, when there's really not a lot around here?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You tell me. You're describing Vietnam, something that I don't see here.
What do you mean you don't see? You can't read, you can't talk
made
to anybody.
With beef. Do they probably put something else in there? Sure, maybe.
Why are you so angry about this one thing?
Because you're describing something that is not, it just isn't a thing here.
Do you cook pho?
No. My Asian cooking skills really fucking bad.
So you can't cook, and you're complaining that I don't know what's in the cooking of
I
my
don't
people?
cook Vietnamese food.
Yeah, everything has pork or chicken in it.
Or beef. Or
my
fish.
family has never eaten beef.
Or huge amounts of fish.
My mom has never cooked beef. My dad has never cooked beef. Nobody in my family has ever served anything beef.
All right, so could they not afford beef?
We live in America. We can afford anything.
Oh, okay. In America, they do it. Okay, so Americans do something different. Understood.
All right, we can stop talking
kind of like
about
the
the
same
beef.
way Taco Bell's not really Mexican food, right? Like it's really American food, right? But that's not what a taco would be like in, say, Mexico. Got it.
We don't have to talk about this if it's upsetting.
There's nothing upsetting. You're describing something that isn't the way it is here. Beef is a huge, huge import here. Matter of fact, they just had, I think, you probably pop it up on the news, where Australia and Vietnam got into some conflict about how cows were killed or slaughtered or some shit here, and they had some fucking weird little thing where they tried to like cut off the beef, the cattle imports.
I mean, if it's so important in Vietnam, why doesn't the Vietnamese just naturally raise the cows in Vietnam?
Probably because of the land, or the right of usage with land. They
What are you
probably
talking about?
need a
Feeding
lot
pigs and
more.
chickens is a lot harder than cows.
No. Cattle, you would need a large amount of land.
And pigs and chickens, you need to grow the food yourself and then process it.
Pigs here mostly, from what I can see, is mostly indoors. Like you'll literally find houses with pigs inside of them.
And is it easier to feed a cow or is it easier to feed a pig?
I think it would be easier to feed the pig.
What does a pig eat?
Pretty much almost anything you can put in front of it.
Does it eat grass?
I don't think so as much.
Yeah, what's more common? Grass or, anything you would have to feed a pig?
Probably anything else other than grass. So like old fruits and shit like that, you could just drop it in there.
Bananas are cheaper than the grass?
I don't think they would be feeding them bananas very much, unless they're
What
like
are they feeding them?
Scraps mostly.
Scraps of what?
Leftover vegetables, things like that are like rotting and going to shit, basically.
So is that more expensive or less expensive than the grass? Is that easier to get than grass or harder to get than grass?
Oh, it would definitely be harder to get than grass.
Yeah, so if beef is so common in my culture, why doesn't Vietnam have a
No.
cattle
See, here's where I guess you're misunderstanding me. There is plenty of beef available in Vietnam. It is mostly imported. The reason why they don't have large amounts of cattle here is because no farmer has enough land to support like having enough cattle to make it profitable. It's a land limitation.
I think you're just making this up. You have no idea.
Why don't you come to Vietnam and just get outside the main cities and just drive, see what you see?
I mean, you said you don't even do that. Why would I?
Well, unfortunately, I've been a few places. Like I don't go around the little small towns, but I obviously have to travel through them when I'm going to, like, say, from Saigon to Da Nang. You can easily look out the window and see what's around.
And there are no cows?
There's not a lot. I didn't say there are none. I said there's not a lot. There's damn
are
sure
they cows
not even...
or are they oxen?
Do what? Cows.
Are they cows or are they oxen?
Cows, but you will see a lot of water buffalo, at least outside the large cities.
Yeah.
But the water buffalo don't get to go roaming around to feed themselves. They feed them just about everything, apparently. Matter of fact, my wedding picture, they took photos of me chasing after one, then told me how stupid it was. They were dangerous. Didn't know that. And that was actually in Saigon, which is kind of hilarious.
Well, I'm popping into 8 hours of stream time here. So
Yeah,
I think I'm
yeah, why are you doing like 8-hour stream? How are you doing 8-hour streams?
Yeah, I think it was mainly the mushrooms giving me a lot of energy to listen to all my good friends here, but I am actually gonna have to shut it down here tonight. But
Yeah, sure.
but I'll be back around on 1 week from now. So if there's no real, I'll see what the response is to this stream. It was just mainly me talking. We opened it up, Lumatami came, attacked everyone, and he was having an angry time. But then, things moved in a different direction. In the beginning, I did open up. Yeah.
I didn't understand what was up with Tommy. What him and the other guy, I guess the EBT, do they have like some long history of just not
Oh
getting
yeah.
along? Okay, that
Yeah, there's a
explains that.
long history. Yeah, there's a long history between them on these streams, you know. So on Enslaved by Truth, on Chalk Body Outline, on all these channels, it's been a while that we've been talking to Tommy. And recently Tommy had a crazy event. He was part of a police raid. So if anybody so it was a crazy, and then he fell off the map. So he just came back now. So we actually didn't see Tommy for a long time. He just came back on us. So yeah, it was a surprise to see him for real. But yeah. You know, we had a lot of people join today. We had Trad Culture Preservation Society out here earlier. Obviously my friend Neurojack, my good friend Firestarter out here. So yeah, thank you for joining, Joshua, man.
Yeah, I just you were rolling. You had been rolling for an hour and a half before I could even, the house got quieted down so I could even connect. But you were rolling for a while. Nobody gave me a heads up that you were doing anything.
Yes, I know. I forgot to post it in the Crucible this time, but next time I will definitely be posting it at more times. But for everybody, just know that I will stream every single week around this time. So it might not be 7 o'clock exactly, but it'll be around 7 to 9 because my wife does get sick. She starts getting a little bit anxious and stuff. She has epilepsy, so sometimes if she's feeling a little bit fucked up in her emotional world.
Do you have like a Discord or something, like your own little community kind of thing?
No, unfortunately, I'm just in the different discords. I was in Krako's Discord, and I'm in the Crucible Discord. Davy Krako, rest in peace.
All right.
And I'm now recently in the JF Garapy Discord, thanks to my friend Firestarter here. So we're gonna be talking in there.
Does your on your YouTube channel, do you give like an announcement, like you're gonna do like a stream the next day or something like that? Do you do that?
I mean, I'll usually post it like 2 or 3 days in advance of doing it. So I'll
Okay.
post it like Thursday or some shit. So usually, but just everybody know that I'm doing a live stream on Saturday every week. And if the demand ramps up, I'll be doing it twice every week. I'll start another one on fucking Wednesday or Tuesday or some shit. If the demand ramps up, I just want to let you guys know I'm out here for you guys. And thank you so much for everybody who's joining in the chat. Thank you, Tranquil Vortex and Jessica Jane and Enslaved by Truth and all the contributors, even Saturday Nighto Rhyme, man. Yeah, you like that song, buddy. That's called Maker of Angels by Scorn. So yeah, Maker of Angels by Scorn in my video intro there for episode 8. Yeah, that's the video intro for episode 8. We're gonna be bringing you guys the audio got fucked with my interview with Dr. Scribina, but I'm still gonna be bringing it to you guys with subtitles and shit. So
all right. I'm gonna I think maybe I need to like subscribe to YouTube. Maybe that's why I didn't get a notice. But I'm gonna click off here and do that real quick.
For sure, yeah, man.
Make sure to give us a notice, a heads up.
Hell yeah, I'll message you. I'll send you my StreamYard link next time, Joshua, because I have you on messages on the Discord. But yeah, man, you're welcome to join, man. Yeah, you're welcome to join. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'll drag Neuro in, all that good shit. Neuro didn't come get me. He fucking ignored me this time. What an asshole, right? Like I need better friends. That's what I need.
Neuro's the homie, man. Neuro's out here. Neuro's the greatest, man. I'm blessed to have Neuro Jack out here. You know what I mean? So definitely we're all blessed to have Neuro Jack and Firestarter and people like that really understand what's going on with the technology. They have excuse me, getting the phlegm attack. You know what I mean? But yeah, you guys know what's up. Neurojack, Traditional Culture Preservation Society, and Firestarter are all people I met within the Crucible Discord. So as much shit as we want to talk about Crucible Discord, you know what I mean? It did he does have a couple people in there, that are making sense, but largely ignored by his greater community, you know what I mean? But I thank you guys for joining
Yeah,
so much. Yeah.
anytime you got something going, I'll definitely pop in.
I'm glad to hear it, Josh, man. I'm glad that you're out here for us, man. We need your expertise and shit, and we need
I
fire.
got nothing. I just got maybe some parts of the government side. That's it. That's all I got, bro.
Well, whatever it is, we gotta keep it. Well, we gotta use the tools we have to do something with it. I mean, right?
Yeah, that's
We
fair.
can only work with what we got. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Two heads are always better than one. But yeah, man, thank you for joining, Josh, man.
Anyways, bro, best of luck. I'll catch up with you next week, right?
For sure. Yeah, dude. Yeah, for
Take
sure.
care, man. Take care.
Take care, man. Bless, man.
All right. Good night.
Yeah, good night, Firestarter, man. Thank you for having for being here with me, man. As always, and we're gonna bring up I'll message you on some type of special we could do on war, collaboration. I got everybody on the channel I'm trying to do a collaboration with. So, we're gonna do a collaboration about war. I know you messaged me that's one of your topics of interest. So,
Yeah,
we're gonna so
maybe I can send you like 2 books I'm reading right now about war.
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah.
I'll definitely keep it not Fed posty.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. We could keep we could start like a little mini book club and then read these 2 or 3 books and then come back to the project, and when we get those 2 or 3 books under our wing, we'll really be able to do a good fucking presentation and shit for real.
Yeah, all my books are audiobooks and they're all free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll send you over Discord.
Hell yeah. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, look out for my collaborations with Firestarter, we just getting started out here on the Machine Lives channel,
All right.
Yeah.
I'll send you I think it's called Theory of the Partisan by Carl Schmitt.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, some Carl Schmitt. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, we need to get it popping.
Pretty short.
Yeah, I've never looked into that one. Yeah, it sounds interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I got a few key works to send you too. For sure. I'll see if I can find the PDFs for them. But or audio version. But yeah, Cuban Revolution. Oh man, Anti-Tech Revolution. Why and how? Have you ever fucked with this book? We got
There's an audiobook that's like 10 hours. Honestly, I got bored.
We need to fuck with this book. Yeah, we need to study this book. Yeah.
I mean, I think Industrial Society says it all.
Yeah.
And like Anti-Tech Revolution is like it's like somebody asked him for his sources, and Anti-Tech Revolution is just all his sources.
Yeah.
I already believe him. I don't need to look at his sources.
Yes, but some of those sources he provides from the Cuban Revolution and those other things, those are interesting, for real.
Yeah, I like. I haven't read Mao, but apparently Mao is like the Jesus Christ of guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, Mao Zedong. Yeah,
like
interesting.
Everybody knows him for starving everybody, but apparently he's like. Everybody quotes him on guerrilla warfare stuff. I didn't know that until I read Carl Schmitt's book.
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the key thinkers is Mao Zedong, and Lenin as well. As much as we might disagree with Che Guevara, we might disagree with Lenin. and we may disagree with the tactics of these I mean the philosophies of these various people, but you can't disagree with their tactics,
Yeah.
especially when they are
They work.
proficient. Yeah, yeah, especially when they work. Yeah. So and they work against large scale armies that have immense forms of technology at their disposal. So something as easy as an anti-tank trap that he shows in guerrilla warfare. You just dig a hole and just cover it with some bush and stuff like that, and a tank just falls into the fucking trap. You can immobilize a tank by just digging a fucking hole. I mean, these are just
You know
I'm
what the Japanese did to the Australian tanks? Because the Japanese didn't have any guns that could take out the Australian tanks. They just like I forgot what the oh yeah, they put a log in between the tracks so it couldn't move, and they just put fire under the tank so that they just baked the guys inside.
shit.
And if the guys came out, they just shot them.
Yeah. See this sabotage, is huge. And that's one of the things that Lenin would do. He would go and send two or three people into a city, and they wouldn't fight with anybody. They would attack the infrastructure. They would shut down the phone lines and block the railroads and shit. Like that would be their projects. So their attacks would be against the technological infrastructure and not against the people there. So it's actually interesting how they staged this you know, so-called modern, warfare, urban guerrilla warfare, as it's called, and you know what I mean, and some that a topic that really will get stuck here talking for the next hour if
Yeah,
I don't stop myself.
I'll let you go to sleep. It's pretty late over here too.
Yeah, if I don't stop myself, but yeah, we got
I'll send you that book over Discord.
For sure. Yeah, send me that book, and we got definitely lots of collaborations coming up in the future on these topics. I know I got a another book by an author named I think his name was Manabrata Guha, that was talking about modern warfare. And this was an interesting book I wanted to bring to you, oh, if I could find this author, I will definitely send this book to you. Reimagining War in the 21st Century by Manabrata Guha. Yeah. By Routledge Critical Security Studies. Yeah, we need to fucking get up on this book right here. I think this is a extremely important book talking about information warfare, network centric militaries. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to talk about the veracity of these things on this show here. But thank you so much for joining us, to my audience, to 23 people who are watching us now. Blessings to all of you, and a peaceful night to everyone from me and Firestarter here at the Machine Lies.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, everyone. And I'll go ahead and fucking close this segment off. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters, for joining us today. We're going to be bringing a lot more on these topics. Compensatory mechanisms, unintended consequences, modern solutions for age-old problems that cause even more problems. The solutions are worse than the fucking problem. That's the technological system for you guys. But I'm gonna leave it here with some Alcatraz jigsaw puzzle for you guys. Please. Thank you. Rinse, repeat, recycle, reuse, reformat, and readapt from the fucking machine lies. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Have a blessed night.
Every species unproduced by plant or animal came before Abel is cannibal, understandable. Fishing in Antarctica, I'm strapped like the chief. Started calling niggas marks cause they act like the beast. Dirty apes drinking brandy, monkeys in the Courvoisier. Forging new boundaries, celebrate murder Nazi Day. Fiesta elegante, quarter waves and do-rags. Purple leaf flowers, roll tightly, light up a new bag. Domino sugar croissants, 7 names, watermelon, apple, licorice, spices, 11 chains, heaven rain.
7 things retracted hang from my molars, hunting for game. I thirst for blood when I'm sober. Soul controller, hotter than solar, colder than polar. My flow is sicker than Ebola, mixed with Coca-Cola. Lyrics call back like cobras before attacking your soldiers. Mine was packed with the doses of radioactive explosives. Concepts are mythical, past scientifical. Mind biochemical, makeup inspired miracles. Formerly, pigs always roar at me, cause normally my speeches are side-biased like Florence and Normandy. Feds want drama cause they know I've been rotten, and they know my style's the bomb like Osama bin Laden. They've been watching, plus they heard my phonics was ergonomic, and my mouth projects turning objects, resembling burning comets. Homicidal recitals making hot for idle spirits, spiral lyrics, paint holy pictures like hieroglyphics. It's over with. I grab the mic from my holster quick. If you never faced that yet, you real close to it. I'm known to spit revolution like the Bolsheviks. So many punchlines, I leave the spot with swollen fists. Notice this, giving bruises a hobby. You suffer hits to your body like John Gotti using karate. What you producing is folly. You wanna play arch villain? I'll ask you how you feeling when your wig starts peeling.
I just laugh. I just laugh. No one can defeat me. I just laugh. I just laugh. No one can defeat me. I just laugh. I just laugh. No one can defeat me. I just laugh. I just laugh.
Hey, call a Corso and hip-hop track to destroy her. Chase the moon goddess, she Hawk Fender, Tom Sawyer. Sick pickpocket, the lawyer, banging like Meth, Ghost, Ray Vision, and all of them. I keep a beach cruiser like Christine Terrywinkle, made by Schwinn. I drink a whiskey distilled from corn mash, friend. Bandana and a bony fish bonanza. We bludgeon bullies on a cerebral tube. Bloodthirsty, never fugazi, Navy boys in blue bomber jackets and heavy blue jeans, walking on beige rackets. That body bag, the bombshell, Joe Bolden, Bon Voyage, you in the back cat with the blackjack. Bows and bunnies, all use blockhead, spoofs, broadcast bloopers. We blue plate the bone china, poodle the box car, yeah. Knife scar and act boisterous, boardwalk mic blur. Your flag is hoisterless, yeah. A burlap bag of black bats. Rhymes is bazooka Joe, blowtorch, blowgun. Or I broad jump your brotherhood with bats the size of blue whales. Batting cage, rage nail, conquerors rule, yeah. Blue apples, yeah. Alcatraz, and swing like a brontosaur. Monster war, conquerors rule, do the brawler. Blue blood aristocrats eating blue cheese. In the harbor, ice parlor. Black rackets and you sneeze. Alcatraz beer brewery, niggas just screwing me. Gun blast Turk, chick suck bus, stun flash jerks. Gun blast Turk, the Baltimore Black Sox.
Came to kill a champ, they ain't even nobody with you. Heavy blade kiss you, gun bust you a nurse rhyme. Hurt spines, curse finds, perch mine on the worst line. Yo, you can't fuck with me no more. Cause you couldn't fuck with me in the first time. Stomach